encourage all actors in the agrochemical space to unite under the umbrella of CropLife Uganda.
To the Minister of Agriculture, it is a very special moment for us to have this conversation. Coming together is a beginning, staying together is progress, but we must work together. And I would like to congratulate CropLife Uganda members for the first ever symposium that has happened today. For me, it's a dream come true, and I am super excited. And I must tell you, going forward, we are going to make this an annual event. The question of the day today and why we are here especially is about the trends in agrochemical and fertilizer industry.
As government, we encourage all actors in the agrochemical space to unite under the umbrella of CropLife Uganda.
To the Minister of Agriculture, it is a very special moment for us to have this conversation. The question of the day today and why we are here especially is about the trends in agrochemical and fertilizer industry.
As government, we encourage all actors in the agrochemical space to unite under the umbrella of CropLife Uganda.
To the Minister of Agriculture, it is a very special moment for us to have this conversation. staying together is progress, but we must work together. And I would like to congratulate CropLife Uganda members for the first ever symposium that has happened today. For me, it's a dream come true, and I am super excited. And I must tell you, going forward, we are going to make this an annual event.
Be mindful of the time so we can be able to catch up with it by the afternoon. As we prepare to get started, our chief guest should be with us in a few moments and then we'll start. I wanted to ask from the room, I know that we have people from all over the place. There are people who don't look like they have been in Uganda for a very long time. So it's very interesting how, depending on where you are, you can always tell people who are from nearby and from far. So I wanted to just do a quick exercise and find out how many different countries are represented with us this morning as we start so far. So I know at least one or two Ugandans in the room. I'm sure that at least Dr. Agnes is Ugandan for the bigger extent. And so I would like to know which other countries might be represented. I can see on this table, for example, there doesn't seem to be too much Uganda represented here. We can tell you look like you haven't enjoyed too much Ugandan sun. So our sun is a bit different from yours. So would love to know which countries are represented on this table, for example, if you don't mind me asking. Kenya. This is all Kenya? And Somalia and Zambia. Okay, so I have some Zambia, I have some Kenya, I have some Somalia. Where else? It's only Kenya and Zambia. So Kenya and Zambia. Where else? This is Uganda. Okay. Lebanon. You're welcome. Good to see you. Are you Lebanon as well? You're Ugandan. Ah, okay. See, this is where now, as we get discriminated against. So you see someone, you're thinking, this one, you flew in from Bangalore yesterday, Kumbe. Good to see you. You're very welcome. Any other countries? India. Okay, so see, this is now, I was about to say Uganda also, but you know. So we've got some India, I've got Lebanon, I've got Uganda, I've got Kenya, I've got Zambia. Anyone else from a country that I have skipped so far? China. You're very welcome. Ni hao. Zhonghao Zhao. Yeah. I think I got that right. That's how you say good morning in Mandarin. So anywhere else? So Tanzania, you're very welcome. Karibu sana. Uganda. Okay, Uganda. Kenya. Kenya and Uganda. Okay. Is that by marriage, by occupation? By both marriage and occupation. Okay. Because you can tell. So are you Kenyan married to a Ugandan or Ugandan married to a Kenyan? It can't be both. I don't think it can be both. Yeah, it's always very interesting. So this is Kenya as well. You guys are from Uganda? Uganda, okay. So it's very interesting usually when you meet there's a thing between Uganda and Kenya, especially when it comes to intermarriage. We usually raid Kenya, then they revenge and raid us as well. I think sooner than later we might become one country if we keep going the way things have been going. You're very welcome to our second annual Crop Life Symposium. We had a wonderful, wonderful conference last year. You might have seen some highlights on the screen. And I think there might actually be a few people in the room who were with us last year. If you don't mind, again, indulge me by show of hands. Who was with us for the inaugural one last year? Show of, all right, almost half the room was with us last year. So you know that we had a wonderful, wonderful session last year. We are hoping to build on that and make it even bigger this year in terms of our conversation, because the things that we're talking about are of extreme strategic importance, and so we'll be picking up those conversations even as we go along. So we should be ready to start in not too long from now. We are very happy to have representation from the government through the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, and our chief guest representing the government at the moment will be joining us. For those who are visiting us and are not aware, at the moment, our cabinet is non-existent, so we had to sort of figure out when we were inviting our chief guest, as you can imagine. So between now and when we have a new cabinet, I might end up being the chief guest. But we do have government representation, and they will be here in a full capacity for the government, and so our chief guest will be joining us in not too long from now. And then my hope is that at 10 a.m. on the dot, to keep things straight, we will do a hard start at 10 and then get going. We will crawl back some of the time that we have lost throughout the morning. The amount of time that we had apportioned for the chief guests, which in Uganda is normally 3 hours. At least we have been able to save that for now, so that should help us be able to keep back some of the time that we have lost. And then we'll have a wonderful session today and tomorrow. So we should be ready to go in a few minutes. Thank you. as we prepare to get started, I just realized that we actually hadn't gotten to know each other very well. So allow me to introduce myself. My name is Ben Mwine, and it's an absolute honor to be hosting the symposium this year alongside my little sister, I think.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Fertiliser. I head marketing and brand for business at Stanbic Bank Uganda, and I'm happy to be here with you this morning
Both as our co-host, but more importantly,
as one of the lead sponsors.
paying for our lunch and breakfast. So
We hope you eat it thoroughly.
yeah, please give Lois and Stanbic Bank a very, very big hand clap. We are grateful to Stanbic for being a part of this. You were with us last year. You've come bigger this year.
We'll come bigger next year.
This is what we want to hear. You're talking all the right things.
Melissa is here watching me.
When are you running for MP? Can we start campaigning for these people? 31, right? So we are extremely excited in terms of what's happening with the bank and agriculture. You've been doing some very big investments in this space, so this for you is not just by chance. It's not an accident, is it?
100%. We're extremely deliberate about agriculture, agribusiness as we call it, because it definitely powers the economy. And our purpose as Stanbic Bank is to drive Uganda's growth. So we're 100% behind this, and this is why this second symposium was something that we couldn't step aside from.
Yeah.
So actually, we have colleagues in the room. I would like to introduce Melissa Nyakwera, who's our head of commercial banking, and she's here representing our chief executive, Melissa Kanwe. And then we have the head of agribusiness, Mr. Emmanuel Ngoge there. He's the one who's always talking with the agnes. And that's the money man if you need some.
That's one bringing the money for us.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Good to see you. So I know that literally everyone in the room is extremely important. So we normally say all protocol observed. What I will do though, with your permission, Lois, very, very quickly, is just move the mic around so we can just get to know one another, because we think it's very, very important. In the interest of time, we'll simply ask you to tell us who you are and what you do, just like Lois did, and then we'll sort of get ready to start. Please bear with us when you hear any glitching in the microphones. We are right next to, I think, the safest installation in Kampala, which is behind, across the road. And
Call it plot one.
We call it plot one. So State House is just behind us. And what that means is that sometimes the frequencies can get jumbled up. So when you hear any interference in the sound in the microphones, a lot of times it's because there might be some slight interference in the frequencies, and there's nothing we can do about that, unfortunately. Thankfully, it's not too much, but you might hear a thing or two thereabouts. So you've introduced some people that you've come with. I have seen one or two people in the room that maybe we'll introduce and then we'll just go around. I did see Professor Mondo Kagonyera in the room.
There he is.
Professor, if you could kindly stand so we can just
Recognize you.
honor you. For many, if we try and do, for our guests who are visiting Uganda, that young man you see over there is a national institution in his own right. Personally, I should tell you, Lois, that I am a big fan of Professor Kagonyera for two reasons. One, the way he's maintained his integrity and credibility for 80 what years now? 85 years.
Wow. And still standing.
Which is the second thing why I'm a very, very big fan of Professor Kagonyera. That young man you see over there still walks on average about 8 or 9 kilometers maybe thrice a week. So 85, he still does on average 20 something kilometers every week. And then me ask what am I doing with my life? So, Professor, you're very welcome.
You're very welcome.
It's good to see you in all your capacity. So, Lois, let me run. I'll
Let
start
me
on this
bend
side.
before, as you go that side and I go this way. Ladies and gentlemen, just by way of a safety moment, there's no planned drills today. Yes, we are close to plot 1, but there is no planned drills today. If you hear the fire alarms, there is an emergency, and we'll ask you to make your way to the emergency exits, which are close to the gate.
Calmly. No, so don't, you're supposed
an
to say
orderly
in an
manner.
orderly manner.
Yes.
They usually say that until you actually hear the alarm and
then you run.
And then you run.
No, please, in an orderly manner.
Yeah.
And we'll be guided by the security team of the hotel.
And then also, I think you were just about to mention this, sorry. Our fertilizer collection center, it's downstairs.
The biogas center.
The biogas, yeah. So you can call it a fertilizer collection center or biogas. So if you want to donate some fertilizer from your body, if you go down the stairs, you'll see some clearly marked rooms. There's a collection center for women and a collection center for gentlemen.
And we are not confused about who is what.
Yeah, no, we are not.
All
so
right.
we want to do some very quick introductions. Simply tell us your name, where you're from, and what you do.
Yeah, my name is Fif Al Jazar. I'm from Jordan. I'm deputy chairman of Kimvit Group. We are producing veterinary products and the agriculture sector, also fertilizer. And we are here. Dr. Agnes, she invite us to see this symposium, and it's first time we got in visit Uganda, and our important to enter this market. It's a good market and special market for us. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. So Jordan is another country we are adding on to the list of people who are joining us today.
My name is Dr. Muhammad El-Dibani, sales manager at Kimvit Group, global sales manager for Africa and the Middle East. So I'm so happy I am in Uganda for second time. It's a very, very a good market, and I hope to be a successful business in here.
Thank you very much. You're very welcome. So just tell us your name and what you do. We'll start over here.
Good morning. My name is John Mode. I'm from AgNexus. We are an insights and consultancy company. My first time here, so very excited. I'm from Kenya.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Esther Luzinda. I'm from Ocean Films Limited. We do photography and videography for agricultural projects and construction projects. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ainembabas Jessica from Mubende, Uganda. I'm an agro dealer, so I have come to get some crucial information from here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll move around quickly.
My name is Stephen Muhanji. I lead the agri-food system project implemented by GOL in partnership with the MasterCard Foundation. Thank you.
Declaration, Stephen is my brother, so just saying, treat him nicely.
My name, Mr. Paul Sensamba, the Managing Director of Chevy General Enterprises. And I'm so glad to be here. Thank you.
The way Agnes waved at you, I think you might be one of our sponsors. So,
good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm called Kenneth Senkosi. I work with the Kampala Capital City Authority as an agriculture officer. So we try to see that your clients, the farmers, engage in safe use for our crop protection products. Thank you.
Good morning. Ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. Martha Atigo is my name. I work with FAP Uganda.
Thank you very much.
Good morning. I'm Dr. Eid Ramadan. I'm a scientist working with NARO, and I'm an accredited scientist with the ministry for testing different products by the different companies for testing their efficacy in Uganda. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Robert Wariji. I work with the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives. I head the cooperative docket. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Dennis Ahimbisibwe. I'm the Managing Director of Jaba Engineering Limited, an agri-tech company in Uganda. Thank you.
Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm called Victoria Kokunda. I work with African Fertiliser and Agrobusiness Partnership, that is FAP, as the Credit and Risk Management Officer.
I think we skipped someone on your table.
Morning, everyone. My name is Assistant Commissioner of Police, Emiliano Kaima. I'm a police officer and a farmer, so I'm here for the second time. I learned a lot in the first, and we are doing a lot in terms of agriculture. I hope the strait will be open, so that fertilizers are not as expensive as they ought to be, so that we can move a step forward. I'm excited to be here, and I hope to learn so many things and to improve our lives and the lives of those within our lives. Thank you.
I love the diversity of the people in the room, and I hope that you're able to keep track of whoever you need based on their connections.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Aligawesa Collins, and the Managing Director of Omoro and Lamo Coffee and Cocoa Farmers Associations, Uganda Limited, and I'm with my CEO, Honorable Doreen Adiero.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name's Samuel Murono Namale, commercial lead working with Yara East Africa Limited, who are the crop nutrition experts dealing with fertilizers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You sound Kenyan. I see you have a Ugandan flag on the hand. You're one of those Ugandan Kenyans, right? You're welcome.
Good morning to you all. My name is Solomon Kalde. I'm the CEO of Castle Logistics, a customs clearance and freight forwarding company. We manage exports and imports across the supply chain. We are the people advocating for the opening of the strait, as Mr. Emiliano said. So we are advocating for opening of the strait so that agrochemicals and fertilizers can come to East Africa. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Atul. I'm Managing Director for Farm Mantra. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Vikas Chaudhary. I'm working for UPL Limited India, and I'm handling Uganda, Rwanda, and Burundi. Thank you.
Yes, good morning. My name is Waik Bazirake. I'm a founder to Martian Ventures. Key interest is digital transformation within the agri space. So welcome to Network.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Samir Patel. I'm working in Farm Mantra as an operation manager. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm called Emmanuel from Vizuri Agriculture Solution and Fertilizer Program. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Shadi Mary from Lebanon. I'm representing Vizuri Agriculture Solution and Fertilizer Program. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Gaurav Goyal. I'm a business head working for the Export Trading Group, Uganda. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ganesh Pawar. I am working with the COA Seed Uganda Limited as a crop protection manager.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Fasil Tadessa. I work at CropLife Africa Middle East as Steward Director.
Hi, everyone. My name is Sudhakar, representing Suyowa Seeds, which is erstwhile East African Seeds, serving the farmers of East Africa for over 5 decades. Excited to be here. This is my second symposium. I'm there from the day one. Thank you.
You're very welcome. We're glad to have you. I'll start from this side and then come inwards.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Tomsime Juliet from Monkoba Agro Limited.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Okwalinga Kenneth from Asili Farms Masindi Limited.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Bidiba Olivia. I'm also from Asili Farms.
Good morning to you all. My name is Eunice Pusisa. I am part of the organizing committee and I'll be recording all the ideas and strategies you'll be sharing. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Nafis Bitange. I work for Kabi from Nairobi, Kenya. Thank you.
Good morning, Christina Lokita. I work with Kabi. I'm based in Uganda. We improve people's lives through providing scientific information and information guidance for the betterment of our environment and agriculture.
Thank you very much. You're welcome.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Majela Peter Guayaka from Guayaka Incubation Center. We support farmers.
You're welcome.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Tigamushka Julius, a director at Fat Plus Organic Limited. For the last 10 years, we import Fat Plus Organic fertilizers from Netherlands, probably the best fertilizers on the Ugandan market. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. You are being told I'm called Kagonyera, 85 years old, retired academician, semi-retired politician, honorably doing some business. Our interest is organic fertilizers with Julius. We import them from outside, but our interest is to be able to manufacture them locally. And therefore would be interested in those who have got good technology that we could adapt to this country. Thank you.
I like how he says semi-retired politicians. You never retire as a politician.
Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Felix. I'm from Rainbow. I'm from China. Really nice to be here. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good morning. My name is Bashir Kasekende. I'm a co-chair on the Uganda Climate Smart Agriculture Multi-Stakeholder Platform. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Roger Swalamako, agribusiness consultant from Enterprise Development and Management.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sylvia Cheyune, a seed expert, and I work with Sterling Seeds. I make sure that farmers get access to quality seeds. Blessed to be here.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kahesi Pascal. I'm the country manager for Syngenta vegetable seeds, and we do manufacture one of the high quality crop protection and vegetable seeds. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Irene Birunji-Mugisha, the CEO of the Presidential CEO Forum. We convene structured engagements, especially one of which was on smart agriculture, so I'm glad to be here.
We're very happy to have you with us. It means everything that gets discussed here will end up across the road, which we are very grateful for.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Bernard Wambale. I'm the National Coordinator of the Food Safety Coalition of Uganda, and glad to be here.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Pamela Chan Kagoro. I am the Director for ALGA 2020 Limited. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Angela Chataire, an employee at ALGA 2020.
You're welcome.
Good morning. My name is Tembo Johnson. I'm from Stanbic.
You're welcome.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Liazi Dennis from Scenaria Holland BV.
Good morning. My name is Nasib Mugwanya from NARO, representing the Director General.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Faith Asimwe. I'm a researcher with the EU Uganda Business Hub.
Yes, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Didas Kumwesiga is my name. I'm the acting team leader for the EU Uganda Business Hub, and we basically focus on trade and investment. So for those who are from the EU and are coming to Uganda, please let's have a chat. And please take in your diaries that we shall have a Uganda EU Business Forum focusing on renewable energy on October 20th and 21st.
We shall charge you for the Kalango at lunchtime. You're welcome.
Good morning. I'm Dina Faith Nabudadiri. I'm an agriculture inspector. I work with the Department of Crop Inspection and Certification, MAIF.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Azando Yango. I work for Access to Innovation, Program Manager, East Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ambassador Idro, you're very welcome. It's good to see you. We shall get to you to introduce yourself at some point. Just wanted to recognize your presence.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Mary Nyaoso. I am from Kenya. I am an agribusiness consultant.
Yes, good morning, everyone. Ivan Luanga is my name. Yes, I'm a farmer, smart agriculture. I'm an agribusiness development service provider, and I'm also the founder of Mobile Solar. We do smart eco stoves.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Solomon Seruo. I am COO at Bukola Chemical Industries Limited. We are a member of CropLife, and we support farmers with crop and animal health and nutrition solutions.
Thank you.
Yes, good morning, everyone. My name is Okello Robert Cyrus Ongom. I'm from the Department of Crop Science and Horticulture at Makerere University. Thank you.
Glad to see Makerere represented.
Hello, everybody. Good morning. You didn't answer. Good morning. My name is Christine Master, representing BASF.
Good morning, everyone. Habari za asubuhi. My name is Onesmo Kenneth. I'm representing CropLife Tanzania.
Honored to have you with us. You're welcome. Emma, should I introduce you again or you?
Morning, everyone. Emmanuel Negombie from Stanbic. I head the agribusiness department.
So if you need money from Stanbic, Emma is the person to have lunch with.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Mustafa Mala, a proud farmer, Honorary Consul of the Republic of Chad, Board Director of UFEA, Board Director of Hortifresh, and with several other growing company and exporting. Thank you.
We are honored to have you, Your Excellency.
Good morning.
My name is Fred Mzira, and I work with the Ministry of Agriculture and Marine Industry and Fisheries in the Department of Crop Inspection and Certification, and I'm in charge of registration of agricultural chemicals. Thank you.
Extremely relevant to our conversation. We are honored to have you with us.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Commissioner of Police, Dr. Nanyonga Rosemary. I'm attached to the Ministry of Agriculture. At the same time, I'm a farmer like my colleague Emilian Kaima, but me, I'm in uniform, although he's civilian. Thank you so much.
Yeah, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Job Kasule. I'm a chemical engineer, and I work with Makerere University. I'm in the Department of Chemistry, and I also happen to be a board member of the Agricultural Chemicals Board in the Ministry of Agriculture.
We have all the right people in the room. It's very encouraging when you see that the police person attached to Ministry of Agriculture is a farmer herself. You get the sense that that makes our government very, very relevant, which is a good thing.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm John Bosco Achuti, a member of the Agricultural Chemicals Technical Committee of Ministry of Agriculture. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sentongo Roy, and I am the Marketing and Business Development Manager at Bukola Chemical Industries Limited. Bukola, we are into offering crop protection solutions, seeds to the farmers. We also go into the animal section, giving them the veterinary drugs plus their nutritional needs. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is David Tushabe, representing Uganda Flowers Exporters Association, where Honorable Consul is a board director. Uganda Flowers Exporters Association is the umbrella body of all growers and exporters of flowers, and has been in existence for over 30 years now. So happy to be here today.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Joseph Ahenda. I work for AGRA as a specialist in seed quality assurance and regulations. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Maria Bisamaza. I work with the Presidential Advisory Committee on Exports and Industrial Development, a body mandated to drive exports, ensuring the integrity of our products coming out of Uganda, the integrity of the supply chain, and trust with the buyers is at the heart of what we do. So I'm happy to be here.
So we know it as PASAID, so when you mention the full name, it's almost impossible to actually remember what it is. We'll finish, we're almost done, so I'll start from here.
Good morning. My name is Joel Mutai. I represent Crop Life Kenya. I'm currently the CEO of Crop Life Kenya. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Edward Gishara from Syngenta East Africa Limited. I'm the regulatory lead. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Stella Simiu. I'm the CEO Crop Life Africa Middle East. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Given Mdenda. I'm the Managing Director for Syngenta for East and Southern Africa. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name's Joseph Iracha, CEO of Fresh Care East Africa, specializing in plant nutrition consultants in Sub-Saharan Africa.
Good morning, everybody. I'm called Idro. I'm from Operation Wealth Creation. For those of you who are visitors to Uganda, Operation Wealth Creation was created so that we can help the farmers change their lives. and bring them onto the monetary economy. And this is a structure of government that has enabled Uganda's monetization, increase the monetary penetration from about 52%. We are now at about 80% monetization of the rural sector. And that can only come from agriculture at the moment. And for that reason, we need this exercise. And I'm happy to meet our friends from Syngenta and from BASF and all this. So you are all welcome. Karibu sana, asante.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Charles Otim. I'm from OWC as well. Thank you.
You're very, very welcome. We'll finish at this table and then we'll get into the rest of the program.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Gilbert Kato. I work for Export Trading Group, ETG, based in Namavi. That's a company that is looking at fertilizers, agrochemicals, farm tools, and seeds. We call it a one-stop center. But at the same time here, I stand in as the secretary to the board of CropLife Uganda. You're all welcome.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Devashish Thakkar. I'm the country manager for Osho Chemical Industries Limited and also overseeing the operation of Tanzania, Zambia, and partly Malawi as well for Osho Chemicals. I'm standing here as one of the board member of CropLife Uganda, and we look forward to have a good discussion today, to have a productive and interactive session with the members present in the room. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Agnes Mbabazi. I work for AgriFarm Uganda Limited, a company that imports agricultural inputs. I am the board chairperson for CropLife Uganda. And so on this note, I would like to welcome all of you to this event. I am literally the host with my team as the board members here, and we are super excited to have you here. On another note, I also sit on the Agricultural Chemical Board, Minister of Agriculture. Most welcome, karibu sana.
Good morning. Hey, Agnes, you did not give us breakfast clearly. Good morning. My name is Melissa Nyakwera. I work with Stanbic Bank, Head Commercial Banking, and I'm very glad to be here as I'll speak through my notes later. But thank you all for taking time out of your diaries to be with us. Happy deliberations.
All protocol observed. Good morning, everyone. My name is Charles Chale Masegawa. I work with a company called Hangzhou Chemicals, and I'm standing here in another capacity as the treasurer, CropLife Uganda.
Okay, so can I just kindly ask for protocol purposes, this is a national event, and so I'm just going to kindly request that we stand so we can have our anthems, and then Mrs. Kwichiriza will lead us in an opening prayer, and then we'll get started. We'll have the Uganda anthem and the East Africa anthem.
Let's remain standing for a word of prayer. Almighty God, we want to thank you for this morning. We want to thank you for gathering us here together. We thank you for our country, Uganda, and the many countries represented here. We thank you for CropLife Uganda. And as we deliberate these 2 days, we ask that you be with us, grant us wisdom, and let these deliberations be fruitful, all to the glory of your name. For we ask all these things in the name of Jesus. Amen. You may have your seats. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to remind you, Uganda is a God-fearing country. And this is why we would like to start every deliberation in prayer. Without further ado, I would like to welcome Mr. Jimmy Chiberu, who's already up there. So Jimmy, just take it away. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the MCs for this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, you're almost welcome. And on behalf of CropLife Uganda, I would like to say we are extremely delighted to have you back. We are back on precision. If you remember last year when we gathered, we met on the 14th to the 15th, and it was our wish to have this symposium on the same day. But as you can imagine, last week we were ushering in our new government, which was done successfully last week. So we moved the program to a week later, which is today. And secondly, we also had to change the venue from the Serena to the Sheraton. It's not a downgrade, still same level. And we'd like to thank all our sponsors who have made this possible. I'm sure they're going to be recognized. My name's Jimmy Kiberu, and I'm pleased to be the coordinator and the guy who keeps the trains running for this for the last couple of months. I came and Agnes held me hostage and her board and said, you are going nowhere until we get this delivered. But I want to thank you all for turning up in big numbers, and we are looking forward to very, very successful deliberations. To our diplomatic representatives, senior government of Uganda representatives, diplomatic community, academia, industry stakeholders, you are indeed most welcome. We are so delighted to have you. Let's clap for yourselves for many things. Being here, and for those of you who have not somebody sick, we don't take life for granted. So I'm glad that we can all be here. So my role this morning is really to give you a snapshot of what we are going to be doing in the next 2 days. I'll do that shortly and also introduce some of our key speakers for today. But I have a feeling, just going around the room, most people do not realize who CropLife is. I don't work for CropLife. CropLife is our umbrella association, which groups all manufacturers, importers, dealers, formulators, everybody who deals in the agrochemical space. And for this year's symposium, we are also privileged to have our seed colleagues. So we have seed, we have fertilizers, we also have the seed, fertilizers, and of course the crop protection team, all in this room. We also have so many high-level speakers. If you throw a bottle carelessly, you might hit a doctor. You might hit a professor. I've seen Professor Kagonyera is right here. So the room is full of very highly technical and relevant people for this conversation. So over the next 2 days, we are going to have an amazing discussions and very high-powered panel discussions. But before we start, I think let's just try to understand who CropLife is. As I've told you, it's an association, or rather it's the trade umbrella body that groups together all these big companies and local companies in Uganda. So before I go further, I'll probably just request the production team just to run us a video on CropLife for the next 3 minutes, and then I'll come back again. Solo?
The Middle East Annual Report 2025. We supported the uptake of best practices in regulatory transformation, including fast-tracked approval processes for biological products in Kenya, Ethiopia, Zambia, Morocco, and Tanzania. In addition, we had over 150 touchpoints with officials from the region through our hub and other events on risk assessment application, protection of intellectual property rights, efficacy trial systems, and regional harmonization. Over 300,000 farmers across 14 countries have been trained in integrated pest management and responsible pesticide use. Initiatives like PPE for all promoted protective gear and advocacy helped secure a personal protective equipment's tax exemption in Ethiopia. A major milestone has been reached in Ethiopia too, where the government formally recognized spray service providers, establishing a professional training program on safe and effective crop protection. A pilot virtual reality project launched in Kenya offers an engaging platform to teach responsible pesticide use. Circular economy initiatives are also expanding, with container management pilots established in Egypt and active in Ethiopia and Zimbabwe. Working with Beyond Bees, the East African Community, the Regional Programme for Integrated Cotton Production in Africa, PIPICA, and national agencies, we are advancing sustainability and responsible crop protection. Efforts to combat counterfeit pesticides have delivered tangible results, including over 30 tons seized in Morocco and regular raids in Kenya, Ghana, and Cameroon. More than 4,500 stakeholders across the region have been trained in detection and safe handling. Cameroon, Egypt, and Jordan have enhanced enforcement and launched national awareness programs. Thanks to our regional and global engagement efforts, we have significantly enhanced CropLife Africa Middle East's positioning as a leader in sustainable agriculture. We have strengthened ties with the African Union and Ministries of Agriculture, Trade and Environment in over 20 countries, supporting a competitive, sustainable and resilient agriculture. This year, we strengthened our role in international discussions on market access and trade, including through our active participation in the B20 Task Force on Sustainable Food Systems and Agriculture. We also showcased the Sustainable Pesticide Management Framework in international forums, such as the Virtual Science Summit and the International Federation of Agricultural Journalists Congress in Nairobi. Finally, recognizing the crucial role of the CropLife Africa Middle East Network, a new national association has been established in Burkina Faso. We thank our partners and national associations for their continued commitment and support.
Thank you very much. Okay, I hope that gives us at least some degree of comfort in terms of this umbrella association that brings us all together. My name's once again Jimmy Kiberu. I've worked in this sector for close to a decade. I've worked under two organizations in the recent past, that is Monsanto and eventually Bayer. And I continue to be a close advocate and supporter of this sector. To all our East African guests, I've had a lot of Tanzanians, Kenyans, and so on. I know our Kenyan colleagues, you had to go through a bit of hop, step, and jump because of the events that were happening. Karibuni nyumbani. And I hope you're going to have some very exciting couple of days. So I'm going to run you through the next, just to give you a look back at our 2025 Symposium. For those who attended, I think you remember it was on, can we have the slide deck up? All right. So just by way of a reminder, we had 2 high impact days of discussions from May 14th to the 15th last year with 260 high level delegates, 10 exhibitors, 6 panel discussions. This year we're going to have a lot more panel discussions. And one of the highlights for today is obviously going to be one of the CEO panels. And I've seen a number of CEOs present in the room. We had great discussions. And just to recap, for those who were not able to do, we had a rapporteur who captured all the deliberations in 2025 and even 2026, which is the second symposium. We are going to have every discussion documented and followed through. The reason for this is to make sure that this does not become a talking shop, but an action symposium. So just for those who attended last year, you remember we had a number of challenges. One of them was the counterfeits issue, the regulatory enforcement, gaps in the regulatory enforcement. There was something to do with, fertilizer usage, harmonization of various policies. And just for you to know that the group was not sitting, I think the board and all stakeholders have been working in the background to see that actions were followed up with concrete resolutions. So on the challenges, you can see just to give you, most of these developments, you'll find them in the rapporteur's report, but there's been a lot of progress. And in the magazine, which I think is going to be distributed to you, we have a whole page of what has been achieved. Does everybody have the Symposium magazine? If you've not received it, you'll have it by the end of the session because they've just been delivered. So there's been quite a lot of work that has been done on enforcement of the banned molecules, established a high-level evidence-driven forum. We've also received a lot of policy and regulatory action points, which the Minister of Agriculture team is going to be talking to. There's been a lot of work that has been done on industry inclusion and representatives. You had the Agriculture Chemical Board, and I'm pleased to see that our chair, Agnes, is sitting on that board because this is the board that actually shapes policy actions. There's been a lot of learning, a lot of collaboration, and we are going to continue seeing a lot of that happening going forward. So it's a great time for us. In terms of opportunities, I think we identified policy momentum that needs to be re-energized, market integrity potential, ensuring that the farmers receive quality agro inputs and chemicals. And some of the panels this morning are going to be discussing on some of the teething issues around counterfeit and also product supply and some of the challenges that hamper or affect farmers. Inclusion and scale, and also regional leadership openings. These will be discussed at great length. Way forward, these were some of the takeaways from the 2025 Maiden Symposium. Regulatory harmonization, I think this has been a very big talking point and one that will continue to shape policy actions going forward. Digital adoption roadmap, climate resilience mechanisms, anti-counterfeit architecture, youth, gender mainstreaming, and we are going to have a number of panels. I don't want to take the steam out of the sails. They are going to be spoken to by the panels. But I'll just put a little emphasis on the counterfeit, because counterfeit seems to be affecting not just agriculture, we meet it in health, and we meet it in so many things. These days, if you're not careful, you'll always buy something disguised as a genuine product, but in actual fact, it's a counterfeit. And we know that also robs government of money. It comes with health risks and so many other challenges. So that is just a snapshot of what came from the rapporteur's report. It's a whole Bible. And I think I'll request the organizing team to find a way of sharing this with members so you can read the detail. I've just given you a highlight. So we are here for the next 2 days, and my role this morning is, first of all, to introduce some of our program speakers. These are men and women of valor, substance, and technical experts in this sector. I'm just going to run you down. They've got very many very many titles behind their names. They've earned their stripes over the years. I'm not going to attempt to summarize them. I'll just mention them, but the profiles will be shared during the panels. We have Dr. Paul Mwambu, Director MAIF in the Crop Inspection and Certification Department. He's going to be joining us. I don't know if he's in the room already, but we shall acknowledge them all at the end of the day. Professor Ogenga Latigo was supposed to be our keynote speaker today, but he's under the weather, and please just pray for him because he was looking forward to this day. This is his field. He's an entomologist, and if you're talking about crop protection, you can't talk about it without talking about entomologists. So he's unable to join us. He thought he could move his session to tomorrow, but he has asked me to tell you he can't make it due to unavoidable circumstances, but let's pray that he recovers. But we've got a stopgap, and we'll let you know as we run you through the program. We've got our indomitable Agnes Mbabazi, Board Chair, CropLife Uganda, and also CEO AgriFarm. Agnes, welcome, and we are looking forward. We shall recognize you all at the end. We've got myself. I've already introduced myself. I've been chairing this organization for the last about 3.5 months, and today is the day we've gone to labor, and you are here, and I'm pleased to say it's a boy. No, it's a girl. Thank you. We've got Ms. Stella Simiyu, CropLife CEO, Middle East, Africa. Can I request Stella to stand up? And it's another clap for her because Stella has also been recently promoted to be the CEO of CropLife Africa Middle East. So she's come from country to regional level. So we appreciate and thank you so much for making your time. We've got Mr. Given Mudenda, the Managing Director of Eastern and Southern Africa for Syngenta and one of our sponsors. Mr. Given Mudenda, most welcome. Thank you very much. Dr. Paul Mwambu, I think if you could just stand up for people to see you. You're most welcome. He wears many hats. Not only does he steward this ship, but he also holds other cultural duties in his area. So he's a very big man. We've got Melissa Nyakwera, Head of Commercial Business and Commercial Banking. She's introduced herself already. Just stand up one more time, Melissa. Thank you. We've got Moses Nyabila, Chief Executive Officer, ABI Development. And he's not only present here, but he also represents one of the companies that have really given us very generous sponsorship to make this workshop possible. Moses? Probably he has stepped out of the room. Vikas Chaudhry will be speaking to us, representing like Rambo. Thank you. Devashish Thacker will be speaking to us. Devashish is the Osho Country Manager. Let's appreciate him. Then we've got Mr. Paul Sensamba Chebe, my OB, who decided not to be employed, but to be an employer of Chebe Chemicals. Mr. Paul Sensamba. Thank you. He chose to sit at the back, but he actually belongs to the front. We've got Agnes Mbabazi. She's already been introduced. Miss Evelyn Musioka, my very special friend and counterpart. I've had a wonderful working life with her in Bayer. Stand up, Evelyn. Yes. Thank you so much, and also thank you so much for the Bayer sponsorship. We've got Mr. John Mwanja, Assistant Commissioner, MAIF, Department of Crop Inspection and Certification, DCCI. Okay, he's just stepped out. Other program speakers, we've got Mr. Fred Muzira, Agriculture Inspector, MAIF. I saw him a few minutes ago. I think he's also out. Joel Mutai, CropLife Kenya, and it's CropLife Kenya stroke AAK. Most welcome, Joel. Stand up, Joel. Let's also appreciate Joel because last year he came as the number 2. Right now he's the CEO of CropLife. So when you attend CropLife symposiums, you will always come back a level higher. You notice people are coming back as CEOs. So all of you in the room, yeah. Okay. So those of you in the room, this gives you hope that next time you come back, you'll come back more senior than you are today. We've got Edward Gishara, Regulatory Affairs Lead for Syngenta. Yeah, most welcome. Yes. We have a date in Nairobi. We've got Professor Herbert Tarwana, Lecturer, Department of Agriculture Production at Makerere University. Professor Tarwana? I think he's not in the room. I told you the room is full of professors and doctors. We've got Mrs. Ruth Sebatindira, Senior Counsel and former Uganda Law Society President, and she also leads one of the prominent law firms, Legal Mark Advocates. Is she in the room? Anyway, we shall see her when she comes in. I've got my very good friend, Ambassador Philip Idro, Director and Founder Member of Forum on China and Africa Cooperation. Karibu, Ambassador. When I was still a young man cutting my teeth, this was the first gentleman who took me to Moyo and made me cross the River Nile at a place called Laropi. but I've been learning a lot from him ever since. Thank you so much for making it, Professor, Dr. Idro, Philippa Idro. We've got Miss Narcis, Mr. Narcis Tumushabe. There was a small error. Mr. Narcis Tumushabe is the chairperson, Uganda Seed Trade Association, USTA. Is he around? If he's not in the room, I think it goes back to what I told you, that unlike last year, this year, the key change is we've incorporated seed as part of our members and people who will be speaking. We are also very honored to have Mr. Odrick Rabwogo, the chairperson of the Presidential Advisory Committee on Exports and Industrial Development. I think he's coming. He'll be joining us. He's very passionate about matters agriculture, exports, and creating new markets for Ugandan products. We've got Mr. Seruwo Solomon, Chief Operating Officer, Bukola Agrochemicals. Seruwo, Mr. Solomon? Yeah, let's appreciate him. He looks young, but the youth is misleading. But he represents one of the very big local companies that fuels this industry. We've got Mr. Joel Iracha, CEO of Fresh Care East Africa Limited and industry expert Kenya. Let's appreciate him because this is an interesting man. He's been in this sector for 4 decades plus. And he's one man who has decided to live his life. But this morning, when we received the news of Professor Ogenga Latigo, we spoke to him. We sent him a sharp curved ball, and he decided to pick it up. So he's going to be our keynote speaker. So we are going to be listening to a tree of knowledge and learning more from him. Even as we were planning this, every other day, Agnes was in background conversations with him, telling Agnes, call so-and-so, have you talked to so-and-so? He's always a guy who is building bridges. We are going to have Mr. Samuel Murono Namale, Territory Manager, Yara. I would like to say, Yara, we are our keynote. Welcome. They were our platinum sponsors in 2025. And this year, they've still decided they will sponsor us. Pass our appreciation to Yara for continuing to support. Needless to say, Yara is also the biggest fertilizer company in the world. Yeah. Mr. Gilbert Kato, ETG, another very big agriculture company. Fertilizer company. ETG. Okay, we are not going to have a battle of who is bigger. These guys are very big. And they fuel agriculture. We are very pleased to have you. I just need that to make sure that you remind them. We've got Kenneth Onesmo, CEO CropLife Kenya. Kenneth, karibu. Karibu nyumbani. Oh, Tanzania. Why did they put Kenya? Okay. Right. So those are our speakers. Let's appreciate them all. And we'll be listening to their expertise in various panels and also presentations. We don't have so many ground rules, and sometimes I don't like telling you what to do. All I will say is that when you need to step out the bathrooms, you'll just exit to through the door, take down the steps. You'll be able to get the washrooms. We are not going to have tea. Anytime you want a cup of tea, just walk out. We still have it going. We shall only break for lunch. What are your expectations? So what we are going to do in the next few seconds, we are going to go both analog and digital. We are going to use a tool called maintea.com. Kindly just log in. Production team, if you could just bring up the maintea.com. You'll just scan the QR code, and then you'll be able to share your expectations. Keep them brief, and this will help us stay focused. They are going to be our due north. But we are also going to use sticky notes. Where are the ushers? Do we have the sticky notes? I think every table should be having your sticky notes. Just scribble your sticky notes if you don't want to use the maintea.com. Kindly share your expectations. Do we have the maintea.com? If you have the stickers, just write your expectations. Keep them short. Don't write a thesis. and these will be collected and they'll be shared at the end of the session. In terms of housekeeping, I've just mentioned the washrooms. You just move quietly and then you can go and have your conference in the small room. Come back. We are going to break for lunch on the top of the hour. A few changes. As you heard, we don't have a cabinet. So all the invited cabinet members who had confirmed, the Right Honorable Prime Minister, former Honorable Robin Nabanja, and also the Minister of State, Honorable Bueno, they couldn't be with us for obvious reasons because they wouldn't be, it would be out of protocol for those of you familiar with protocol. So everybody here today, you are a guest of honor. Clap for yourselves. So next thing I think is going to be the program. That is what we've had with regard to who is going to be speaking to us. Now I'm going to just request Ben to just run us through the program over the next 2 days. There have been a few changes as you've heard, but at least if you don't have the program yet bookleted, Ben will just run us through the program for the next 2 days. So on my own behalf and on behalf of the board and on behalf of the members, I would like to welcome you all. And before we start, Ben, just run us through the program.
Thank you very much, Jimmy. Let's give Jimmy a big hand clap. Very quickly on the issue of which is the biggest fertilizer company, it's an easy thing to sort out. Can we have you guys increase your sponsorship? Whoever gives us the most money takes that accolade by default. Speaking of money, allow me to quickly acknowledge our sponsors. I know that Jimmy has mentioned them, but it's important that we just run through them again. Bayer East Africa Limited, Syngenta, I'll just read all of them and then we can clap at once in a very big way. Bayer East Africa Limited, Syngenta, of course, Stanbic Bank, Bukola Chemical Industries Limited, Farm Solutions Africa, Siova Seeds Uganda Limited, Mudo Agrochemicals Industries Limited, UPL, Agra, ABI Trust, AgriFarm, Hangzhou, ETG, El Shaddai International Limited, Osho Chemical Limited, Kuto General Store, Yara, Cineria, Alga 2020 Limited, Asilifam, Famantra Agrochemicals Limited, and Next Media through NBS and Afromobile, who I also actually represent. So please clap for all of us as sponsors. And many of these, if not all, are also members of CropLife. So a big thank you to that. Now, in terms of the program, as you might have noticed, we are slightly behind schedule. We will try and pick up on this time. So if you are scheduled to speak, we are going to kindly request that you are mindful of this, and where you can, try and maybe trim what you are going to say by a small percentage so that we can still keep within the time and pick this up. I'm going to very quickly do an overview of our program. I will be inviting our chairperson for CropLife Uganda to come and speak in a moment. And after she does, we'll then be hearing from Stella Simiyu. Of course, you've been introduced to her already. We'll then have a scene setting for the symposium that will be delivered by Mr. Mudenda from Syngenta. We'll have some remarks from a few of our partners, including Stanbic, Bayer, and ABI, who will just come to say pretty much hello and tell you a little bit about how we can benefit from their presence here. And then Dr. Mwamba, I don't know if I should say Your Highness, who also serves as our chief guest. I know Jimmy has said everyone is a guest of honor, but for protocol purposes, Dr. Paul Mwambu is representing the Ministry of Agriculture and will serve as our chief guest. He is the Prime Minister of Inzuya Bamasaba. So for those of you who are visiting Uganda for the first time, you're in the presence of royalty. Make sure you get an autograph or take a picture with him. It might get you into heaven quicker than everyone else. He will be speaking not only as our chief guest today, but he will also actually deliver our keynote about unlocking our agriculture potential through accelerated product registration and use of crop protection products. After we have heard from him, we will have a panel discussion with our CEOs, as you have mentioned, And our presidential advisor at some point, hopefully will be with us by that time and can share a few remarks on either side of our CEO round table, which will be moderated by Miss Evelyn Musyoka. We will then break for lunch, and in the interest of time, allow me to take a break here for now. If you need the program, we'll make that available. But we'll have a short session after lunch with another powerful panel, and then we'll talk about sustainability, but also bridging biologicals and chemistry. And then we'll wrap up today with a wonderful cocktail at the poolside, so we can network and get to know each other a little better. And then, of course, we'll pick up from there tomorrow. We'll make sure that we can amend the program where we need to be relevant to the needs that we have. So with that being said, allow me then therefore now to invite our chair, who is coming, as she mentioned, our host. She's a formidable leader. She is, I think, the most energetic person you will come across in the next 2 days. In fact, I am willing to place a wager that if you find anyone with more energy than Dr. Agnes Mbabazi, you come, I will pay you. She's very well qualified. She is an entrepreneur. She's the founder of AgriFarm. Her profile is too long for me to read. I will just allow her to come and get us going. Please join me in giving a very warm welcome to our host, Dr. Agnes Mbabazi.
Thank you very much, our host, Ben Mwine. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I need some energy. Thank you very, very, very much. Please allow me to stand on the protocols already observed in the interest of time, and also to make sure that I don't go out of the protocol recognitions. My name is Agnes Mbabazi, as already mentioned, and I'm the board chairperson for CropLife Uganda. And I'm serving my second year and almost exiting. And so this is a very, very important day for me and for my team at CropLife Uganda. A very, very warm welcome to all of you that are in this room this morning. I'm super excited to have all of you come from different parts of the world to come and be with us today as we celebrate the second annual symposium for CropLife Uganda. And thank you so much for coming. Please clap for ourselves. So on behalf of the board of CropLife Uganda, it is my pleasure to welcome all of you today, and most sincerely to express my appreciation to the Minister of Agriculture that is represented ably by Commissioner Dr. Mwambu, I don't know the protocol, Prime Minister of Bugisu, I don't even know where to start from. So, Commissioner and the team from Ministry of Agriculture, thank you so much for coming and for being the greatest partners that we have. Please clap for them. I would also like to recognize the Agricultural Chemical Board. I can see Dr. Job Kasule, and of course, I sit on the same Agriculture Board. Thank you so much for coming. I know other board members are coming, but there was an earlier engagement that is happening in the same sector. You're most welcome, and for me, it gives me a lot of pleasure and energy to see you in the room, because I know that whatever we are going to speak right now, we will be able to have a way forward. I would like to recognize the board of CropLife Uganda. Kindly stand up for recognition, the board members. These are the guys that are behind what you see today. And I'm very much honored to be chairing this board and the only woman on the board. What an honor. So thank you so much, the board members, for allowing me to lead you and to make sure that we do things that are taking our industry to the next level. In a special way, allow me to recognize CropLife that is represented here in a big way. And I'll start with CropLife Africa Middle East. Stella, please, thank you so much for coming. Stand up for recognition. Stella is our boss in this particular concept, and she came all the way from Nairobi. Thank you so much, Stella. I also want to recognize Fazil that came all the way from Ethiopia. He arrived this morning. Thank you so much. It's an honor to have you always in the room, Fazil. I'd also would like to recognize Onesmo, who came from CropLife Tanzania. Most welcome, karibu sana. We have Joel from CropLife Kenya, Stoke. Most welcome. We have Given Mudenda, who is here as the boss for Syngenta, but also the chairperson board for CropLife Zambia. Given must have stepped out. So thank you so much. So when you see all the big shots from CropLife at an Africa level, you feel so comfortable and so confident that you're really moving with the right group. So thank you so much for coming. I would like to appreciate in a special way our sponsors. Guys, let's clap for our sponsors. Last year, when we did this symposium, I mentioned that this event is sponsored by private sector. For me, this gives me a lot of confidence, a lot of happiness and joy, because to convene such a setup and everything is sponsored by private sector, it's not a joke. So I'd like to appreciate, top on the list, Stanbic Bank. A very big hand clap for Stanbic Bank. Melissa, please stand up for recognition, and the team. Lois, you know the conversations we had. Emma, Negombia, I would like to appreciate you so very much, because you took the first step in sponsoring this event last year. This year you're with us, and I do hope that since the big shots are in here, next year is already guaranteed, right? Thank you so much. And just because they are not part of CropLife, they're not members of CropLife. So for me, for them to come up and sponsor is not a very simple thing. So thank you so very much. We would like to appreciate our gold sponsors, Bayer East Africa, Musyoka Evelyn. Please stand up for recognition. My former colleague, my friend, my gango, and she's a very amazing lady in the agriculture space in Africa, not just in Kenya and possibly Uganda. They were our gold sponsors this year, and we'd like to thank you so much. Last year they came in a big way, and they are back with even a bigger bang. Syngenta, Given, before you stand up, before you sit down, Given is the managing director and is also the board chair for CropLife Zambia. Right? Thank you so much. You're most welcome. So thank you so much for the sponsorship, for the continued support. We wouldn't have this without you guys in the room. Yara East Africa. Samuel, thank you very much. Thank you so much for making this happen. Yara was our platinum sponsor last year. This time they took a little back seat, but they told me next year they are coming back in a bigger way. Thank you so much. Kabi, I saw Christine here and Nafis. Thank you so much for the partnership. These guys have done a lot of work in the background to make sure that the regulation is going right. Thank you so much. Christine will give us a presentation, but we want to appreciate you so very much for the partnership. Agra, I've not seen Wazemba, but he'll be coming in. Oh, Agra, thank you so much. Please stand up for recognition. Agra is a partner as well, last year and this year. Thank you so very much. ABI Development, I've not seen anyone yet, but they are one of our sponsors. NBS, Ben Wine, thank you so very much for the sponsorship. And on this note, I would like to thank all the companies, the member companies. We are 36 member companies under CropLife Uganda. If you know that you're a member company, please stand up for recognition. This is your day and you are the hosts for today. So please stand up for recognition. And every member company contributed to this event. Devashish, you're a member company. All member companies, like they mentioned you, Seova, Balton, Bukola, Solomon, please stand up. Chebe, Mr. Chebe is here for the first time. One of the entrepreneurs in our sector, the local entrepreneurs. UPL, thank you very much for making this day happen. And I want to thank in a very special way the organizing committee led by the able Jime Chiberu that you know very well. Jime has been having, I think, sleepless nights for 3 months. Together with the team at CropLife Uganda, Betty and Tina, and the whole team led by Anne Mobezi kindly register my appreciation for pulling this off. I would like to appreciate our speakers, especially the speakers that are actually coming outside the membership. And on this note, I'd like to most sincerely thank our keynote speaker who has taken it on ably, Joe Iracha. Please stand up for recognition. Joe is a senior, he's an encyclopedia of agriculture, if you want me to say so. A man with over 40 years of experience in this industry is no mean feat. And he's here today from Nairobi, always coming to support us. The team from international companies, the guys from Jordan, I see you. Thank you so much for coming. Lebanon, thank you for coming. I don't know where to start from because these guys came all the way, especially the guys from Jordan. When I reached out to them, they said we are going to be here, and they are here with us today. Thank you so much for the support. I would also like to thank all the participants that made it today from different walks of life, from every part of the country. We have government officials from different ministries. I'd like to recognize the Commissioner Cooperatives, Mr. Bob Barije, he's over there. Cooperatives are very important, especially in this sector. And I'd also like to recognize OWC, Ambassador Idro, a man that we worked so much on counterfeit many years ago and very, very passionate about counterfeit. So thank you so much for coming. And on this note, I would like to request all of you, as you come today to gather with us, to have conversations centered around agriculture and specifically agrochemicals, fertilizers, and seed. Ask yourself one question. Before we have anything to do with export, before we have anything to do with any agricultural value chain, where does it start from? If you're able to get the answer, then you know why we are gathered here today. It begins with the seed, it comes to the fertilizer, it comes to crop protection, and then we can talk about post-harvest handling. So today's conversation is not just a normal talk. It's not something that you're going to come here and speak for the sake of speaking. We are here to deliberate on what is affecting our industry, what is affecting food security, and we do not have security in this country without food security. And this explains why Uganda is always very happy, because we have plenty of food. If you go out there in countries that don't have food, there's always fighting because there's no food. So let's understand that today is not a normal day to have the normal conversation. We are talking about food security. We are talking about the future of Uganda. We are talking about agriculture, not just as a word, but agriculture as a means of development, as a means of transformation, as a means of livelihood, and as a means of feeding the world. So if you're in this room today, I want you to take note of two things. Without the seed, without the fertilizer, without the crop protection product, we have no conversation. It is as simple as that. Every single person eats every single day. And if you don't recognize that what you eat begins with the farmer, and you do not understand what the farmer puts in the soil to make sure that you have food on the table, today is the day for you to think about it. So, as we continue to deliberate for the next 2 days, I want to congratulate CropLife Uganda once again for pulling off this occasion for the second time. Last year, I stood here and I said, we are going to make this an annual event. And I'm very delighted and very excited to deliver on my promise together with my team. Congratulations, CropLife Uganda, and thank you very, very much to ensure that our leadership as CropLife Uganda continues to make a difference in the industry. Thank you very much. I would like to wish you good deliberations today and tomorrow. And as we leave the room, let's not just listen, but let's connect, let's challenge each other, and let's commit to action. Thank you very much. For God and my country.
Thank you very much, Agnes, our host and chair. And my offer still stands. If you find anyone with more energy than Agnes in the next 2 days, you come and pick some money from me. She has infectious energy, and we absolutely love it. As we get into the business of our day now, before we have the scene setting from Mr. Given Budenda, allow me to welcome our CEO at CropLife Africa Middle East. First of all, a big hand clap to her for congratulating her on her promotion. Ms. Stella Simiyu, to come and tell us a little bit about regulatory readiness for agri-input innovation as we talk about science-based decision-making for food security, trade, and farmer access in East Africa and the Middle East.
Thank you. The pointer. Okay. Good morning. It's still morning. Good morning once again. Thank you very much. My name is Stella Simi once again. I'm team lead of CropLife Africa Middle East, and I'm privileged to be here. Congratulations, CropLife Uganda. We are proud of you. We are proud of all the stakeholders that have stood with you here, and really you have showcased what it means to have a national and regional platform on agri-input. So congratulations. I also want to stand on the established protocol, but just appreciate the Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. Mwambu, and all other protocols. I stand on the established one. So today I want to have a conversation on the topic that I was given. I think the moderator invited us to keep within the time. Yeah, so, sure. All right, so I'm going to speak about regulatory readiness. But before I do that, I'll briefly just touch on who CropLife is. That was put through the video, but just briefly, so that you know that Uganda, CropLife Uganda is one of our important national associations. So CropLife Africa Middle East is a regional association of global and regional manufacturers of crop protection products, including biologicals, seeds, and biotechnology. And we also have representation within 23 national associations in Africa and the Middle East. I was excited to hear Lebanon. I was excited to hear Jordan. Jordan is also one of our members. And these are our members. So as I talk about the readiness, regulatory readiness, I know there were conversations last year on this platform and really looking at how can we overcome the challenges we face as an industry. So today I want to take us back to some of the lessons we had in the last symposium. And what I want us to ask ourselves is, from the action points that were given, have we moved an inch? Is there, can we say that we have regulatory readiness? Do we have the regulatory architecture to deliver innovative tools to our farmers? So I'll use what the journalists use, some W's and one H, to just start a conversation on some of these areas that have been well put in the program. So the first one is about why are we here today? I'm struggling a bit with the screen. This is not working. So why are we here? And this is really the core. In our conversations as we started, we talked about the farmers. And the farmers, for sure, are the #1 GDP contributor in most of our countries. Farming is the backbone of our economies. Are you helping me? Yes, I just can't see that screen. This is too close. It's all right, thank you. Yeah, so farmers are the critical players in GDP, and they contribute a lot to our food security. So what I want us to remember from this 10 minutes conversation is we cannot meet food security, trade, sustainability goals unless regulatory systems can enable safe, effective agri-input innovations through science-based and risk-proportionate decisions. So for us to deliver the needed tools for farmers to address the continuous pests, the soil health issues, the climate issues that impact them, and we are in a region where there are many invasions in terms of pests. So if we cannot deliver tools that the farmer can use in order to contribute to food security, then we have not solved the problem. We have not solved the problem for food. We have also not solved the problem for our farming community to engage in national, regional, and international or global trade. We also have not solved the issue of enhancing investment in terms of private sector coming into the country to invest in agriculture. We are looking at outcomes such as food security, increased investment, trade, and sustainability. So if we cannot deliver tools to farmers, who are the #1 contributor to GDP in most of our African economies, then we are doing injustice to the farmer. The second one is the how and the why. I think you're asking yourself, why are we speaking about regulatory readiness? Because regulatory architecture is at the center of delivering innovations to farmers. Think about all the innovations or the tools that are represented in this house: conventional and biological crop protection products, soil health technologies, pollination technologies, drones, precision application and related technologies, including AI in agriculture, seeds and trades, and then other crop health technologies. How do we deliver this to farmers? We need a system, isn't it? We need a regulatory system to deliver this to farmers. So how ready are our systems in order that farmers can access the tools they need to produce? We know that technology, the innovation landscape is really changing, and very fast at that. How fast are our regulatory systems adapting to these changes in order to serve farmers better? When a new pest arrives in a country, how fast are we helping the farmers address that constraint? Okay? So new agri-inputs and enabling technologies require fit-for-purpose and evidence-based pathways. Why do we say this? Because regulatory infrastructure is the gateway to getting the technology from the technology owner or technology developer to the farmer. In between, there is stewardship, but regulatory architecture is the first one. So why does it matter? Why does it matter? The constraints. I know there are farmers represented here. If you ask them about the constraints they face, 8 out of 10 will be related to the regulatory infrastructure. And for us in African countries or in this region, the regulatory infrastructure, yes, housed by the Ministry of Agriculture, but there are many other agencies in government that need to coordinate and interrelate in order for that farmer to get that tool at a good price, affordable price, and a tool that is efficacious and, of course, good quality. So how can we make this infrastructure work and not just leave it to the Ministry of Agriculture? So the why is still there, that all of us in this room and others outside must work together to coordinate this in order to deliver these technologies and others to the farmers. The third one is why, is who, where, and when. So we are here gathered in Kampala, Uganda. I know majority are from Uganda, so think Uganda. But also majority, many of you are from the region, so think the region. So we are here at such a time as this. And really, when we look at the regulatory architecture, we are looking at what is the mismatch. How do we address the hurdles that we face? One, for some of the technologies that are coming through, there is no, or there are very few dedicated regulatory systems to steward them through to the farmer. Can we address those gaps? It was mentioned here that it was a topic last year, slow harmonization. How are we doing on harmonization? In this sub-region, the EAC has been on the forefront to put out guidelines that can support the countries to implement individual or respective regulatory frameworks so that it can steward or midwife the innovations to the farmers. How is that happening? The limited experts in regulatory authorities. I don't know if the honorable guests, if allowed, he can tell you how many people there are, how many farmers they should serve, how many stakeholders they should serve. In a survey that CropLife Africa Middle East did a while back under AGRA, we established that this is really a big gap. To expect 5 experts to support the agrochemical sector or the input sector for the whole country is something that we need to urge ourselves and all stakeholders to come in. Then the farmer training, the slow research and development translation into tools, and lastly, the fragmented regional reliance mechanisms. How can we make use of the region? So regulatory readiness or regulatory architecture, looking at the science-based decision-making, is the bridge between the innovator and the farmer. Can we look at this space more keenly as stakeholders and as representatives of government? So that is why you are here today in May. So what can you do? Or what shall you do? I have listed 6 things that really look at some of the areas that we will go deep in the discussions today. But this is just a take home for us. Remember that regulatory bottlenecks do not remain inside the agencies. They move into the farms, there are farmers here, export chains, and food systems in general. So we need to support addressing these systems in order to unlock the access of tools by farmers in our country and region. So the first one is, can we adapt fit-for-purpose pathways for existing and emerging technologies? Let's not take 10 years, 15 years to review or develop regulations. Number 2, can we invest in expertise, infrastructure, including digital systems and practical review tools, both at a national and regional levels? And where there are regional frameworks, can we adapt them? The third one is apply science and risk-based assessment rather than one size fits all. I think there are speakers that will tell you about what is happening in terms of if a product is not being used in one region, it should not be used in Uganda, yet the pests in Uganda may be very different from the pests in Jordan or in Europe. So can we apply a risk proportionality? The fourth item is let's accelerate harmonization. Are there frameworks that have been put in place? Can we adapt them without going to the drawing board and starting all over again? It will save our countries and our region a lot of resources. Let us reduce duplication, pursue mutual recognition across the regional economic bodies, and share assessments. The fifth is strengthen our R&D translation to tools. The farmer needs the tool today. If that season passes, they lose the crop. They lose their food supply. They lose their livelihoods and cannot participate in the global market or regional market. And that already denies our countries the needed GDP. And the last one, can we link regulation to farmer access? Let's not look at this as different aspects that you have nothing to do with regulatory. For stewardship to succeed, they need the tools to be assessed by the farmers and then allowed to be stewarded for use by farmers. Integrated pest management, awareness raising, training, and anti-counterfeiting work is very critical. This is a big box for the region, anti-counterfeiting. What can we do as stakeholders in this area to ensure that the farmer has a quality tool in his hands to produce? So therefore, as I leave, I was given 10 minutes. I hope I did well on the time. Regulatory readiness is a priority. It's a priority for farm access. It is a trade priority. And it is a food security and livelihoods priority. Thank you very much. I submit.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Stella Simiyu. Please, another round of applause for Stella. Ladies and gentlemen, our QR code for you to share your expectations out of this is ready. It will be periodically displayed on the screen. We encourage you to scan it. This is the QR code. Eventually, it will be a bit bigger so that you can scan it. But then also on the tables are the sticky notes. For our old school friends, you can still write. And like Jimmy said, let's make it short and sweet, and we'll pick them up as we go along. And now, to help us set the scene for this symposium, speaking to the impact of EU regulation on food security, the case for sub-Saharan Africa, make welcome with me Mr. Given Mudenda, the Managing Director for East and Southern Africa, Syngenta. Mr. Given, you are welcome. Please give him another round of applause so he gets some energy to come here.
Thank you. Good morning again. Good, thank you. It's good to be back in Kampala and Uganda, especially for this CropLife Uganda second annual symposium. I'm excited to be here and also want to welcome all the delegates across the world from different countries. Thank you for coming through to support CropLife AME or CLAME and also CropLife Uganda and all the member CropLife we have here today. Thank you. I'm privileged to spend this morning with you to introduce the setting the scene on the impact of EU regulation of food security in sub-Saharan Africa. And I think for me, what is important to start with is to make clear that at Syngenta, we collaborate with a lot of stakeholders in the industry, globally, country level, and regional level. So again, what we share is what is happening across the region in sub-Saharan Africa, which is basically my region. And some of it may be painful for some of you, but we'll be happy to align and we continue working together. But I think we need to face the reality. So let's get started, and thank you. So, okay, I was looking for how I move it. So maybe to get started, we need to be clear here. The population of sub-Saharan Africa is expected to double by 2050. Just to be clear, does anyone know the population of sub-Saharan Africa right now? Yeah, 1.2, 1.3 billion people. So we expect that to double by 2050. And just to give you perspective, the growth rate is about 2.8 per annum. So annually we are growing by 2.8. So expect that population of 1.3 to 2.6 billion people by 2050. But how do we make sure that the population that has doubled is well fed and looked after? So maybe it would be good to start by looking at what food security is. For us, and from the FAO direction and aligned definition is food security exists when all people always have physical, social, and economic access to sufficient, safe, and nutritious food that meets their dietary needs and food preferences for an active and healthy lifestyle. This is food security. So it has got the social impact, it has the economic impact, it has the physical impact, and this should be really the food that you need that can support you. So if the population of sub-Saharan Africa is expected to double, it means our food production should double too. And even more than double, because most of the African countries or sub-Saharan African countries, we are struggling to feed the masses. So if we have to keep up with the pressure of the growing population, we must make sure that our food production is also doubling. Now, how can Sub-Sahara achieve this? So we need to make sure that we're improving our youths. We must admit that in Sub-Saharan Africa right now, most of our farmers are struggling to meet the quality or the high yields. On average, if I asked in some countries, maybe I want to get perspective, Uganda, what is the average yield in corn, maize for smallholder farmer? 0.5 per hectare or 1 ton? Less than a ton, which is quite standard in most of sub-Saharan African countries. Less than a ton. But meanwhile, if you give that to a commercial farmer, these guys are able to produce 12 tons a hectare. But our smallholder farmers are still struggling to reach a ton. So it means we need to work very hard together to make sure that we can support the smallholder farmers in sub-Saharan Africa and increase the productivity. Or we need to graduate them to commercial farmers. We need to give them the right tools and support to move to the next level. So we're struggling there. We also need to reduce the post-harvest losses. Of course, producing the food is one thing, but making sure that we preserve the food and can be consumed and used is another thing. So we need to make sure that we are working together, collaborating and reducing the post-harvest losses. We also need to make sure that we have resilient systems that can stand the test of time. We're talking about climate variability here, which is key multiplier effect that we have. Some of you are already aware that this year it's expected that sub-Saharan Africa will be hit by El Nino again. We had this 2 years ago or so, a year or so ago, we have been struggling, and now we're coming back. So the climate variability is quite a big multiplier effect on our productivity as sub-Saharan Africa. But this is what we're having in the region. Now let's move to see how does the EU regulation frameworks are impacting us. I think what is clear to admit here is that the EU framework have a tangible impact on agriculture in sub-Saharan Africa. If you look at when you look nicely here in this picture here, you can see someone struggling with a heavy stone there. That looks like the map of Africa, right? Heavy on the countries. The EU is pushing hard, and we are trying to push back, guys. We still need food. We understand the regulations that you bring, they come with a lot of good things, but our problem is food security. We need to find ways to make sure that we're able to feed the masses that we have. The doubling population by 2050, we need to make sure we can get enough food to feed them. So this is what we're pushing back. So the EU regulation on general food law, the regulation number 178/2002, what we see in it, it gives you the export acceptance and rejections. So how do we make sure that we can work within this regulation so that we can actually export? Remember, food security includes our economic benefit. We must be able to benefit from the food that we grow so that it can be termed as food security. So we need to be able to export to EU where we need to export, and this has to be accepted. But the regulation of EU 178 is really giving a lot of restrictions and rejections. It has a lot of compliance costs that some of our growers and farmers cannot afford. How do we work around it to make sure that we can meet this regulation? There are incentives, of course, for safer production, which is a good thing. And I think we need to be clear here. The EU regulation is not all bad. And I'll share some of the key issues, some of the areas that we need to work together. And I think I'm glad that CropLife Klame is here, because Stella will give you really a very good view that we have agreed that the EU regulations are not all bad. There's some good things that we can pick and work with our farmers and our stakeholders to make sure that we can deliver what is needed. So this is very important for us to note. I'll quickly run again randomly into these EU regulations. If I go to number 2, this one is, it affects the approval and non-approval of active substances, hazard-based cutoffs. So I'll share in the next slide is this indirect shape, which crop protection tools are variable and acceptable in sub-Saharan Africa, and of course in the value chain. So these are the regulations that actually affect the food security in sub-Saharan Africa. It also affects the yields, losses, and pest risk management in sub-Saharan Africa. So these are some of the rules that we have that we are direct affecting us. But I also want to go to number 3 because I see a huge impact, especially in Uganda. The EU deforestation regulation. This is 2003/115. Due diligence geolocation for certain commodities, e.g. coffee. I think this one really brings back home a huge impact. This regulation affects the coffee growers in Uganda. We need to make sure that we are very clear here. This can protect long-term natural capital, stability, and availability. These we need to follow. If you are growing coffee and exporting to EU, you must make sure that you declare and follow this. But also may exclude smallholders or raise transaction cost access to some of these export markets. So these are some of the key regulations that I want us to focus on in our discussion, how they're affecting food security in sub-Saharan Africa. How many minutes do I have, Jimmy? I see you working. Benny? 3 or 30, one of the two. Good. Moving on quickly. I only have limited time. So I want to focus on the regulation number 1107 of 2009, approval and non-approval of active substances. One of in EU. This is one of the most impactful rule in our sub-Saharan Africa. How does this work? The current implementation of this 1107/2009 EU regulation framework is failing innovation, and the loss of active substances from growers toolbox threatens EU agriculture. I want to separate the discussion so that we are very clear. I'll start with the EU, overall the EU, or where it's coming from, and then we focus on sub-Saharan Africa and Africa, the impact it has. So this regulation in Europe, it has seen no new chemical active substance approval in the last 5 years. So net loss is 83 chemicals of active substances that have affected this rule. 83 chemical active substances non-renewed or withdrawn or expired. So in the last 5 years, with this regulation in existence, nothing has been added on in the EU. And 83 of these have either expired or they have not been renewed. 18 new biologicals active substances have been approved in the last 5 years and none in the last 3 years. You remember we're talking about to say, let's move away from synthetics, let's try to combine with biostimulants and biologicals, but the acceleration of the biologicals, biostimulants has equally been slow. So out of, in the last 5 years, only 18 have been approved and none in the last 3 years. 21 biologicals active substances have been renewed, withdrawn or expired. So this is what we see in Europe. The current implementation of the 1107/2009 framework is not readily facilitating other digital or precision agriculture innovation. We have a lot of innovation that have been submitted by the countries, but we can tell you that EU has been very slow to approve those. The old ones have not been renewed and others have been expired. And what does it mean? For us in sub-Saharan Africa, we see increased public pressure towards authorities and the crop protection industry. These regulatory authorities in many countries, including Uganda here, and I'm looking at Dr. Mwambu, they're under huge pressure to make sure that they can maintain some of these old active ingredients that we have. But we have new ones. Can we bring the new ones so that we can let go of the old ones? So we need to work together so that we can find a solution that can work for both of us. We also see a blanket active substance restrictions and bans in many countries. Stella talked about the science-based actions and decisions. We need to make sure that we do not get a blanket restrictions and bans. We have unique problems as sub-Saharan African. In Europe, their problem is maybe they have too much food and they have too much AIs they can choose from. Us, we have a problem we don't have restricted. They haven't reached here. We're still stuck with odd ones that we need to find ways of working around. So how do we work together to make sure that we continue that? There's lack of clear guidelines on active substances restrictions and bans in some countries. This is what we see in sub-Saharan Africans. There is really poor guidelines, and we need to support the regulators and menace to work together. There is also a shortage of active substances in some segments. We were talking about, to bring it home, we are talking about neonicotinoids. All the neonicotinoids that we have been restricted or banned in some countries. But we can tell you that we don't have anything that is coming to replace this. How do we navigate this around in our countries, in our businesses, and in our regulatory authorities to make sure that we can still support the farmers and be productive? Food security is the goal. So we need to find ways of working there. We have also seen the blanket ban and restrictions phase out in countries on HHPs. I must admit that some countries have done very well. They have engaged CropRife and other stakeholders, sharing what is happening and when they're going to restrict some of these HHPs. But some countries have just set a blanket ban, which is not good for business and for the food security. Trade challenges for exporting countries and SSA, the MRL's reduction to the lowest. If you're exporting to Europe, we have seen the MRLs reduced to the lowest, zero residue in your export. Is this realistic for sub-Saharan Africa? Is this enhancing food security or not? So these are some of the challenges that we are facing. I'll skip this slide. I think the key message here, food security is no more a topic limited to outside of EU. I think we need to know that the EU themselves, they're trying to move away from the shifting from the green agenda to the concept of competitiveness compass for EU agriculture, simplification and food security. So we need to make sure that we're also taking care of ourselves. They are taking care of themselves. How do we take care of ourselves as the industry, as the regulators and stakeholders? We need to work together. I'll move to the next one quickly since my time is running out. I'll make this one my second last slide. Good. This pressure can, however, be seen as an opportunity. These EU restrictions, we need to take it as an opportunity. How do we make sure this is an opportunity? We need to strengthen science-based decision-making at authority level. We also need to strengthen our capability and capacity to assess the local safe use of crop protection product aligned with the country vision on agriculture and food security. So we need to see the EU restrictions as an opportunity for our continent and our countries. We need to accelerate approval process for climate resilience technologies. We also need shape the biologicals registration frameworks across and access regulation within the implementable times in our countries. We talk about biologicals and biostimulants, but we're not doing much within the countries. We also need to strengthen support to farmers. Stewardship. I was very excited when I saw Stella sharing about the, and I could say, I said, this is all Fazil written, the stewardship trainings that we have done in Zambia and many other countries. This is what we need to do. We need to strengthen that so that the farmers are safe and the environment is safe. Of course, protecting the users and also the environment that we are working in. Unlock the potential for intra-Africa agriculture trade by building continental food systems. Africa feeding Africa. We can't always be depending on others, right? We need to feed ourselves, and we can do that if we're working together. Africa should be feeding Africa, not importing. As I wind up, I want to give you a quote from the president of CropLife, African Middle East, that he mentioned is, reducing non-tariff barriers, science and risk-based regulatory systems, harmonizing regulatory systems, and enabling the free flow of innovation will empower farmers across Africa to produce more food in ways that are more sustainable and resilient. This is Jerome Barbaron, President of CropLife Africa's quote. We thank you, and I hope we can have a nice discussion and set the scene, agree to make sure that Africa is feeding Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Given. Another round of applause for him. Very powerful presentation right there. We are now going into the next session where we'll hear from two of our sponsors, and I'll ask the media team to play the video, and then I'll invite the first speaker.
Agribusiness isn't like any other business. It doesn't move in quarters. It moves in seasons. It depends on timing, weather, markets, and decisions that can't wait. So why should your financing move any differently? Because across the value chain, the challenges are real. You need capital to grow. You need systems to distribute. You need insights to make better decisions. And you need infrastructure that keeps everything moving. Yet most financial solutions weren't built for this reality. That's why at Stanbic Bank, we've built an agribusiness proposition designed around you. Not generic banking, but solutions that understand your cycle, your value chain, and your ambition. Grow your production with the right financing at the right time. Strengthen your distribution with smarter systems and support. Unlock productivity across your entire value chain. And build the infrastructure your business needs to scale. With tailored financial solutions built specifically for agribusiness. Digital innovation that simplifies how you transact and manage your business. And advisory support backed by real market insights and sector expertise. We don't just fund your business, we connect you through industry partnerships, market access opportunities, and ecosystems that help you grow beyond your current reach. Because growth doesn't stop at borders. With our presence across Africa and beyond, we enable you to trade, expand, and operate seamlessly across markets. From local fields, to regional opportunities, to global markets. And when your business goes global, we go with you. With offshore solutions that support international transactions, multi-currency accounts, trade finance, and investment structuring, giving your business the financial strength to compete globally. As a business leader, you gain access to more than just banking. From wealth creation and investment advisory to insurance and exclusive financial solutions designed to grow and protect your personal wealth. And your employees benefit too, with seamless onboarding, smart digital banking, accessible credit solutions, and financial wellness support, empowering the people who power your business. All of this is delivered through a simple, powerful system. Transact, grow, borrow, protect, and go beyond banking. Everything your agribusiness needs in one connected ecosystem. Because when your business is built on seasons, you need a partner built for the long term. One that understands your journey and is ready to grow with you. Ignite your agribusiness growth with Stanbic Bank. Let's build what's next together. Call us on 0800 325 325.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, invite with me Melissa Nyakwera, who's the head of commerce at Stanbic Bank. Melissa, you're welcome.
Good morning. Is it still morning? Good afternoon. I hope you can see me. I'm very cognizant of my how close to the ground I can be. And so when they usually put these gadgets in front of me, I feel like I am almost under, but hopefully you can see me. Our distinguished guests, all protocol observed. I know we do have ministry representatives and officials. We have ambassadors in the room. Allow me to stand on the protocol that was already shared earlier. And thank you for spending time with me and listening to me. My name is Melissa Nyakwera, and I am incredibly honored to represent Stanbic Bank, Uganda, at the second annual Symposium of Crop Life. I bring you greetings from our Chief Executive Officer, Mr. Mumba Kenneth Kalifungwa, a big fan of the work you do at CropLife Uganda. We also want to commend, just give me a minute with my gadget here. Okay. Apologies for that. We want to commend the organizing committee for creating an essential expert-led space to navigate the complex and shifting trends facing our agricultural sector today. I mean, Mr. Gift was very, very elaborate on some of those challenges that are facing this sector. And for Stanbic Bank, being part of this dialogue is not just a branding opportunity, but one deeply rooted in our purpose, especially this year, as we graciously mark 35 years of growing with Uganda, having begun our journey here in 1991. Over more than 3 decades, we have evolved alongside our communities to become our country's foremost commercial bank. Our fundamental purpose remains unchanged. Uganda is our home, we drive her growth. It is this very purpose that dictates our presence here today as a main sponsor. We're not merely looking at this as a branding opportunity. We are stepping up to shared responsibility to protect and fund the future of Uganda's primary economic engine. And yes, we hear oil is coming, but primary is agriculture. Oil actually, in my mind, is secondary to that. And I say primary because agriculture contributes to 25% of Uganda's GDP, employs more than 70% of Uganda's population, is critical for national and regional food security. I mean, if it wasn't a regional play, we would not have so many of our neighbors in this space. We have Kenyans in the room, so that's key in itself. It's a major source of export earnings, that's about 40%, and a catalyst for industrialization and value chains. So the agriculture sector directly drives inclusive growth, poverty reduction, and job creation. And for me, as an individual, I believe that shared value is important. You can do well, but also do good. And to do good is the work we do in ensuring that we protect our today so that our future generations have something to also live by tomorrow. And so if we don't do some of these things today, we are risking the future of the generations to come. So the theme of this symposium, emerging trends in seeds, crop protection, and fertilizer industry, embracing change and sustainability to ensure food security, health, and safety is a direct call to action. It demands that we look at agriculture transformation not through the lens of short-term gains, but through long-term resilience. At Stanbic Bank, we answer this call through our positive impact agenda, a dedicated 5-pillar pledge tailored specifically to empower our women, youth, and farmers. When we look at the core of today's conversations, 3 of those strategic pillars stand out for us. One is financial inclusion and access. That's the first one. We are actively de-risking the agriculture value chain to ensure that affordable, structured credit reaches everyone, from multinational importers and local distributors handling certified seeds and fertilizers, to the smallholder cooperatives on the ground. And for the smallholder cooperatives, what we've been able to do is provide very affordable financing. We finance them up to as low as 10% per annum, and those are the cooperatives. Our focus in this space is to make sure capital is accessible to boost production safely and sustainably. The second one is climate resilience, which is a key one for us as well. We cannot discuss food security without tackling the realities of climate change and global warming. I mean, Gift talked about how we're about 1.3 billion people in Africa and expect that to double by 2050. We need to be able to feed all these people. So, as the crop protection and fertilizers industries evolve, Stanbic is intentionally building climate-smart financing frameworks, and we ensure that even as we provide the financing, it's to entities that have that tick the box in terms of protecting the environment. Enterprise development and job creation is a third pillar for us. Agribusiness is Uganda's most valuable engine for employment. I talked about the 70%. Through a Stanbic business incubator, we are turning farming into a scalable business. We provide practical management training, financial literacy, and technology adoption to support to ensure that youth-led and women-led agriculture enterprises can graduate into structured, investable players in the market. I mean, if you've, our approach prior to this intervention of enterprise development and financial literacy was to provide financing. And unfortunately, if the person does not know how to use or utilize the funding, it doesn't yield the results they are looking for, and neither does it get back to the institution that provided that financing. So we've learned that it's essential that we do the capacity building and financial literacy as well. So our remaining two pillars, I talked about 5 and said 3 were key for today. The remaining 2 are integrated infrastructure development. And here, it's indirect, but pretty well works in this space because it supports logistics, storage, and value addition chains, as well as our corporate social investments. Now, I'd like to focus a bit on how we elevate women, youth, and farmers. Women and youth, as earlier mentioned, drive Uganda's labor force, but predominantly in the agriculture sector. And they are highly vulnerable to climate shocks and economic exclusion. So through our Stand Big for Her initiative, we are intentionally breaking down historic barriers by extending affordable, accessible financing alongside business mentorship directly to women agripreneurs. Simultaneously, we are looking to the future by backing youth who are driving digitization and smart technologies in agriculture. Now, our target is to empower the youth to drive innovation, secure national food security, and self-sufficiency for generations to come. Not only are we supporting them, we are also participating. I'll give 2 examples in terms of how we participate. We have the FlexiPay app. It's a wallet really, and it's USSD driven. It allows individuals to send, receive money, pay bills, pay merchant, load airtime, you name it. And we specifically ensured that it had a USSD capability in order to reach the person who is deep down there, the farmer that you need to work with. The second bit is our One Farm platform, which is an example in this space. This is an ecosystem, data-driven digital solution that is designed to drive financial inclusion by linking the smallholder farmers with input suppliers, insurers, buyers, and financial services. Now, the way this platform works is if you are plugged in, we just use your transactional history, your data from your input supplier to score you and avail financing. So we have been able to support over 1,200 smallholder coffee farmers, access over 47 million metric tons of quality fertilizers, access input loans, and export their coffee to Europe. So this is a call to you who is in this space. We are happy to work with you if you have, you're dealing with smallholder farmers, which you most probably are, and that's how we can support you. As I conclude, ladies and gentlemen, De-risking agriculture and narrowing the gap between banking institution and agribusiness requires a deliberate shared ecosystem. Capital alone, which we are very happy to supply, cannot solve the counterfeit crisis, which was mentioned earlier. Neither can it fix regulatory bottlenecks. I think that has also come up. I mean, Dr. Agnes did mention that. We need the farm policies driven by the Ministry of Agriculture, the ethical stewardship and quality inputs provided by CropLife members, and the catalytic support of our development partners. Let us ensure that the resolutions from this second annual symposium are action-oriented, and Stanbic Bank remains fully committed to walking the journey forward with you, funding innovation, scaling sustainable practices, and driving Uganda's agricultural growth together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Melissa. Another round of applause for her and for the great work that is being done at Stanbic. Ladies and gentlemen, we are coming into our keynote address time, and we are honored to have His Excellency, the Prime Minister of Inzu ya Abamasava, Dr. Paul Mwambu. Did I say that right? I tried. Clap for me, I tried. We are also honored to have Mr. Odrek Rabogo, the presidential, he's actually the chair of the Presidential Advisory on Export, Presidential Advisory Committee on Exports and Industrial Development. You're welcome, sir. And now, far be it from me to try and invite these very important people. So let me invite Dr. Agnes to please come back, and in the Ebo language, I'll let you invite our speaker and our guest speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lois. Good morning once again. I hope the energy is not burning down. We should be able to, maybe we stretch up a little bit after this. Can we stand up and stretch a little bit so that we have some energy? Okay? Okay. Let's stretch up a little bit. On your left, on your right. Thank you very much. Okay. Once again, I would like to stand on the protocol observed, and quickly, I'm going to take you through what CropLife is all about. My earlier remarks were to welcome you to this important event, and I'm going to take you through what CropLife is all about. So, to begin with, I would like to welcome all the participants that have just come in right now, but most importantly, Mr. Rabogo Odrek, Chairman, Presidential Advisory Committee on Exports and Industrial Development, and Senior Presidential Advisor on Special Duties. You're most welcome, Mr. Rabogo. And for us at CropLife, this is a very important, your presence is very important to us, because being at the top of the export and us being the people that deal with the farmers in this industry is extremely important for us, because then we are able to ensure that what goes to the market for export is actually well taken care of, and we don't have issues at the global market. So what is CropLife Uganda? CropLife Uganda is an industry association which takes care of all the importers and manufacturers in Uganda. But above all, we have CropLife International, and we have CropLife Africa Middle East, which is ably represented here by a team headed by Stella. Stella, please, once again, stand up for recognition. Stella heads CropLife Africa Middle East. Fazil, please stand up from CropLife Africa Middle East. And then CropLife Kenya, once again, stand up. CropLife Tanzania, Onesmo, and we have CropLife Uganda. So we are an affiliate of CropLife International, and all we talk about is taking care of the crops, paying good stewardship, and to ensure that the farmer gets the right products that we actually do need. On this day, why we come to this room today is because we want to come together as manufacturers, as importers, to ensure that what we bring to the market, what we take to the farmer, is actually what is the right product. We cannot talk about export, like I mentioned earlier, without knowing what the farmer is actually using. The farmer starts with a seed that they plant in the soil. The farmer adds fertilizer to the soil. The farmer uses crop protection products, and all that comes to the table as harvest level. And it's at level of harvest that the rest of the chain players come in to do export, come in to do trading, and what we take out there definitely starts with the farmer. And this is why the farmer is the most important person in this room and in this country. A country where we have 75% of the farmers being smallholder farmers is something we must think about. It is something that cannot escape our minds. It's something that we cannot talk about as an industry. The role we play as CropLife Uganda is to bring all the members together, work with the Minister of Agriculture, work with different stakeholders to ensure that the crop protection products we bring, the fertilizers that we bring on the table is that is regulated and is able to meet global standards. And we are very honored to have the multinational companies that are doing the manufacturing of molecules to be in this room, because this means that every conversation that we are going to have will be driven by what molecules are brought out to you. For our special guest, Mr. Rawogo, just for your own information, in this room, we have, I think, the top 4 global companies that do manufacturing. We have Bayer in the house, Bayer East Africa. Evelyn, please stand up. We have Syngenta, Mr. Mudenda and the team. We have UPL, Vikas is somewhere there. We have BSF, I saw Christine is somewhere here. Those are the global brands, and of course many others that are not in this room. So for us, this means we have the people that do the molecules that everybody is talking about. What is the elephant in the room today? The elephant in the room today is all the allegations, all the political insinuations, all the advocacy that you have been seeing in the papers talking about products causing cancer. Recently, there was a very huge article in Uganda, in the Ugandan daily newspapers, and they were talking about how the ministry has deregistered 18 products. And these products are deregistered because they cause cancer. In this room, and what brings us here today, is to have non-political conversations, to talk about science and science-driven data, not emotional topics, not political topics, not any sweeping statements, but talk about science-driven, so that an exporter in this room is able to know that if I use this product, my exports will not be rejected at the end of the tail. It's very unfortunate when you see such sweeping statements in the newspapers, all over social media, and the people that are writing this do not know what it means to the country when it comes to export. And so this is why we come together with the Minister of Agriculture, the Board Agricultural Chemical Board, the importers, the manufacturers, to say, what can we do to ensure that whatever we bring in this country, whatever we give the farmer to use, whatever the farmer has access to, is legitimate, is ethical, is quality, is acceptable onto the market. And on this note, I would like to explain 2 basic things. The first one is for the press in the house, and I want this to be very clear. The products that were put in the newspapers, the 18 products, and the Agricultural Chemical Board is in this room because they are responsible, and I'm part of that board. Dr. Mwambu, who is the head of the department in Ministry of Agriculture, is in this room. So whatever information you're going to get today is extremely ethical, extremely authentic, and has been driven by science. The products that were put out there, when we came here last year, we had 14 molecules that were under review. Out of the 14, they became 18. And out of the 18, I'm sure Dr. Mambu will talk about them, he's in the right position too, the 9 were deregistered effective June this year and December, respectively. And the other 9 are restricted to particular either crops or use, for example, at construction level for termites. So what I want to make very clear is that the molecules that are banned are not necessarily because of cancer. There are so many different reasons. Some are banned because of being hazardous to bees, and this has nothing to do with cancer. Some are banned because they cause, they are hazardous to aquatic life, and many other reasons. And in that document that Commissioner is going to share, he even has a press release that put out to bring clarity to the farmer, first of all, who is in the room. We have a number of farmers, especially in coffee, that are doing export, and they're seated in this room, and they want to know, are those products really, really banned or not? So the banned products are actually 9, and they are taking effect from June and December. And why June and December? The list came out in October last year, and I was honored to be part of the team that came to conclusion and clarity of what is banned. Because you cannot wake up in the morning and ban a product, because we don't have alternatives. So we agreed in the meeting that we'll phase out slowly, not to cause a crisis like we have seen in other countries. So these products that were banned will be totally deregistered by December this year. The ones that are restricted to the farmer, if it is restricted to coffee, for example, imidacloprid, please restrict it on coffee. And what is the role for CropLife Uganda? Our role is to communicate this information to the farmer. This banned products, I think I'll request actually Dr. Mambu, we need to bring out a list to share so that the farmer is able to know, because molecules is not enough. To say a molecule is not enough. We need to come up and say product ABCD has been banned so that the farmer is aware. Number 2, CropLife is very, very ready to work with the Ministry of Agriculture to ensure that we train the farmers, especially on how to identify these products. What challenges do we have as an industry? One of the challenges we have as an industry is not only the products that are deregistered, but we have a main problem of counterfeit. Counterfeit may be more fatal than actually the products that you're talking about in terms of causing cancer, because you do not know what they're using to mix these products. So counterfeit, Dr. Mambo and the team, is one of the major things that we must address as an industry. And the industry has a few proposals. And one of the proposals is that, why don't we make every member company that imports be part of CropLife so that we can be able to do self-regulation? Without self-regulation, the ministry does not have capacity on their own to control all these things. We know ourselves very well. We know how to whistleblow. If every member that imports in Uganda is made a member of CropLife, we shall be able to have such convenings, have a conversation, have dialogue, and cause action and implement. And from that perspective, we can see from last year when we had this dialogue, I am very, very excited to mention that CropLife, together with MAIF, through a very good dialogue, were able to come up with clarity and have the 9 products banned and then 9 left to restriction. And now there's clarity, isn't it? Clarity, we now know what is banned and what is not banned. And I want to thank you, Dr. Mambo, and the board for coming up with that list. When it comes to counterfeit, we've made so many strides in terms of counterfeit. And one of them is we see now the ministry more involved in trying to crack down these guys. What do we need as an industry? We need some punitive actions. One of them is, one that the industry is proposing, is that if we find someone who is counterfeiting, why don't we get these guys deregistered? Because it is within our means. We get every year, every 2 years, we get a certificate of premises. We get a certificate of dealership. These guys who are doing counterfeit should be deregistered. That way, they will understand that when you pose danger to the population, to the farmer who is very innocent, then there's a punitive action. And for me, this is a call to action to the board and to the Minister of Agriculture, together with CropLife. And we are willing to partner with you, whatever it takes to ensure that we bring normalcy to the industry. This industry is not a normal industry. It's not something that you're selling and you go. This is food that is feeding each one of us. If you put poison in the food, you can as well kill the whole population of Uganda. 47 million in one day. So we cannot lie and look at this happening. So counterfeit is a big deal. Deregistering of the products has been done so well. What we need to do now is to communicate, to create awareness. This year, with the support of CABI, we had radio campaigns on labeling, on safe use. And I remember we were on CB, on Simba, we were in Masaka, and it was a pure private and public partnership. We had a conversation on radio, and we're telling the farmer how to identify a fake product and how to read the label. And this kind of corporations and this kind of partnerships are going to take us very far as an industry. And so this, I commend the Minister of Agriculture and CABI, thank you so much for supporting us to do this. The next item that we have now as an industry, which I want to assure the industry members that it's under being taken care of, is the guidelines for deregistering. We've been seeing the deregistering not harmoniously communicated. We had so many hazy areas, we didn't know what to expect. We are coming up with the guidelines together with the Minister of Agriculture, again supported by CABI, to have the guidelines very clear. Next week, tomorrow actually, we're going to have a meeting as an industry to talk about these guidelines. These guidelines will stipulate exactly what will be deregistered and when and for what reasons. And this for us as an industry deserves a hand clap, because we will have clarity and we'll be able to work together with the ministry to ensure that we know in the next 5 years, this is going to be phased out. In the next 10 years, this is going to be phased out, and we can start looking for new molecules. My call to the multinational companies that are basically doing the molecules and manufacturing. Let's strategize with the ministry to bring more new products that are less hazardous, but the ministry should support us on softening the process of registration and probably making it even shorter. We have so many cases that we have people from Kenya, Tanzania, for example, fertilizers, biofertilizers and foliar fertilizers. If it is registered in Kenya and it's probably taking one season, can we leverage on what Kenya is doing? Of course, there's a lot of regulation involved, and we are willing to do this. So if we come up with better ways of having these products registered, quicker steps, make sure that things are aligned, we shorten the timelines in terms of in terms of lagging behind, in terms of timeliness of having these new products registered. We shall be phasing out the old molecules that are causing a lot of damage to our environment and safety, and then we'll have newer products. As the industry, we are very committed to having as many new molecules as possible. We are very committed to have safe use. We are very committed to train the farmers. We are very committed to do everything it takes to do genuine business that supports the country and make sure there is transformation. And so the Minister of Agriculture, this is my commitment to you on behalf of the board and on behalf of the industry. We are going to work with you because I believe in dialogue. Whatever we are going to do going forward, this is the second annual symposium. I do pray that when we come back next year for the same, we shall have similar achievements that we have achieved after the last dialogue. And for the importers and exporters in this room, if you need any information, CropLife is available to give you this kind of information in terms of molecules and what is acceptable and not acceptable. And as I conclude, I would like to let everybody know that in Uganda, as we champion agriculture, the country is 75% agriculture based. So this means that 75% employees are in agriculture. And so we have to stand and make sure that we support the industry that is causing economic transformation and food security for not only the people around us, but for the region as well, because most of you know that a lot of products come from Uganda to East African countries. I want to ask and humbly ask the Minister of Agriculture to work with us, Dr. Mambo and the team, to have these continuous conversations, because it's through these dialogues that we can come to many conclusions and have so many things working out like we have seen in the past. I want to thank you so much once again, CropLife members, for making this possible to ensure that we're in this room today. And for the sponsors, once again, I would like to thank you very much. Stanbic Bank, thank you so very much. And I would like to encourage every member to support the people that support you. If Stanbic Bank is supporting us, let's support them so that next year we have guaranteed sponsorship. If I don't say this, I'll be unfair, because these guys are not in our industry, but they sponsored almost this. And for Mr. Rawog, I would like to let you know, this organization you see here is totally and totally funded by private sector. So this shows you that if you get together with private sector, you can achieve so much, because we have what it takes in every aspect to deliver this country to the next level of food security, economic transformation, and health and safety unprecedented. I want to thank you so much once again, and good deliberations. Okay, thank you so much. I've been advised to invite my boss, Dr. Mambu, to come and give his remarks, after which the host will guide us on the next speaker. Thank you very much. Most welcome, Dr. Mambu.
Thank you so much.
Your PDF application is out of date if you don't update it.
Thank you so much. The chairperson of CropLife Uganda. Just a minute. The honorable members of parliament represented here, the chairman of PASAID, representatives from the academia, esteemed colleagues from government, development partners present here, the private sector, the fourth estate, that's the media, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, our dear farmers are present here. You are almost welcome to this engagement. Allow me, in a very special way, to recognize the presence in our midst, our respected senior citizen, Professor Mondo Kagonyera. Thank you for coming to be with us. Oh, thank you very much. He's a very good example of a distinguished professional who has produced many graduates at university, but in his retirement, he chose to venture into this industry. We handheld him, and I'm sure he has a good story to tell people. Thank you very much. Allow me also to recognize in our midst Ambassador Philip Idro. Thank you very much for always being available. He's another very distinguished Ugandan. Those of you who know his history, you know. But I have a personal relationship with him. He's my very good friend. You know, when you are dealing with a very complicated industry of regulating chemicals, regulating seed, there can be very many serious permutations and combinations. Those who didn't know, I sometimes seek his expertise. And that's how you see me managing sometimes fairly well. Thank you. It is with great honor
that I welcome all of you to this official opening of CropLife Uganda's second annual symposium here at Sheraton in Kampala. Thank you very much, all of you, for coming. Because, colleagues, if you look at it critically, all those of us seated here, those who are players in the seed industry, those who are players in the pesticides, those who are in the field of fertilizers, you are the real core of the socio-economic transformation we desire in this country. Please, you clap for yourselves. Because remember, if seed which does not have the quality is left to be accessed by farmers, you are directly impacting on food security at household level. You are impacting on failure to produce the raw materials for industry. You are directly impacting on the products that we export. So therefore, and we know that seed is the most important primary input that the farmer requires. But we know that this seed, to grow well and give you optimum yield, in case of pests and diseases, you need the plant protection products, which are pesticides. To get maximum yield, you may need the fertilizers, which provide the nutrients for you to get good yields. So, in summary, all of us in this room who have chosen to spare your time, who have chosen to put in money for us to sit here, I want to declare you very useful people in Uganda. So, as indicated, my name is Dr. Paul Mwambu. I work as Commissioner, Crop Inspection and Certification at the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries. This is one of the most important and crucial departments in that ministry because we regulate seed, we regulate agricultural chemicals, but also regulate the import and export of any plant or plant material. And that means we're in charge of the biosecurity for this country. But allow me also, I think, before I proceed, you saw people referring me as honorable as what? You might mistake that and you think it is at a national level. No, it is a very small level. I am actually the Prime Minister of the Bugisu Cultural Institution. There is a tribe of people who are comprised of 7 districts in the highlands and slopes of Mount Elgon. So I was lucky to catch the eye of my king, and he requested me to be their Prime Minister. Thank you. So when you hear Prime Minister, please only use it in that limited context so that I don't land into trouble. So thank you very much. But normal, actually, you don't want it to be very, put so much in the front until I cross River Nile. That's when I would want it to apply. So we are gathered here today under the theme, Emerging Trends in Seeds, in Crop Protection Products and Fertilizers, Embracing Change and Sustainability to ensure food security, human health, and safety. We recommit to a regulatory environment that is science-led, risk-informed, and focused on delivering tangible benefits to Uganda's farmers, consumers, and the ecosystem. I invite you all to give a very big hand clap to our generous sponsors whose support has made it possible for us to gather here over the next 2 days. Colleagues, this is a very big statement from the industry. And as the chair of CropLife indicated, myself as the head of the technical team from government, apart from contributing in ideas and in planning, not even a single shilling have we put for us to be seated here comfortably. Thank you very much. And colleagues, it was really humbling that many of the industry players were bringing in the money on the board. I was really humbled. Some of them were putting in money, not in $1,000, not in two, but in tens of thousands of dollars towards this. And to me, that means you value what we are trying to do. The inaugural meeting we had in this country was last year. It was not as big as this. And when we see that on the second attempt, we are able to have such a big number, I now can confirm that you have seen the value of what we are trying to do. Now, as government, we are being very deliberate and very intentional in building a healthy working relationship between us as regulators and the regulated, that is the industry players. Because despite having the law on our side, which gives us the power of the stick, we deliberately understand that having the carrot together with the stick and using the carrot more than the stick, that it can generate very useful results. And therefore, we have chosen that there is no issue that is too serious that cannot be discussed. We have been engaging with each of you, and we have reached a level which I must say is really commendable. That, for example, when you, the industry players, now discover that you have a molecule which you brought in a very high quantity, and now the expiry date is coming, but the stocks are high. Can you imagine that now many of them come and report to us other than us finding out? To me, that is a sign of very good confidence. That has been very helpful. We also have now seen increasing information whereby we don't have to keep spying and keep running around. But because of peer pressure, because you work as a team, we have seen cases where now increasingly the other players will report bad practices of the other. Say, no, this one we don't accept. So-and-so is now doing this and this. Now, that is a sign of confidence. It is a sign that you know why you have invested and that you are here to stay, to grow with the economy. And we really commend you on that. Please, if you want to clap, do. And actually, because of the very good early results, we want to inform you that we are moving towards self-regulation. The self-regulation simply means that we want to build the capacity of CropLife Uganda. You have as many members, being as import importers, manufacturers of agricultural chemicals should be members of CropLife. Now, within CropLife, then you will be able to even monitor yourselves better. When you monitor yourselves better, you make my work easier because of the early quick gains we are already seeing. So this is something which is deliberate and which we want to continue with. We also commit as government to sustain the transparent engagement we've had with you, the industry players, in resolving all outstanding matters with integrity, with a trade facilitation outlook, and a shared commitment to our common client, the farmers. And that is what we intend to continue doing. Now, allow me at this stage to recognize another very special team of people who sit on the Agricultural Chemical Technical Committee and those who sit on the former board, which is now called the Agricultural Chemicals Advisory Committee. Now, this is a team of eminent scientists from academia, from research. Some of them are individual practice, from government ministries, departments, and agencies. Please, if you are here, stand up for recognition. Yes, you'll see there professors, high-profile leaders in the government. Those are the people who work with us to ensure that we use science-based information to take these decisions. Allow me also to request the team of agriculture inspectors that I work with in the Ministry of Agriculture to also stand up for recognition, including the Commissioner of Agricultural Police, because now she's part of us. Thank you very much. Now, so therefore, we are gathered here, as already indicated, to discuss the prosperity and socio-economic transformation that we desire as a country, and I cannot overemphasize that. So then, crucially, I would like to communicate on the recent regulatory action we took on 18 molecules, where, as indicated by the chairperson, CropLife Uganda, we deregistered 9 molecules and restricted the use of 9 molecules. It was a protracted process which involved information from science, learning from what others are doing globally, and engagement with the end users, the dealers, and it took us a long process. And then finally, we had the Agricultural Chemical Review Advisory Committee take the action. Then we communicated it to the industries. Then somehow, of course, the letter from myself to the industry, it landed into the hands of the media. Now, the media players present here, we really treasure you as the partners in development, but for some reason, and of all media houses, the New Vision ran a screaming headline. They had talked to me about the letter. I gave them my information, and I cautioned, I said, please, this is based on science. We would request that you do not try to add your own things. Try to remain in stating the facts as indicated in the document. But to our dismay, the New Vision chose to communicate some truth as contained in our communication, but they also chose to go alarmist, and which caused the panic in the country. Now, this was very bad. It was done in bad faith. And luckily enough for us, they injured the image of a product of one of the big players in the country, that is Bukola. And I want to thank Bukola. I saw Seruo here. Bukola has taken a very firm decision to write to the New Vision of intention to sue. And I think let's clap for Bukola. And I have taken an unprecedented decision to write to my PS to authorize me to join Bukola in suing the New Vision. Because this is deliberate distortion of facts intended to cause panic, to cause alarm, but more seriously, to jeopardize the image of agricultural products from Uganda. And because of digitization, this information goes far and wide, and it can easily affect us. And we want to request the other media houses, please, you may think by sensationalizing your story about these products that you are sounding big, but actually you may be injuring the livelihoods of very many people. For example, if they chose to say your coffee is full of chemicals and therefore we are not going to buy it, who will suffer most? It is that small farmer down there. So please be responsible, consult us, Some of these issues are based in science, and it requires an expert to explain to you, and it would be nice to record the person so that you are able to report correctly. So really today and for the next 2 days, we shall be exploring how to navigate some of these changes without causing panic, without causing shortages. So we request you that we use these 2 days very fruitfully. When it comes to plenary sessions, any questions you have, we should be able to engage, and then we get the right answers because all of the experts from government, from the industry are here. So in closing, I wish to extend my deep thanks to the organizers, presenters, exhibitors, sponsors, and all of you who have chosen to attend this 2-day event. And we, from the Ministry of Agriculture, are very confident that together we shall be able to advance a regulatory and innovation environment that protects the people, that protects the players, protects human health and the environment. With that, colleagues, it is my distinct honor to now declare CropLife Uganda's 2nd annual symposium officially open. So may our discussions be insightful, our collaborations strong, and our outcomes impactful for Uganda's food security and sustainable development. I thank you for God and my country.
Another round of applause, please, for Dr. Mwambu. Thank you very much. And like the good book says, those that have ears, let them hear. So, ladies and gentlemen, just a few announcements before I invite our guest speaker. This magazine, beautiful magazine from CropLife Uganda, is available. If you have not received a copy, please make yourself known to the ushers and they will bring one to you. You are entitled to it, so we really encourage you to live with it. Second one is on your tables, we have put the QR code. I think it is easier that way. So the QR code is on your tables. Please feel free to scan, give us feedback, and also let us know your expectations for the 2-day summit. The lunch that we're going to have in about an hour from now is going to be served in the Paradise restaurant on the ground floor of this hotel. Many of you should know where it is. When you go downstairs, just go straight and then take a left and you will be there. The coupons will be given to you by the ushers on your way out. And the coupons are in your, they're in, I didn't wear mine, but just at the back of your tag, your coupons are in there for both days. So please keep them safely. Use the one for today and the other one will be for tomorrow. Outside of this bill, just in the lobby, we have an exhibition. Please visit the exhibition. This is an exhibition by our farmers, by some of our distributors. The products we're talking about, the authentic ones, are on display. We encourage you to please visit the exhibition throughout the conference at your leisure. There will be people to take you through what they're doing. And then lastly, we will have a media briefing, but I'll let Jimmy speak to that when the panel is finished. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have a special guest in our midst. Dr. Agnes spoke to him earlier, and also Dr. Mwambu has, introduced him. So I would like to invite Mr. Audrey Rabogo to please come greet us and say a few words before we get into our first panel of the day. Mr. Rabogo, you are welcome. welcome, sir. Thank you. This one has some feedback, so I'll ask that you use this one.
The organizers of Crop Life, the second symposium, Dr. Mbabazi, Dr. Miss, or just, I prefer first names, and Agnes, my sister Agnes, who I just met outside but have an idea who she is. Our visitors from Kenya, from Tanzania, who were introduced from the Middle East, I think, from Europe. Some of our elders who I see here, Professor Mondo Kagonyera was one of our earliest ministers when you didn't have these gadgets and these big rooms and this big talk. When we were importing Coca-Cola, we were importing milk. So I recognize you, Professor Kagonyera, who's still active later in life. Ambassador Philip Idro, who did a good job in China and many other places and retired. And he's now serving under OWC. Commissioner Mwambu, who spoke here, the MAIF team, the sponsors Stanbic, who I found on the floor, the academia, the industry, the farmers. I heard there are some manufacturers here, some of the exporters. Ladies and gentlemen, there are 3 ways you change a country, especially a growing young country. Very simple. There could be 10, but I just thought of 3 when I sat there. The first is in the garden. The garden is a wonderful place. It's silent. It doesn't speak back to you like a human being, but you see the soil, you see the crops. It has a beautiful silent language that shows you how to do things without complaining. The garden is the best expression that I had when I was young, that if you have to command nature, you have to obey it first. If you don't obey nature, you know what happens. It comes back against you. So the garden is a beautiful place where a farmer who feeds us and helps us with exports spends their time, where often the elite don't think so much about when they wake up in our jobs, in our cars, in our business. But that garden, if it is adulterated, if it is hurt, if it is harmed by lack of care, by abuse of chemicals, by poor knowledge, by absenteeism of people who know what to do, you don't grow. So you want to grow a country, a garden is a good place because you transition from a garden upstream to midstream, which is processing, which is manufacturing, which is value addition. And then you can go further downstream to the market. Without the garden, I can't be in the market. So that stream of how you change a country, I'm happy Crop Life, you are occupying a portion there, and we should thank you for being emphatic on trying to put all of us together to think about the garden. I think the second place you change a country is called a classroom. A classroom. So we had classrooms growing up. The physical brick and mortar is very recent. It's after 1900. some of you who have listened to me before, I like history. Sometimes people think, oh, Africa or Uganda is just now with cars and MTN and all the things we see today. We were people very knowledgeable on how you teach a young person before the physical classrooms came. So when you hear the president speak about a myoga or talent or talanta are things that we learned by sitting at the foot of a good parent who taught you how to do backcloth, taught you how to behave, taught you how to do smelting. In fact, in my language, we have a smelting furnace that would make iron out of spears was called a chirubi. A chirubi is where you sat and learned how to fashion items for fighting. But classrooms have been modernized now, so we have teachers, and therefore teachers and classrooms and labs. So in my opinion, the second way to change a country is to focus on that classroom and how you raise young people who are knowledgeable on what to do with skill sets that help a country to change, that actually help you to transform the garden and make it more productive. And I think that you don't need a physical classroom to do education. So I want also to thank you, CropLife, as an organization, because I've had awareness, I have had how you use chemicals, how you deal with pesticides. Partly, you are occupying a mental and physical classroom in our agriculture, in our need to change the country. And so I want to thank you on that. The third way that I know, just reminded there when I was seated, is parenting, is the home. Is the home. The home is where we impart the things that lead to growth, to a certain ethic. Let me think of an example, and I will ask you about this when I am closing. There's a country called Japan. I don't know if there's any Japanese in the room. If there is, the story I'm going to speak about may be of interest to you, and because we drive a lot of Japanese automobiles, and when we go home, we use their screens, and in the kitchen, the Japanese are there, and in the garden, the Japanese are there. That country was governed from the year 1600 to around 1867 by a family called Tokugawa. Please don't worry about the names if you are not interested in history. Just listen to the underlying message. That family used to be called the shoguns, and they hired people called the samurais that kept the country unstable. Until the year 1868, when a young man called Okubu Tomishichi, you can go and Google those things. Not now, but later. Tomishichi came from the south, a prefecture called Satsuma, don't worry about the names. And his mission was, how do you create a modernizing elite for a country and use the king or the emperor as an emblem for collective national values? And then he began to borrow technology from Germany, from England, and led to the start of the first factories in textiles, the first factories in steel and iron, but he based it on the family and citizens adopting a particular responsible behavior that you carry to classroom and to the garden before you leave your home. If you've watched some of the matches with the Japanese, those of you who like soccer, when the match is finished, they are probably the only people who stay behind to make sure there are no bottles, no garbage left in the stadium, while other people just go off and happy if they have one. So the family, I'm sure you must be wondering, why is Odrek taking us through all this? This is not agriculture, but really agriculture is about who we are. It's how we behave if we have to make our country different. So the family, again, I could thank you, Crop Life, that you're trying to turn us into one family that brings manufacturers and traders and farmers to see one dashboard on how you get a product from the farm to the market. That's the import of the story. So there are many things you can use, but please, if you apply those three, I'll be very happy with you. Why do I tell you this? I came into the export sector, and I'm happy to be associated with you, because I carried a truck in 2018 full of milk and drove through 3 borders, ultra-heated milk, UHT. And I put the milk on the truck and I drove behind it. And at every border, you get to the border, it would be removed, put down, checked, and then it's put back, load, offload. And you know, some of our borders at the time were not very organized. And then eventually when I go to the customer where I was going, the currency they were using is different from Ugandan. The certification they needed different from Ugandan. I had not taken insurance. And I was stuck with the container, and I handed it over to the customer who didn't pay me, and I drove back after 3 weeks. And I asked the question, if this is happening to you, how many other exporters go through this and they have no light of day? And they have nowhere to go to speak. And so I got together with a few friends. I said, we are going to make 4 interventions. The first, stop market blindness. Don't just produce anything hoping someone will buy it. Be careful about what you produce. But you must get the elite to provide education and awareness, because the farmers do whatever they do because that's what is available. And when things get to the market, whatever troubles happen there, the country loses, the companies lose. So I said, let's conduct basic research, and where we are successful, appoint trade representatives. Oh, I didn't speak about you, my brother. I don't know, the guest, the MC should have introduced, He came, okay. He's a former minister and a former chairperson for the NRM Central Region. So market blindness is a marathon. It's something we are working on. We get to markets, we have a lot of blockages. We had set up a location in Kinshasa, set to open on December 18th, 2024. Things went wrong. And they had negotiated logistics done, but you have to keep knocking on the doors to find a way to get to these markets in a more organized manner. That's the lesson I took, and I said we got to scale the lesson. But when we go to the market demands standards that you must comply with. So, and that was a problem because we are in East Africa, some of us, but we apply standards and certification that is often not, I don't want to blame, really, but you might know what I'm talking about. Products that come from Europe and other places get first-class attention, but really the tastes and preferences and our cultures are similar, and it's very easier to get a product in the neighborhood. But those standards, we now began a process to set up a food and agriculture regulatory authority so that chemicals that go in food, and I think that's why I was invited here partly, the chemicals that go in food the labs that we use, the residue monitoring systems, the fragmented laws and regulations we have had since 1964, interceptions on micro residue levels, all these things should be handled in one place so that we have a food safety ombudsman, like an IGG on food safety. And I am hoping that when Parliament opens, this bill will be debated, and even when government is closing what we call MDAs, ministries, departments, and agencies, government and the president have been kind to us to allow that this happens so that we can work closely with Dr. Mwambu and all of you and take away the shame of multiple places with certification that is ineligible or documentation that is wrong, or consolidate. But that came from the experience that I had. So it's important that don't underrate the experiences. The bad experience is actually very nice. The good ones, you don't grow through them. You don't grow when you're at the beach. You grow when you are attacked and suffering. And for me, that was second. So that's the second thing that we are doing out of that experience. The third one is, how do you compete on infrastructure when, if I just give you my example, I own a factory that processes milk, and we've been spending 1,030 shillings a kilowatt hour, when in Kampala, the average is around 340, 400 shillings a kilowatt hour. That's because I run a 460 kVA generator, but I have power lines that don't give me that capacity. So by the time I leave the factory, infrastructure issues, water, energy, roads, railways, the things you hear the president speak about, they just make me uncompetitive. So we thought, how do you deal with this? Me as Ruabogo, I can't build a road that quick. I wish and God one day will provide those opportunities to raise money to do those things and not have to beg, not have to. Why can't I build a 6-lane or a railway line or own a ship in Mombasa or cargo ship? We used to have cargo ships in 1967. We had same rights on the Indian Ocean, Port of Dar es Salaam and Tanzania in 1967. We lost it in 1976, and we haven't figured out how to co-own rights and facilities at sea. But now East Africa touches Atlantic and Indian Ocean. It's a bit of opportunity there to think about, how do I get to Nigeria by using rates that are pre-agreed in Uganda? So we got into negotiations with the airlines. If you reduce by these 10 cents a kilo, maybe we can get you these numbers of cargo. Maybe we can ensure that our facilities, our standards, all those things are met. And so I now straddle in the middle of, how do you negotiate logistics to lessen the cost per kilo when you don't have ships yet, when you don't have enough cargo aircrafts, you don't have good roads, you don't have railways. But everything that either the shirt you're using today or a pen, it was originally an idea. An idea becomes a product. So I am not ashamed of ideas and thinking in an exponential manner to say we can do these things with time. Are we together? It's lunch hour. I'm seeing some people. Are we together? Should I stop right now, or you can give me 2 minutes? Okay, I just need to see that, because I'm standing at a vantage point. I can see everyone and what they are doing. And so infrastructure is something we fight to deal with. And the final one we're handling, and here we've gotten some success, is if China sees the market of glasses, they will get funding that is 1% or less and give you all the glasses that you need in East Africa and the ones you don't need. Everything can be shipped here. But if I see a market for those oranges in China, and I have to go to Nyakwera, beautiful name, and I know the meaning, I go to Nyakwera, I would struggle competing with that Chinese, because Nyakwera will not give me money at less than 19 or 20%. But that's not Nyakwera's problem only. It's also how we've structured our national collective values. Remember Tomishichi I mentioned? Because Nyakwera doesn't trust Ruawogo. When Ruawogo comes, he has fictitious titles, or he has different things that he presents to the bank, and so Nyakwera has to de-risk her money by putting up a higher interest charge. Partly, not entirely. So now what we have done is figure out how to raise money at very low charge. And if you get an order for cabbages, we sit and listen to you and we fund the order without asking too many questions, as long as you are credible, as long as you are agreeing with our national collective values. And I know that some people here have used that money and they know what it means. And so those 4 things, 4 years later, because we're in our 4th year, have helped us to increase part volumes in exports. If you look at our export revenues, when the President commissioned us on 16th of March, 2002, out of COVID, very difficult time for exports, we were doing about $4.5 billion. Last year, we hit around $9.4 billion. And if you add tourism and other segments, we're around 12. That's not victory I claim alone. It takes national collective thinking to not say, I am the one. Just work. God sees your heart and your work, and the country will know what that means. I am not very excited about the volumes we're doing. $2.4 billion in coffee. So what? Because 90% is green. The fight is how much value add we can get here from the tree itself to the warehouse, to the roastery, and how much of that can we consume in East Africa so that we lessen imports that you and I know really kind of dimute our productive capabilities in the long run. So some of those successes I'm talking about have come from that effort. So finally, listening to you, Agnes, there are about 4 areas I think we could think about working together on. I heard you here, and I think the people who are here, some are manufacturers, some are importers. So there's a thing called local innovation, especially in agriculture area, on crops. Standardization is great if you want to compete in global outlets. But indigenous knowledge, society and culture teaches us that variety tends to strengthen societies. If you find mono societies, often there are problems further down the road. The genius in me and the genius in you creates a stronger base. So I am thinking about co-innovating together around seed and seed technology. You know, when I was growing up, I used to see the variegated beans. We used to play with them as Nzara. I don't see them anymore. You would have a bean with malt colors. Even maize would have some of, I don't know, because when we ate them, they were nice. These seeds were coming from our gardens, inherited from a father, grandfather. And I also know that there's local knowledge one might not be capturing very well. In this country, those of you who are outsiders, we have a plant called a chiwoko. So you have places like Chiwoko, Kawoko, hoko across the country. But it comes from a plant called omhoko. Its botanical name is Phytolacca dodecandra. And we have it in riddles when we were growing up. I don't have time to take you through those riddles. In Western Uganda was a man called Ishekatabazi who would sleep under chiwoko. But when I understood the value of this mohoko is that you dry it, you crush it, you spread it at a watering hole if you are a peasant, and it kills flukeworms. It kills many unseen bacteria in the water. But I don't see anyone innovating around Phytolacca dodecandra, and that's local knowledge, and it's the same with millet, it's the same if you go to Ethiopia with teff, it's the same in Senegal with fonio. These are ancient grains that us who read history, we know that 2,500 years ago, there was cross-border trade between us and Gujarat. And we have found excavation sites in Gujarat area, I forget the name of the place, where seeds from East Africa, they were not taken by birds, so it's trade. And if they can have seeds that come from East Africa and they are ancient, let's think about standardization, great, but something greater is also a bit of variety. The second one I think we could think about as Crop Life, and the committee I head is on training and usage and disposal of these chemicals. When I was growing up again, we were using chemicals to spray animals, and those containers were my containers for putting food to go to school. Yes. But by God's grace, I am here. I am here, but probably there's something that could have been better if there was, maybe I would speak better than I do, or I would run faster than I do. So there is no education around those things, how you dispose containers, how you deal with these chemicals. And so I want to invite you, because our effort in the last 4 years has taught us that we can't deal with supply casually. We have dispersed production across the country. When demand comes, supply is limited. So we are now working on aggregation centers. We take a region, we take a crop or two, we really work hard to do the aggregation. We're starting somewhere in northern Uganda with sesame, and there are some 10,000 farmers who need fertilizers, who need pesticides, who need herbicides, but education is limited. That's an area that I want to leave in your mind that we can work together on. The third one is counterfeits, and I like the conversation I found in the room. Counterfeits hurt the reputation of a country. They hurt our communication. I heard Dr. Mwambu talking about suing New Vision with Bukora. I don't know if we provided sufficient education to the media. Sufficient education means that you are consistent, disciplined, providing that education over a long haul. That's when you see change. You can imagine Tomishichi 1868 and the Toyotas of today, and the crop science around rice. So for me, I think that we could work together with you on this, on education, on enforcement. We set up a national communications committee under Ministry of Information, so that when things like this come, there should be groups that sit and discuss them before one newspaper runs an article. But the media people are also not serious. They keep jumping because they want to be the first to run the story. So, but when the new government is in, it would be important for us to sit around these issues and have Minister for Information, have the commissioners, and say, this is how, when there is an outbreak, that's how you communicate it. When there is a ban, this is what you say. Because clearly it hurts us. I just woke up the other day with calls from UK where we are setting up a trade location to deal with a certain outbreak. And all I referred to them is Uganda has dealt with this several times, and we have capacity. Please don't publicize this. Speak to these doctors in the Ministry of Health. But if they had not called me, what would happen? They just run what they have found. So, counterfeits, maybe you could name and shame, Agnes. Name and shame the companies or the people who do this. Have a list you publish so that we can know we don't buy from them. The fourth one is, I heard Syngenta is here, BSF is here, these big manufacturers. I also heard you, Agnes, say this is a very trodden path. You hear in every conversation, Uganda is 70% agriculture. Uganda, so I just want to tell you, I don't like it. I don't like to hear that we are 70% agriculture. I need better agriculture. I need innovative agriculture. I need manufacturing. I need to make sure that I can take that Phytolacca dodecandra and produce this powder here that can stop liver flukes, liver worms. Nothing to, please don't misunderstand me, Mbabazi. I'm just saying it would be better. Now, the question I want to leave with you on this point is, so how do we balance the interests of manufacturing and distribution and importers? Because this is a great forum, because those three brothers tend to have different interests. Those three brothers tend to fight over different needs, from what I know. I just hope I'm not being undiplomatic, but you know what I'm talking about. As soon as you start manufacturing, some things stop. But when they stop, they hurt us who are distributing. But the country requires that it can convert 50% of its raw materials, at least in the next 15 years, so that substantial market we are failing to serve in the region, our raw materials are here. So I want to know that CropLife Uganda, you can work together with us on how to balance these interests and make sure that substantial interest is left on manufacturing. Because you manufacture, you can still distribute. So I want to stop here. I want to thank you very much. I had good things on self-regulation that Mwambu said, that some companies are now reporting stock levels that are expiring. This is very good. I had the banning of these chemicals that affect our bees. Remember the third-party effects sometimes you have to deal with on pollination. I had some good things here that I want us to take this conversation forward on. Let me tell you, the inability of Africa to sell in another man or woman's market and compete is Africa's trouble, because it starts upstream. It starts in the garden where you are. And all the jobs we can want, they are hidden in that market. They are hidden in value addition, but they are buried underground in the garden I started with. So I ask you to provide the garden, the classroom, and the family to create the necessary values that can change our country and keep us growing. I thank you, and God bless you.
Another round of applause for Mr. Odrek. Thank you very much, sir. Some really strong key takeaways from your remarks. The garden, I'd written here school, but it's a classroom, and the family. And thank you for those 4 points that you have shared. I'm sure the CropLife board have taken note of that. Ladies and gentlemen, please recognize with me Honorable Chiwanda Subi Godfrey, former Minister of Tourism and also MP. Was it Mityana North? Aha. See? You're most welcome, sir, and we're very happy to have you. He will be on the panel in the afternoon. We are doing really badly on time, but we ask for some indulgence. Lunch is really sumptuous, so If you can just allow us to go through the CEO Forum panel, it should last 45 minutes and then we can break. For just 40, I've seen your faces. Please, just, okay, 40 minutes. Our moderator is Evelyn Musioka. Evelyn, you see the pressure. And I would like to invite you now. The panel is under the theme registration process from R&D to commercialization, post-registration review implications. And Evelyn will come and she will invite her panel. Evelyn, you're most welcome.
So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. It's my pleasure to be here this afternoon. I make sure that the session will be quite interactive, quite engaging, and that is the beauty of speaking to CEOs who will be part of this panel conversation. So the panel composition will include, of course, representatives from multinationals. We've heard a lot about multinationals, and I will tell you the reason why it's important to hear from multinationals. When the couple of speakers were right there, talking about the different topics, I just did a quick research on the top 3 multinationals. And I realized last year alone, in 2025, there were a total of up to 10 billion euros invested in research and development. But I did not stop there. I did something else. And guess what? I decided to check what is the euro to Uganda shilling conversion. And the rate I saw when I did a quick AI check, it was 4,382. So convert 10 billion and multiply that with 4,382, and that exactly tells you what 3 multinationals put in business to ensure that our farmers, our distributors, and everybody who is involved in the agriculture value chain basically get quality products, and we can improve the food productivity and profitability of our farmers across and feed our nation and become net importers, not net exporters and not net importers, because where we're sitting today, we know Africa remains to be a net importer. And we keep on saying one thing: as a nation, as Africa, we need to think about food sovereignty, and we cannot have food sovereignty if we don't think about the quality inputs that we are putting down for our farmers, and we have the responsibility to ensure that it's done in this room. So it's a pleasure for me to invite, of course, also our local manufacturers. We've spoken about how do we empower. Yes, there's the ability of multinationals, but how do we collaborate with also local manufacturers with very good quality AIs? We talk about the distributor, looking at the entire value chain, and as well as the regulators. And with that, of course, this panel is just to check around how are we evolving when it comes to commercialization of new products, innovation, post-registration, how that registration is happening, and how do we ensure that the research and development efforts and investments will be quite beneficial to our farmers. So I take this opportunity to invite my key able panelists, and we'll start with Given, who is the Managing Director, again, for East and Southern Africa from Syngenta. So welcome, Given, to this, quick panel. Then the second person is Mr. Vikas from UPL, and is the Business Development Manager, for the Uganda business. Mr. Devashishi, karibu sana, so from Osho, Country Manager. Then Mr. Paul, who is Director of Tibe. I have the honor of also inviting Miss Agnes, karibu sana, the CEO of AgriFarm, and of course a very able chairperson for CropLife Uganda. And also last and not least, Mr. Mwanja John, who will be also representing MAIF in this conversation. So, ladies and gentlemen, of those conversation. So, to our panelists of those conversation. So, to our panelists, and my first question goes to Mr. Given. Around, what does it take for innovation to be placed in the market, and what are the most common challenges which you're facing from a multinational perspective, and specifically when it comes to the Ugandan market, and when you think about the registration process, what does that feel like?
Thank you. This is a very good question, and I must admit I was not prepared for it, but I think this is what we do, so it makes it easier for us to share what happens in reality. And maybe that's a bit of not being prepared, because you share what is the reality. First of all, Syngenta, among its others, we're R&D companies. When you say R&D, we mean research and development. And we invest a huge chunk of our money in a year. The numbers that Evelyn has shared are realities. We invest a lot of money every year to go towards research and development. And what it takes is a commitment from the business to plan for the future and bring in the innovation that can tackle the future challenges today and the future challenges in agriculture. So it's a commitment for us to spend a huge chunk of money to go towards that. So we spend money. And how long does it take? It takes a minimum of 12 years to bring in a new molecule. So what it means is that we bring in a lot of compounds that are brought into the researchers that identify. We do trials, remove some of them. Out of 400 compounds that are brought in a year, we end up, by the time we finish the whole process, we'll end up having maybe 1 or 0. And all the money that we have invested, it have gone, because we are spending money to invest. So it takes dedication, commitment from the business, and also making sure that you are running this process for a long time. Now, this is not an easy process from the businesses. When we do identify these compounds and becomes an active ingredient that we register and accelerate to other countries, what it means, we have to now do the trials to the local conditions. We make sure that now we are trying in the product in Uganda, in Kenya, everything. Now we have to interact with the local authorities. We have to spend money into the trials. And in most countries, we have to do 3 seasons trials on the local soils to make sure that this is compatible and fits in the geographic location where you are. So we have to pay these trialist monies. I'm sure the team eventually they'll share how much you spend in terms of the trials. So we do these trials, we check, does it work? Maybe it didn't work, we go again. 3 seasons. After the seasons, now we look at what are the marketing opportunities, where do we want to fit it in the portfolio? So this is a very long and a very expensive process for us. Among us to say that, it's very important to know that despite all the money that we spend, sometimes we face a lot of challenges of lack of processes in some countries on how we can register these products. And this also hinders us bringing these active substances or new products to the market. So there are so many challenges in making sure that the new molecules that we develop are brought in the market. In Syngenta, and probably you have heard me a lot of times saying that Syngenta proud itself as an innovative powerhouse. We made a decision a few years ago to focus on new molecules. When we realized that the EU regulation is forcing us to phase out all the old molecules. So we now started focusing on identifying new molecules and developing them. And I can tell you that in a year, at Syngenta will bring minimum 3 new AIs, active substances. But accelerating them to many other countries has got different challenges. We try our best to navigate around, and we are working very closely with the country authorities to bring them. I'm so proud to mention that in Uganda, I think we have brought in at least 1 or 2 molecules in the last 5 years. I think we have about 3 or 5. that you have brought in. And thank you to the support of the authorities. It's not something that is easier, and everyone can attest to that because she's in the same category. She can see how challenging it is, but we have to follow the local laws and do that. So we appreciate the support. It's not easy, but we are navigating around, and I'll be happy to share more as we go to the next steps. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Given. Clap for Given. And there are two things I picked from what you've said. The process is long and it's also expensive, but there is the positive part of it that the last few years, you've registered almost 3 to 5 new products in the Uganda market, and I can say that is very good progress. And also that tells you also farmers could access new innovation. So one question, follow-up question for you, Given. So how long is long? From the time you get a new innovation to the time you are bringing it into the market. Just paint the picture so that when we talk about counterfeiting, we'll know what actually we are playing with. Yeah.
Thank you. This one's still on. We usually we get 20 years leeway from the when you have IP protection, right, from Europe. You normally get the 20-year the protection. How long is long? It takes about 12 years to actually bring it here. To finalize all the registration process, by the time it comes here, it's remaining with maybe 2 or 1 year protection, and then boom, generics are having it around here. Bring it a quarter of your price. So there's a huge risk that we take there. So it takes around 18 years to bring here, to reach here.
Yeah.
And you have 2 years to actually sell it, and then the generics can copy your product. So our investment has a huge risk. Yeah.
Yeah, so I'll say that in summary to that question, definitely innovation is expensive, and it takes long to have that product, tested for safety purpose, registration coming into the market, but also ensuring that the quality of that product and the safety of that product can land to the farmers. On an average, what we are saying, it will take around 18 years to get a R&D product into the market today, including the East Africa market. So going to you, Vikas, and thanks again for making time. When you think about the adoption of harmonized regulatory framework, what are some of the things you could recommend? And from where you're sitting, what is one of the key asks that you would ask from the support, coming in from government? We have the MAIF representative to make the process more faster, quicker, and also more collaborative.
Thank you, Evelyn. Thank you, Evelyn. Actually, this is the question I was expecting from you, and after this answer, what I've given, the most important part is the HHPs or the process what we go through during the registration process. If it is registered, meaning it has all the points covered. Is it poisonous to the aquatic? Is it poisonous to the bees? Is it poisonous to the environment? All things are being covered while the registration process is going on. So what we expect from the regulators, of course, which thank you for last time, which we did got the support which we were expecting. The rules, like for example, if Europe is banning, do we have the current update on those products? If it is banned or is it on hold? Because last time when it was said to be banned, it was not actually banned, but it was on hold. And then we got a final say from Europe that, okay, these are the products which are back in for the next 5 years to again review and see. So what we expect from the regulators is we will give you all the support, all the information what we have done during our registration process, and if it was being followed properly, then you can have a review of it, and then you can take a decision if it is yes or no.
Thank you so much. So taking something around clear communication. So there is a lot of conversations happening probably in Europe. So how does that harmonized communication come through to all the regulators across. And of course, also there's one thing we put into context. Our pest pressure is also different from the other markets. So how do we create space for dialogue to make sure that also our farmers are not disadvantaged, but also our farmers are also not at a point where they are being limited with their exports also to the European market. So good. So the key point there is, how do we harmonize ourselves? How do we make sure that the communication we have is fully aligned? Coming back to you, Devashish. And the question is around what are the main regulatory bottlenecks, again, that where you sit as a company you face today. And when you think about the commercialization of agricultural innovations, not just for Uganda, but Africa, what would be the mitigation measures you would think about, and how do you accelerate that again? To ensure that, again, innovations which are accessible to farmers across the world can also be accelerated and be available to Africa. And there's also the prioritization of our markets.
Okay, thank you so much for the question. I think if I have to address the bottleneck, I think I wouldn't address as a bottleneck because you see the current law and the registration process is guided by the document which is there, right? In as a law. So I think as a private companies, we have to respect the laws to ensure that the standard operating protocol or procedure is followed to ensure the product is registered. And I think from past, after the crop life has taken up the matter, there has been a lot of dialogues and improvements which has been brought up. I think as a private company, we really need to appreciate MAIF for the dialogues which we are having from past 2 years to improvise the process. And I think on the crop life members were invited also for the dialogues to ensure that what the bottlenecks were there have been addressed, and it's a improvement process. But currently, if you look at it, I think the number of seasons which is required officially to cross over to the official registration of the product, it is quite long. But I think the discussions are already taking place. But the suggestion would come up like, I think if there is any opportunities to look at it from the MAIF and the team, that if a company like Osho, I would put up, we are operating in 5 countries and we have registration in Rwanda because we have got distributors all over the continent. So if a company has a registration in 2 COMESA country or 2 EAC country, the registration can be tracked faster while the amendments, whatever needs to be done on the law side or SOP side, can be done, because the product has been tested in 2 COMESA or 2 EAC countries. It gives a leverage for the company to fast track it and get the registration done. Because if you look at Malawi, where I was based earlier, if we were able to give 2 COMESA country registrations, we were able to get the registration done faster, while yes, the technical experts who are approving the registration, they also know the molecule which is pre-existing in the market, or it's a new innovation where ministry and the private companies are working together to fast track it. Because if you look at it, if the crop life and the ministry team work together, I would like to go back to the sir who mentioned about the exports. I think it was a very good what was mentioned during the meeting, that there is a groundwork, there is a demand in the market. Let me use an example. I wouldn't have the accurate data on the export, so please forgive me. I think if we travel outside, we will see hash avocado from Tanzania, right? And I think even Kenya, they are doing a big exports, both the country, But when you look at Uganda, we are not exporting that much. Now, there could be, because the avocados which are being grown by the farmers, they are not meeting the international standards. But if you see, we are here in Uganda, we are eating that same avocado, and I think I would say it's one of the best avocado. But you see, when you look at the international market, it either we don't have the knowledge, or either we have not looked at. It's a blind area to look at it. Now you see, when the export data comes out from the ministry, or there is a tie-up which we would be looking at, then what is that specific crop, right, is getting affected because of XYZ reason, and what are the solution to it?
Yeah.
So you see, if three ends work together, crop life, MAIF, and the export ministry, I don't know, I'm just putting it out. So you see, we can come up and say, okay, this is the solution, let the private company register this, we will fast track it to ensure the crop output increases, and it is gonna help us to build the export, and also in return, we are getting the Forex.
Yep.
Because you see, the crop, we need to identify also to look at which crops are giving us the highest revenues in terms of Forex. What are the deficits? What can we do together, the private companies and also with the government, to come up with the products and help to build up the Forex? It's simple.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you so
Boo-boo.
much.
Yeah.
Yeah, so thank you really very much. So if I can summarize that, without leaving much out, of course, it's just first appreciation of the conversations that are currently ongoing with the government, acknowledging also specifically the support that is coming from MAIF to have dialogue and to have conversations that are currently ongoing. But also, it's how do we bring in the regional harmonization? You mentioned about COMESA, we think about the Africa Free Trade Continental Area. How do we merge those both? And how do you harmonize collaboration across? But also most important is how do we enhance collaboration when it comes to very important value chain? And a very good example which you've mentioned is the Hass avocado. So thank you so much on your contribution to that. So looking at the time and moving swiftly to our able crop life chair, Agnes. I was looking at the statistics, and from the statistics, we know that by 2050, 1 in 4 people will be living in Africa. And as we speak today, we are talking about a very young population. And when you talk about young people, also you're talking about the need for 2 to 3 times additional food production to support our growing population, which will be doubling by 2050 from the statistics that we have today. So from where we sit, how can African governments build trust with the citizens, including youth? Yeah, because 60% of our population today across sub-Saharan Africa is below 25 years old. Yeah, and how do we balance that by making the decision on pesticide approvals, bans, restriction, and especially when external pressures are involved? How do you balance that conversation, and how do you ensure that the old conversation around food security still remains intact with the safety and availability of the relevant innovations in the market?
Okay, thank you very much, Evelyn. The question actually touches everything. For me, what we are addressing today, especially in regards to your question, how do we first of all bring the young people on board in agriculture space? That's one thing that you're talking about. Secondly, how do we create a balance between agrochemical products or pesticides and crop protection products in the era of too much pressure, right? What is happening today in the industry is that we have the issue of food security. We are faced with so many diseases in tropical Africa. We have a young population that is not interested in agriculture. We have an old population that is farming and is facing extinction. And amidst all these challenges, here is the pressure of how do we get all these pesticides out and how do we maintain food security when we have all this pressure. Now, as an industry, I think this is something that cannot be done by one party. This is a collaboration that must happen between agriculture departments across board in the countries and also the industry. Talking about the pressure for banning products, for example, and what we have right now at hand, the Ministry of Agriculture is faced with the pressure from the exports. The country is faced with the pressure from, for example, EU. We are faced with the pressure to make sure that we have food security. And the population is actually growing. So as an industry, how do we address this? There must be compromise, first of all. Secondly, there must be conversations in the right rooms, starting from the export market, coming to the farmer, coming to the ministry, and coming to the importers. You cannot say the government will stand alone and use the stick to say, let's ban 1,000 products at a go. We are going to have a crisis. The industry must come up with so many innovations right now to face the trend of the pressures that are happening. The government, specifically the ministry, must facilitate or accelerate the process of having the new molecules registered in Uganda, minding the cost that Given talked about, minding the cost of registration locally here, and minding the timelines that we have of 1.5 years to register one product. And what does this mean? We must make sure that as the whole industry, the holistic approach, we have everybody on board. The export on board because it's affecting us, the ministry on board, and say, how do we compromise a little bit? Instead of 1.5 years of registration, how can we fast track and do probably many trials in different parts of the country? Or how do we leverage on what is happening in Kenya, what is happening in Rwanda? If a product is registered in Rwanda, can we use the information, can we use the data available and shorten the process from 1.5 years to 1 year? Or if we are talking about East African harmonization, how do we harmonize what is happening in Kenya? And an example in case is foliar fertilizers. If in Kenya, in foliar fertilizers do not take 1.5 years to be registered, why is it happening in Uganda? If in Rwanda you can register it in 6 months, if you can register it in Tanzania in 6 months, or if there's no registration in Tanzania and all they do is probably do the testing in the laboratories, how can we leverage on what Tanzania is already doing, not reinventing the wheel, and ensuring that we move as East Africa and Africa in the whole? So in summary, the Minister of Agriculture, export, the farmer, the importer, the manufacturer must sit on one table. And I think this is one of the reasons why we are here today. And I think CropLife has taken the right step. And I would like to encourage everybody to follow the same procedure so that when we sit together here and have a dialogue, I can assure you by the end of tomorrow, we shall have so many working, actionable points. And I can guarantee you by next year, we shall come back to say, when we sat in this room, we're able to accelerate the registration of new molecules. We're able to probably come up with even ideas of what we can do locally and try to promote export while enhancing food security and safety at the same time. Thank you.
Thank you, Agnes. Well said. Just a follow-up question to you. There seems to be a bit of significant amount of non-scientific discourse surrounding conversation around use of crop protection and also other innovations in the market. So how do you think we can effectively address the challenge of misinformation, especially when it comes to the critical factors that you've raised, using collaboration and also putting the food security and safety at the center of that conversation?
Thank you very much. I think one of the presenters said it right. There is a difference between science and politics and speaking for the sake of popularity. The first thing we must do is to share this information in platforms like this. I can assure you the media in this room today will report better things after this conversation. Number two, we must have similar conversations, not just once a year, like CropLife is trying to do, but many, many, many times, as much as we can, so that we disseminate the right information. Number 3, as an industry, we must hold the mantle to sensitize the population, to sensitize the farmers, to sensitize the media, to speak the right information to the right people. And we can't do this alone. The Minister of Agriculture, it is a very big call to partnerships. Can we engage the media? Because I know the government has an upper hand. Can we engage the media to create partnerships so that we get speaking engagements, platforms, go to radios and speak science? I saw this happen last year when we had this conversation in this room. Within 3 months, we had the clarity of how many products are going to be banned. And by October, the list was already out. If we have similar conversations in the right rooms with the right people, I'm 100% sure this challenge will go, thinning out. And by the time we get to 2050, we shall be doing better than we did yesterday. And so collaboration, having the right people in the right space, and communicating the right message to the right people will take us very far. I
Thank you so much. Collaboration, communication, open dialogue, active listening, and basically just also putting in all the dynamics and allowing that conversation to keep on growing. Coming to you, Mr. Paul. I want us to take a step back and look at this from a farmer perspective. So from where you sit, what are the major knowledge gaps when it comes to stewardship and use of innovation when it comes to farmers?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I think I'm a little bit new to most of you. I'm a scientist by profession. And I've traversed the world. And one thing I realized, and Mr. Raboj has said it, was lack of local innovation. And it was very unfortunate, and it's still very unfortunate, that most of us here are importers. I'm a manufacturer myself, the only manufacturer in Uganda. The only manufacturer in Uganda. I think Ugandans, we need to look at this industry different. Very different. We are not different from these whites you see around. We are not. I had the chance to visit so many industries in Asia, in India, in China. As a scientist who spent a lot of time in the laboratory, I asked myself, what are these people doing that I cannot do? And then I looked at their machines, I went to their laboratories, and things were doable. Doable. The only problem is the mental thinking. We are so backward that we think the things we can't do. Yes, it's a fact. And I came back here and I talked to the ministry people. The good thing they are around here. I got a lot of help from Mr. Mambo, from my brother John here, Mwanja, from my chairperson here. Where is Fred? Fred is out. I got a lot of help. and I set up the first formulation plant in Uganda. And we went through a lot with these people. It was new, even with them. It was new. We went through a lot with them. We got the expertise from China. They came here. They took us through the process. We are now producing the best glyphosate and the best 2,4-D in the country. I asked myself, what is glyphosate? What is 2,4-D? And I want to tell you one thing. When you go to China, you find there are just about 4 or 5 companies that are making, for example, glyphosate. 4 or 5 companies that are making glyphosate TC. That is the powder. Now from those companies, you find about, by the year 2020, there were about 5,000 factories in the whole of China making glyphosate SL. Now I tell you what, China doesn't have natural water. They don't have pure water. They have to distill seawater in order to get natural water. And so they need to get natural water in order to make glyphosate. And I said, our Lake Victoria is full of natural water. Full of natural water. I need no distilling plant. I don't need it. And so that is when, it was a long process, but that is when I went ahead and contacted a few people, and we came up and started the plant here. It is innovation. Innovation is the biggest disease we have here. We don't think, we sleep, and we think we cannot do what these other guys are doing. Glyphosate is 70% water. Can you imagine? 70% water. And when you see someone is bringing 40 containers, 60 containers, he's bringing 70% water. And they first distill water. They go through that process. And for us who have water here in Lake Victoria, very clean. So when we go for innovation, we are going to have a lot. We are going to cut prices. We are going to control quality. Now I'll give you a scenario. In China, what we go to register to, right, where we buy our products from, we don't buy from a manufacturer. In India, you buy from a manufacturer. In Europe, you buy from a manufacturer. In China, you don't. They have a triangle. You have a man coming from Uganda. He goes to a trading company, which is well registered. The trading company will negotiate for you and then it goes to the manufacturer. You'll never see a manufacturer. Even when the ministry, I've even talked to the ministry several times, even when you go to the ministry and tell them, look, these companies are just trading companies that you are telling us to go and get dossiers, do you what? They're just trading companies. You can never meet a manufacturer. Because the Chinese made a system to make jobs for their people. So what they did is, you move from here, you go to a trading company. You negotiate with a trading company. Now, sometimes you move from here, you go to a trading company, you find the trading company has problems, financial problems. The trading company will go to the manufacturer with the problems and squeeze the manufacturer. Now, for us in chemistry, I can produce something, it looks the same with a naked eye. But actually, when you look to analyze it, when you come to analyze it, I have put less active ingredient here, more active ingredient here, depending on your money. If you come big, I'll put a lot of active ingredient. If you come crying, I will not refuse, I'll put less active ingredient. And this is what happens. So you'll find, here people are talking about counterfeit. Counterfeit even starts from China. It starts from there. Because you have no connection, you have no link between you and the manufacturer. So what happens? You go to a trading company, it has issues. It goes to the manufacturer with their issue. The manufacturer will reduce the active ingredient. Because it is coming from China, nobody will know it is a counterfeit. Right? Or you go to a trading company, it has no issues. The trading company goes to the manufacturer has issues, he will reduce the active ingredient. Again, we are getting counterfeit. Yeah. But because it's coming from China, no counterfeit. It is branded, it's okay. Now here, with my company, we can control the quality. And that one, all the farmers that are using our 2 products that we are formulating from here in this country, they can testify it is now the best. The best.
Thank you so much, Mr. Paul. I call that passion, and I really love how you've summarized that. So there are 3 key takeaways from what you've said. How do we create the right incentives to make sure that we are promoting local manufacturing? Because this is also the way we can influence also affordability and make sure that we have the right quality checks in place. But also for us to be able to do this comes in with the mind shifts of our ability and also the belief that we could drive these innovations and promote localization of our manufacturing opportunities. And I think as Africa, this is a very big opportunity that we could leverage on. So thank you very much for the intervention on that. Last and not least, I'll go to Mr. Manja. And Mr. Manja, just a quick question for you looking at the time. What are the safeguards which you put in place to ensure that the regulatory decisions are science-driven rather than influenced by non-scientific pressure? And of course, how do you see those trends shifting to safeguard the entire regulatory framework?
Thank you very much, the regulator. The registration process has a number of phases which we go through to ensure that we achieve the quality of the product on the market. For instance, it is a requirement to provide a technical dossier, which provides information about the product. After reviewing the technical dossier, if we are not satisfied that it gives us the required information, then we get back to the proponent and we ask for information, more information. Then if we are satisfied, the board has accredited scientists from universities and research organizations. These are the people who do the lab and the food efficacy trials. Then they compile the technical report. Then these technical reports are tabled before the technical committee. Now it's a committee of technical scientists. Then after studying the reports, they make their recommendations to the board, whether to approve the product to be placed on the market or not. And then also we ensure after approval that the product is registered. And by registered, it means it is given a registration number which must appear on the label. So through those processes, we ensure that quality is not compromised. And of course also there is post-registration activities. And one of it can be picking samples from the field. If there are complaints, we take it to the lab, and then the lab produces the analysis certificate, which we study, and then we can take administrative actions.
Yeah, thank you so much. So it's sticking to the protocol, making sure that we checklist across the process and make sure that whatever we are bringing to our farmers meets the scientific threshold that has been provided for. Thank you so much. We really appreciate the work that IF is doing. So looking at the time, I will just pause here and ask if there is one or two questions which we want to direct to any members of the panel from the audience, and I will ask just somebody to pass the mics around. Allow us to take just 3 questions, make it quick, make it fast, and also just direct it to a specific panelist. Thank you. Yeah. So
Thank you, moderator. My name is Solomon Kaule from Castle Logistics. I'm a logistician by professional, but I'm also a subsistence farmer. So my question will go to Miss Agnes. You projected about 2050 plans, and according to what was being discussed, Uganda, 75% of the population are in agriculture, but same as 75% are young people. So my question comes, when we talk about sustainability, we talk about the future. So it means 25% are the one active deciding for the 75%. So young people right now, they just wait food at the plate. They don't know where food comes from. So my question is, how do we make sure that young people are brought into these rooms in terms of policy, advocacy, and coming into the technical aspect? Secondly, as I wind up, the next question is, when you talk about food security, the truth is 40% of what is produced from the garden goes to waste. How is it wasted? Through the value chain, in terms of cold chain, warehousing, and transportation in the cold chain. So my question is, as the stakeholders, private stakeholders in the value chain, how are we supporting farmers right from the garden to the market in terms of bringing solutions, innovations? But as I wind up, you cannot talk about innovations and you separate young people in the room. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Agnes, do you want to take that quickly? Just keep it short, brief.
Thank you very much. How do we bring young people to the room? That's the basic question. First of all, it is the attitude of the young people about agriculture. So what do we do about it? We need to incentivize to make sure that we make agriculture as attractive as possible. That's one of the ways that I know. In the past, where I worked, we had something called, we were promoting a product, and we came up with something called Farming is Cool. We had a kit that we're promoting, and Evelyn can resonate with it, and we wanted to encourage young people to participate. So we came up with all kind of themes that encourage young people. So we know that young people today are on TikTok. We know that young people today are all over the place on social media. We need to take on social media to make sure that agriculture looks as beautiful as it can ever be. That way, the young people will try to endorse and also be part of this. But as it is right now, also the young people need to work on their mindset change. Gone are the days where agriculture used to be for only old people. The young people need to rise to the occasion. Much as we are trying to support you, you must also rise to the occasion and see that agriculture is here to stay. It is the only sector that will never die until you die. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And I know there are 2 questions, and I know there's also 1 question on post-harvest handling when it comes to food waste. So let's park there and take 2 more questions, then we can answer together. So, yeah.
Thank you, our moderator. My question is directed to John Mwaja on behalf of the ministry. We understand that you've taken some decision on 18 products. My question is, what steps is the ministry taking to ensure that we can bring innovations into the market at a faster rate? Because I understand there has been a backlog in the ministry in terms of approvals. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's take another question. So, John, just hold on, and then we can answer.
Thank you so much. My name is George Mtavazi. I'm a coffee farmer. First of all, Paul, you've made my day. Thank you. Now, Dr. Mwambu, the Maif team, you know the people you must look for. These are the people you look for, not these people with the ties. Now, my question goes to you, John, and Dr. Mwambu. We are looking at sustainability in this case. The whole team here that is in this room is looking at sustainability. But I want more interested into post-harvesting. I don't know whether you know what is happening in the rural areas, in the villages, over coffee now. The coffee that is being harvested now is totally green. I have tried my best. I've been arresting people illegally. I have failed myself because my if is not helping. Kindly, the coffee we have this season is not coffee. These are green beans, and the ministry is keeping quiet. If you don't have money, we the farmers have money. What we want is your authority, come work with us. When Agnes talks about crop life, you are keeping quiet down there. We have been talking about counterfeits in Masaka. This is the hub of counterfeits, but Maif is nowhere to come and work with us. Crop life can only work with you, but you cannot achieve anything without us, the farmers. Wake up, come and join us, and we'll help you because you are not okay.
Powerful. Another question.
Okay, thank you very much. David again from Uganda Flower Exporters Association. I think I'd like to speak to the pressures which I think Madam Agnes spoke about. We are a very highly regulated sector. We export nearly 100% of what we produce to Europe. So I think somebody spoke about communication, and I think this is in regard to some of these banned products. I know this is going to come up. I looked at some of the lists, some of the things we're no longer using them because we've already been informed. For example, the neonicotinoids, use them, and but the point I'm making, we were prepared. We got a lot of communication from our like where we export. Like we had more than a year to be able to prepare ourselves for the phase out. So for me, my call to concerned is like maybe prepare people a bit early, and also the engagements, maybe capture many more people, the people concerned, especially the end users like us, to be involved in these discussions so that we don't have a lot of panic. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I'll take just one last question from the gentleman down there, and then I will allow the panelists to respond. Iracha, I'll see you in the corner. Yeah.
Thank you, moderator. Mine briefly goes to Mr. John Mwanja.
Just imagine the constitution of the committee that does the efficacy drive in order to mitigate the likely back and forth in the future. I do not know whether you have health practitioners on that committee that will help to address the health concerns that come with the use of the chemical. It's all about the ingredients, the active ingredients they are in. And that also relates to my suggestion in the future that in such a fora, probably it will also be prudent to listen to that side of the professionalism for us to be able to understand what are the issues, what are the concerns that actually results into the banning of some of these agrochemicals. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. So, Mr. John, a lot of questions for you. Decisions on 15 products, sustainability, post-harvest, the green, coffee beans, counterfeit, efficacy trials. Yeah, kindly. Thank you.
Very much. For all the good questions which you have asked. Maybe I can start with the last question. The Minister of Health is part of the technical committee and maybe also the board who carry out these evaluations. In particular, we have a representative from the National Drug Authority, which is an agency under the Ministry of Health. About the issue of Mr. Chebe, he has already told you, he has been working together with us. We have been supporting him to reach that level of being a formulator in the country. When it comes to the issue of registrations, in the interest of time, I'm just going to be mentioning short statements. Otherwise, if I go into details, I may consume a lot of time. Now, you have mentioned about new molecules. You had the gentleman from Syngenta. He mentioned about two or three. So those ones are easy by virtue of the number to do fast-tracking registration. In our laws, we have a provision which allows provisional or temporary registration as we finish the full field efficacy trials. If a product is tested for 1 season and it is promising, then that one, if the owner requests for provisional registration, it can be granted. So that one can address that issue. Then also, when we look at the arrangements under the East African Community, we are already piloting, whereby after the phase of piloting, the period of testing, because currently with pesticide, it is 3 crop seasons, with fertilizers, it is 2 crop seasons. But after the piloting, we are looking at coming to 2 seasons. And also, if a product is already registered in another East African country, I think we are around 8 countries, you may find that when it goes to another country, it can be tested for only 1 season. So in the future, that issue is going to be solved. Then there is I heard about a backlog. That one is not true because we sit 4 times in a year. The chairman of PropLice is here, can be my witness, so there can be no questions of backlog when we are sitting quarterly. I think when we come to registration, I have answered most of the questions, but let me also mention this one. Just emphasize what the chairperson of PropLife said. In Uganda, we have a robust registration procedure. But when it comes to post-registration monitoring of the molecules which are registered, that one has been a bit weak. But now we have come up with a document or guidelines whereby we are going to be reviewing these molecules. It can be scheduled whereby it can be 10 years or 7 years, and also it can be unscheduled depending on circumstances. For instance, if one of the conventions, let's say Stockholm Convention, has announced that this product is for banning, then that one we cannot wait for the scheduled sitting. Or if there are incidences, maybe the users are complaining, then that one can cause us to sit and review the molecules and take administrative decisions. As you have been told, the ministry works very well with CropLife, with UNADA, and other stakeholders. We have already scheduled a meeting on Friday, Fairway Hotel, where we are going to table this document to CropLife and other key stakeholders to input the document before it becomes operational or before we take the top management of the of the ministry. The issue of coffee and other standards, we have had, point taken. The good thing our enforcement officer has also had. So that one, I promise it's going to be addressed. Hopefully, I've touched all points. If there's any point which I have not touched, maybe it can be brought back. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you. I know the conversation cannot end here, so we'll also see how basically we can also take any additional questions. So before Agnes, you provide also your response, I've been told that there's one pressing question, and to allow us also to be gender sensitive, from the lady in the room. Just we'll allow you to just ask one question in as much as we are time bound. Thank you.
Okay, I can be heard. Good afternoon. I have a pain point that I need to express on behalf of industry. As BASF, and I know a lot of the organizations that work with all of us, we take about 13 years to come up with one molecule. Millions of dollars investment. It will take less than a year for the product to come into a market like Uganda, and then 30% of the market share is immediately taken up by counterfeits. I really want to emphasize on the point of enforcement on counterfeits. I am very sad as an East African girl to see innovations abroad that can be brought into our countries, but the fear of launching products that will be counterfeited in a very short time is real. So whatever we do, we have to find a way to deal with counterfeits. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And then with that, I'll allow, let me allow Agnes, and then, to just comment on the previous question. There was a question to you, yeah?
I answered everything.
Oh, perfect then. So,
Thank you. I just want to reiterate what Christina said. I know when I mentioned about the period of how long it takes to get a new technology be brought into Uganda, for instance, it takes us so many years, 10 to 12 years to develop, and then safety trials that we do and other things until 18 years before it's approved. I know I didn't specifically mention a cost. It cost about $300 million to bring in one registration, one product. So protecting the counterfeits, protecting the molecules against the counterfeits is quite key and drives us, motivates us to look at this market when we're bringing new technologies. So we need your support, and like you said, we're really pleading to make sure that we can get support on the counterfeits, not you bring in something tomorrow, it's already on the market, counterfeits, and before you collect anything. Thank you.
thank you so much. So last and not least, I know, you have a point. You can just quickly wrap up.
Yeah, I think on the counterfeit, I know this subject has been going for quite a while, but I think it's our responsibility as a private company, and I think CropLife, we should take the responsibility that whatever is there, we need to report, we need to have an action plan on it, and to ensure the CropLife members are part of it, on the surveillance and whatever we need to do as a private company. Because as much as we complain about the counterfeit in this meeting, but if there is no actions or strategic decision taken as an association, we would be here next year as well, complaining about the same thing. But you see, ministry, because I think last year also, I wouldn't take more than 2 minutes. Last year also, it was the point of concern which was raised. But I think it's a shared responsibility. It's not only the MIF to to action it, but I think it's on our part as a private companies as well to ensure the counterfeit are stopped in the market because it is taking our market share.
Yeah.
I think that's what I would look at it. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. And in the afternoon, we have a session on counterfeit. We can share some of those statistics. So, Vikas, just keep it brief.
Just a brief one, and that's a answer somebody asked about how to involve youths. Youths or the young generation to come into or get interested into agriculture. I would say the best gift to give to someone is to teach them, and they will learn how to earn it. So that's the only thing we can do as the industry members. Thank you.
So thank you. And in conclusion, I want to thank my panelists. You guys have been great. Appreciating you taking time and sharing the insights, your knowledge to everything. Mr. Mwanja, you want to say something?
Yes.
Mhm.
I just want to assure the manufacturers, I mean the R&D, that we as government, we always do our best and we'll continue doing it. And we do it at different stages. One is registration, where we ensure all products which are supposed to be on the market, they must have been registered. Then also we control at the time of import, because we only authorize importation of only registered products.
Yeah.
Then also we carry out market surveillance, and then of course inspection and enforcement, whereby we go, we inspect, we confiscate all uncompliant products on the market, and we incinerate them.
Thank you so much for that commitment. And for that, I think it's our responsibility to make agriculture very attractive for our young people, because we need the young people to feed us guys when we are getting older. So thank you, and wishing you a good afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Evelyn, and a big, big hand clap to our panel for a wonderful conversation. And I think, like Evelyn said, these panels are just supposed to be a little bit provocative to get us going in the conversation, which then continues over lunch and things like that. One of the big issues that you have had talked about is of course, as we talk about food security, but I would like to announce that at the moment, the food in the Sheraton is not secure, because I need for you to go and deal with it very, very decisively. As we do, I'm told most of us are fasting, which is a good thing. Those of you, I think the 3 or 4 of you who are not fasting, will give you 15 minutes to go and grab a quick bite and then come back. I'm trying to be funny. It's not working, obviously. We want to try and do a very quick lunch. I am kindly requesting that if you can, eat little and eat quickly, so that you can try and be back in the room as soon as we can. If we can do it in 30 minutes, that would be great. Worst case scenario, let's push for 40 minutes so we can be back in the room. We have a wonderful panel in the afternoon being led by Ambassador Idro that you're going to love. Evelyn will be back to talk about this big issue of counterfeits that you've heard about. I also wanted to recognize some people with us in the room. I had not mentioned Lamarck Coffee. I don't know if there's anyone here from Lamarck Coffee. We hadn't recognized you. If you're here, we would like to take special recognition of you. Thank you for being with us. Chairman Mutabazi, I know you've already spoken, but if you can just allow me to introduce you once again. I think he stepped out of the room. So that gentleman that was there who was saying he was arresting people illegally wasn't joking for our visitors. He is famous for beating up people for being poor. So in his district, if you are poor, you get caned. And so he's managed to turn around an entire district. We are also joined by someone who wears very many hats, including being our Honorable Minister for Tourism, also an MP for Mityana. But for today, he's just simply here as a simple farmer. Honorable Godfrey Chiwanda, if you would please just stand so we can recognize you for being with us today. And you'll also be hearing some thoughts from him later on during the session. So he's not here as a politician. He is here strictly as a farmer, as a good farmer for that matter. Right, our lunch is ready. If you look at the back of your tag, you should see a meal coupon. Please make sure you use the meal coupon for today. There's meal coupon for day 1 and day 2. So please use the appropriate one. Our lunch is at Paradise Restaurant. So when you walk out through the corridor and then walk straight and then go down, you will find the lunch venue. Please do continue the conversations over lunch, but let's try and make it brief and try and be back in the room in the next 40 minutes. We will try and chief whip you and gather you along the way. But also, as you break for lunch, we're going to do a few interviews with some key people, including our chair, Agnes, and I believe our chief guest with us. So, and then Mr. Paul, do you want to help me do this, Jimmy?
Yeah. I think everybody is free to go for lunch, but the following people, Mr. Chebe, Given Mudenda, Evelyn Musioka, Dr. Mwambu, and Agnes Mbabazi, and Devashish. You will be needed in the media briefing room, sorry, the boardroom 1, which is just at the entrance. There are media people that need to be updated on some of the issues that have been discussed this morning. It's going to be about 20 to 30 minutes, and then you'll go and have your lunch. The rest of you people, I think you've earned your lunch.
Thank you very much, Jimmy. So let's go. Please don't make me chase you to go and eat. Let's go and have our meal. And then for the people who have been mentioned, we need to be able to raise these issues in the news. So we'll do some quick interviews with them. And then we'll be back in the room for our afternoon session. A reminder for you, you have a meal coupon at the back of your tag. So if you don't have a meal coupon yet, just pass by our secretariat desk on the outside and they'll give you a meal coupon. You will need that to go down and have your lunch. So enjoy your lunch. Bon appetit. We'll see you when you're back in the room.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Welcome back from lunch, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to ask everybody who is still outside or down at the restaurant to please make their way into the room. We are really pressed for time, so we would like to start in the next 3 minutes. And by way of the program, we are going to kick off this afternoon. Hello? Yes. We're going to kick off this afternoon with a presentation on the impact of counterfeit in seed and crop protection products. And the case study is on East Africa, and this is going to be delivered by our beautiful Evelyn Musioka, who took us through the previous panel. And then we'll get into a panel discussion moderated by Ambassador Idro. So, ladies and gentlemen, please make your way back into the room. For those of us in the room, if your colleague is outside, please WhatsApp them, call them, ping them to come back in so we can get started. Thank you. Hello? Ladies and gentlemen, please make your way back into the room. We would like to start, and we kindly ask that you take your seats and make your way back into the room. Those in the room, please reach out to your colleagues and ask them to make their way back so we can begin the afternoon session. And our dear panelists, we ask that you be on standby following Ms. Evelyn's presentation. The second panel will take off, hosted by Ambassador Idro. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you are outside, please make your way back into the room. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. In the course of this session, you need a pick-me-up. You could always step outside. There's coffees on the outside that you can pick up, or just drink some good old water. It will help. So now, ladies and gentlemen, allow me with great pleasure to invite back to the stage Ms. Evelyn Musyoka, who is the unit lead for Bayer East Africa. And she's going to take us through a presentation on the impact of counterfeit in seed and crop protection projects with a case study on East Africa. A round of applause for Ms. Evelyn as she comes.
So good afternoon again. Good afternoon. Okay, I hope the person who is managing my slides will be able to support me. Yeah, so, coming from the sessions we've had in the morning, I know one of the key topical conversations that has stayed top of my mind is the fact that, the quality of the product, the safety of the product that we bring to the market for our farmers will remain very critical, as we continue to discuss the whole conversation around our food security. And for me, this afternoon is just to deep dive from the fact that today we have a huge counterfeited products, and we'll be able to see that from the statistics we are going to provide. And one thing which is also comforting is that, and I like what Paul said in the morning, this is not just an East African problem, it's not a Ugandan problem, it's not just a Kenyan problem, but it's also a global problem. So it's just us getting aware and asking ourselves, how do we move forward and ensure that, we get ourselves quite informed and also be able to do something around it. But then the question is, why is this a critical topic? So one of the reasons why this is a critical topic is because we know counterfeits impact food security, We've been talking about food safety, and most importantly, it also weakens our food system. So when we think about our population growing significantly, where we are saying 60% today of agriculture, that's where our people are deriving their livelihood. When we talk about 75% need for more food into 2050, and when we talk about the need of producing more food, of course, we cannot not keep on talking about the quality of the food we are producing. And of course, also, it's just also appreciating the fact that, when you talk about counterfeit also impacts the yields that farmers are going to produce. It affects the ability of the farmers to get the yields which we promise them to get with the product that they are buying. It compromises everything that we keep talking about. Of course, there's also one critical topic which has been coming out in the room, where we are saying the Africa population, like I've mentioned, is going to double by 2050. But most importantly, and if you think about it, by 2030, 42% of the global youth, 42% of global youth will be sitting in Africa, will be Africans, will be people in Kenya, will be people in Uganda. So if we continue to compromise our food value systems and our food systems, the question is, how do we keep our agricultural production sustainable into the future? How do we make these agricultural field attractive? And how do we continue to change the entire image of agriculture? Remember, when we talk also about agriculture, we are talking about the GDP contribution. So 30% of the total GDP contribution to our governments, it's also directly coming in from agriculture, sector. So when we think about those statistics and think about the future, of course, the conversation will continue to remain. How do we impact productivity? How do we continue to strengthen our food system? And how do we continuously transform our agricultural systems in a way that will enable us strengthen our value chain? But then we ask ourselves the question around, why are counterfeits, why are they a risk to us? So when you think about the risk, of course, like I've mentioned, it significantly impacts the food, the yields, which we are looking at when we think about the productivity of farmers. And the most important thing, and one of the things from a study that we've read recently, is majority of farmers. This is a study which was done in Kenya recently, where we are saying counterfeits cause food and feed safety to ourselves, to our animal, and of course, everything infiltrates into the value chain. And when you think about the nutritional value, when you think about production cost, when you think about the illegally imported products, when you think about the delayed access to innovation, you can sum that and just think about what does that cost us and how will that cost us in the future. Now, from this study which I'm referencing, we are saying 44% of farmers, discover that first the seed that they are using is not genuine only after observing the germination. So the crisis is that actually majority of our farmers don't even know how to differentiate what is legit and what is a counterfeit. When you go to majority of our markets, a farmer goes out to buy a product genuinely. So they come in and they are buying a pesticide because their crop somewhere is being destroyed by fall armyworm. So the farmer needs to buy a product which will be able to be effective by spraying fall armyworms to make sure that that doesn't impact their productivity. But then the crisis is 44% actually don't know once they buy that product is not genuine. So you can see the impact, the lack of awareness, but also the need for us actually to do the right thing. Number one, as an industry, and of course, we'll be talking about why this remains very essential. And I keep on saying, counterfeit will still be here. I mean, I know we will walk around how do we strengthen the policies and how do we strengthen the frameworks and how do we create the awareness and collaboration. But also remember, for the person who is also counterfeiting, they see this as a business, as a very lucrative business. By the way, counterfeiters are smart people. We keep on saying sometimes they even do better job than actually manufacturers. If we show you some of the products that we found in our markets in East Africa, you look at the package, we can tell because we know our product and we can test the product to check the quality. But if you can see the original product and the genuine product, even sometimes our own teams get confused as to what is genuine and what is counterfeit. So you can think about how sophisticated the industry is. And why is it? Because if I'm in this business to make a business, definitely people will commit to make sure that they can fit the standards so that it could be believed that the product they are selling is a genuine product. So of course, there is also high demand because if we don't get the right inputs for farmers in time, in full, where the farmer needs it, they'll be taken advantage. So one of the things which also we've seen is having a lot of fragmented value chains where, I mean, you bring a product is being demanded by the farmers, but because the farmer cannot have that product, then that product is not available, and somebody, a smart business person, I keep on saying strong entrepreneurs, comes in and takes that as an opportunity to manage that gap. And that's why it still will remain a very lucrative industry. But on the other side, we've said, how do we quicken registration? Because if a farmer knows I have a certain product and this product works for me, or whatever other product, it doesn't even have to be an agricultural input. If that product could be availed and a farmer knows this product will work for me, how do we then strengthen the whole framework to ensure that the registration, the availability, and the accessibility of that product it's also available? But also we've talked about affordability, you know, and sometimes because farmers are not aware, they are not aware of what is genuine. Of course, they are pressed with other needs. The question is, if a product seems to be the original, I will definitely go for it because if it's cheaper. So again, the affordability part of it, and I think we've had a lot of discussion on how do we create availability, how do we strengthen local manufacturing opportunities, how do we collaborate, how do we partner to be able to make sure that the inputs also we are selling to our farmers basically could be affordable, could be accessible, and also could be at the reach of farmer. So definitely when you think about it, it's a question of how do we strengthen our fragmented value chains, how do we make sure that farmers are aware, because I know there are some of the products you go to the market, and honestly, majority of the farmers don't know exactly that actually 80% of what is actually in the market is counterfeited. And that is a risk and it's a disservice, honestly, to our farmers. And sometimes when I sit in this crowd and I see our commissioner of farmer policing in this house, at least it gives me hope that, of course, there is the need to collaborate and enforce and just make sure that our farmers, honestly, are not taking advantage, because we need our farmers, we need to feed our population, and we need to really protect them because, and ensuring that whatever they are paying is of value, whether it's seed, whether it's whatever it is, whatever input, fertilizer, just make sure that we are kind enough to our farmers and make sure that they are not really being disadvantaged, because farming is not an easy job. Now, when you think about the share of the illegal and counterfeit seeds in Africa, it's amongst the highest in the world. And you can see this is a statistic. It's a published statistic. You can see the reference there. So if you look, for example, in Uganda, when we talk about inputs like seed, whether you're looking at vegetable seed, whether you're looking at maize seed or legumes and what have you, we are saying 30 to 40% today of the seed which is being sold in the market today in Uganda is counterfeited. And you can see that 50% of the seed sold as hybrid is not authentic. And I can tell you how it comes, in what form it comes. I will go to the market, buy grain, whatever grain it is, color it, package it very well, and avail it to the farmer. Think about a farmer who is paying the cost of that input, unaware. Think about how long it takes to grow a vegetable and to place it into the market. So in short, by giving a farmer a counterfeit, we are saying we are really stealing a whole season of livelihood from the farmer. And let's think about it and see from an industry perspective, what are some of those measures that we could put in place? But it's not just Uganda. You have we've shown you the statistics also in Kenya. You can see also in Tanzania that 40% of the agro inputs which are reported to be fake. And of course, when you go even to West Africa, the picture is even more red, where you can see 50% of that. Of course, it's reported to be counterfeits. But the whole question is from where we sit as an industry. How do we protect the livelihoods of farmers? Think about, we are in the city. Majority of us will not be in the farmers. We go to a supermarket. Think about the pain points our farmers are moving from accessing seed to affording that seed to really taking care of it, and you are taking care of a counterfeit with very good fertilizer. Just think about the entire value chain and the whole pain that comes in with it. So from where we sit, of course, and thinking around it, is just a question of when we think about the anti-counterfeit programs, what is it that as an industry we can do? Of course, this is not a private sector thing, neither is it a public sector thing. This is where private-public collaboration with all key stakeholders really comes into play. And of course, like we mentioned, part of it is how do you raise awareness and education? How do we enable farmers actually to tell apart that the product which they are buying or whatever they are not buying, it's not counterfeit or not? So it's a question of are farmers even aware? We've had a couple of collaboration, of course, through government, where we have, for example, e-verification codes sitting with the government agencies where farmers could verify whether the product is a counterfeit or not. So there are measures from a technology perspective that is coming into play. But it cannot be a standalone because you still need an enforcement around it, because if I discover today whatever I'm growing is counterfeit, then what? So of course there is the awareness bit where the farmer needs to be aware, they can verify, they can know basically what is coming through, but also there is the collaboration efforts, where, the government, private sector, farmer organization, civil society, communities can come in together and protect the welfare of the farmers as well. And of course also technology, going into the future, technology will play a very critical role, and it's not just limited to agriculture. We've seen these in the pharmaceutical industry where farmers have the opportunity to be able to really move and be able to really authenticate whether their products are counterfeit or not. So basically it's a game of collaboration. It's also an innovation where we are saying how do we keep on reinventing ourselves, but also most importantly, how do we collaborate, educate, create awareness and take ownership, and also vow to ourselves that we are going to protect the very essential and the basics of our community, and this is our farmers. So here, this is where we call each other and just stand out for from a mission perspective and just, think together to say how do we effectively, compact, counterfeiting across the value chain. I like what Paul said in the morning. Some of the counterfeits may be even imported into the country, and how do we create the relevant standards, the relevant legal frameworks, the checkpoints? Think about where we've had 18 years of bringing an innovation in the market. By the way, to get a seed in the market, it takes 8 to 12 years. Think about a process where you have a new innovation. You brought that innovation in the market. There's the lady from BSF who mentioned that in the first year of introducing your product, 30% already is counterfeited. So think about the cost, even to the manufacturers, but also think about the cost to the farmer. Think about also the safety of that product, infiltrating the food value chain. So you may not be affected by the cost of it, but you are going to be impacted if the value and the quality of the product and the safety of the product that you are putting on the table is not good. So it is a collective effort, and this is where we keep on saying we need to think through and see how we strengthen our value chain from a policy framework, legal framework perspective, but also most importantly from a technological advancement perspective. So with those few remarks, I will pause there and just hand it over to Julie.
I think Evelyn deserves a slightly bigger hand clap than that. Your energy is almost approaching Agnes's. It's almost there. Some very shocking numbers there when you think about the percentages in terms of the counterfeits. You don't usually think about just how big a problem it is until you listen to that, and then it becomes extremely scary. And so hopefully we can be able to do something about it. Our farmer who also, in this case, Honorable Chwanda, I think would now turn to you as a politician and say, when you go from here, can you whisper these things where you're going that we can do something about that? Let's have a quick conversation now then about this with what should be a wonderful panel. Before I invite our moderator for this panel, allow me to recognize OHT Haji Amis Kakomo, who is the Minister for Agriculture, Cooperatives, Trade and Fisheries in the Buganda Kingdom. If you could kindly stand for recognition so we can make note of your presence. OHT Haji Mukasa Minsi Kakomo is with us. I would invite Ambassador, I need to introduce him properly because his titles cannot fit on one business card. They have to put title on one side and then name on the other side. I'm not joking. His full title is Honorable Professor Ambassador Lieutenant General Philip Idro. You try putting that on one side of a business card and see if it will fit. He's a director and founder, member of Forum on China and Africa Cooperation, a member of the China-Africa think tank at Zhejiang University, also a member of the Presidential Investment Roundtable, but also just an all-round amiable person, wonderful human being, and an incredible believer in humanity and its goodness. Please welcome Honorable Professor Ambassador Lieutenant General Philip Idro to come. And if you'll allow me, I can invite his panel for him as he comes to join me. Narcis Tumushabe, chairman of the Uganda Seed Trade Association, as you can imagine, very, very close to this conversation. He's going to join us now as well on the panel. So Narcis, if you'd please come. Honorable Godfrey Chwanda, our farmer, who is here as a farmer, but also holds many other portfolios, who will join us on the panel. If you'd please make your way up here to join our moderator. We have, of course, Agnes Mbabazi, our board chair for CropLife Uganda, who is a permanent mainstay on all our panels by default. Agnes, please join us. We also have Mr. Sudaka, who is the chief operating officer at Sayova Seeds Uganda Limited. If you would please come join us. And then last but not least, Mr. Fred Muzira, who is the Senior Agricultural Inspector at Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries in the Department of Crop Inspection and Certification. So if you would please come join Honorable Professor Ambassador Lieutenant General Philip Idro so you can have a wonderful conversation about this.
Bwana mkubwa, asante sana. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I think I'm flattered by my brother here in giving me all those titles. And that's why many times I just say I'm called Philip Idro. And one of the things he didn't say is that I'm now the principal advisor to General Saleh in OAU. And that's my latest assignment. And I'm coming basically from there. But I also want to introduce here one of my senior mentors, professor here. When I was a student at the university, he was already a professor, and Professor Mondo Kagonyera. And of course, when I was also a commissioner in the Electoral Commission, trying to pretend to do democracy in Uganda, he was one of my clients as a candidate in Rukunjiri. And we used to move together, but he was a very frank man. And so we could not do any punky. And, but he still won the elections. And I think we have still remained good friends. Now, these honorable people here, these are very powerful Ugandans. I think what I should really say here is that these earlier speakers spoke so well about the quantities and the types of counterfeit that all the questions I had wanted to ask the panelists, they have asked. So I'm now using this moment to try and see how I can ask the next set of questions, because I also became a student of these earlier people. And let me see if I can make good sense and quick wit of all that's going on. Because now what it has done is that it has almost reduced us into the Ugandan context for a solution. I think that is where we are going, because the matters were very well described, the impacts, the direction of all the counterfeit issues. So we may use the opportunity to now focus strictly on the Ugandan context, which I think is also opportune because we are going to discuss Uganda with a solution. My brother here, can you please tell me that if you were the Minister of Agriculture, what you would do to stop this thing called counterfeit? Because I think it is one of the biggest problems, as has just been given here, in not only health matters, but also revenue matters. As the principal advisor to General Saleh, I want to go and tell him, Afande, we have got the solution. So tell me what your solution is. But first introduce yourself again so that they know exactly who you are. Is it troubling you? It's a counterfeit.
Hello.
There you
Hello.
go.
I
There
think it's
you
taking
go.
some time to. Yeah. Thank you, Honorable, for actually allowing me to be the Agriculture Minister for few minutes at least. Yeah.
They are on leave.
Okay.
So you can actually take over.
Yes. Yeah. I think I was just telling Evelyn when she came after presentation that she has already hijacked this session.
Yes.
By almost explaining. In fact, I had done a lot of homework, but
she answered it.
Most of the things have been already like discussed. Yeah, but before I go, I wear the hat of the minister. I have some interesting. I think this was left out. What exactly is counterfeit? How do you define counterfeits? As per FAO, any products which are deliberately falsified, adulterated, diluted, repacked, or misbranded to imitate the genuine products and not meeting the expected standards. FAO defines counterfeits this way. So it need not be a duplicate or a product which is not true to, but even the genuine packing with adulterated or diluted could also be one of the counterfeit. In fact, Dr. Chebe explained very well that there are some products which are coming with low concentrations. Even that also is a counterfeit, though it may be coming in the same brand. Yeah. And I have some interesting data on how the counterfeits are measured in different countries. Like there is a global organized crime index in 2025. Their publication says that the global criminality score on trade in counterfeits, they have actually given the scoring for global, for East Africa and Uganda. These three data I have. The global criminality score on trade in counterfeits is about 5.09. This is out of 10. Globally, it's 5.09. East Africa is slightly higher at 6.22. But unfortunately, in Uganda, it is much higher at 7.5.
At what?
7.5. This is something which we, all of us as a community, need to seriously look into. In fact, I have almost 15 years of experience in Africa. Across Africa, I have traveled across entire Africa. See, one of the perception, even among Ugandan farmers, is something which comes from Kenya has high value. I think that perception is there. We try to disprove that perception through demonstrations and using both Kenyan and Ugandan packed or produced material together in the same field. But still, farmers are willing to pay a higher price for a Kenyan arriving material, a seed or other product than Ugandan. It means their value is higher than Ugandan. I think that's one serious issue which, as a team, we need to really look into. And coming to your point, what we can do to avoid or minimize counterfeits. I think there are quite a number of measures which we can take. From the government point of view, regulators' point of view, I think one of the challenges we have is, Uganda is surrounded by many countries with a lot of porous borders. And there are many entry points of wherein these products will come to Uganda. I think we need to strengthen the enforcement. Unfortunately, in Uganda, even we know the limitations that there is not enough staff to monitor and actually control this. And one good thing recently, I saw is that they actually raided some outlets in different parts of the country where they identified the counterfeits and did a good work. But enforcement, there is a gap between the policy and enforcement. We are failing in execution. I think we need to effectively implement the execution part. We have already enough policies, but only we need to ensure that it is executed thoroughly. And there should be stricter penalties. And one of the point here is that the counterfeits, Evelyn also said it's more profitable because the penalties which are levied on the counterfeit agencies is a fraction of what they earn from that. So it is more remunerative to them to even pay penalty and come back and again do the business. I think you just look at maybe some of the countries where the crime rate is very low. I always give example of Dubai. A driver in Dubai will be scared to do a simple driving mistake because I have traveled many times. Even they say that a small mistake, he has to shell out entire month's earnings as penalty. Wherever the penalties are big, so people are scared to do any errors or mistakes. I think the penalization should be severe. It could be monetary. It could be whatever. It should feel the heat of these penalties. I think that's one area. Routine market inspections and product testing. And we are also may not have enough facilities to test the products in our laboratories. I think we need to strengthen that. Even among the products which we import, even random checking once in a while, we can ascertain the quality, whether it is up to the standards or not. And also maybe we need to strengthen the sensitization among the farmers. Yeah, basically, as government agencies, I think we need to ensure that empowerment and we have enough skilled, technically qualified people to enforce the regulations and sensitize the farmers and penalties. These measures will definitely help in reducing the counterfeits. Thank you. I hope I answered.
Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. Of course, I know you are talking about enforcement, and I think the lady from the police who is in charge of enforcement will want to make a comment, but I am not so sure whether she can fight that money because it is a high profit, very low investment. The appetite is heavy. I had come here with the view that I was going to quarrel with her and my brother Paul Mwambu, but from what these Kenyan ladies have been telling me there, I am not sure I had got the formula right. So I think I'm revising myself. But my brother Kiwanda here, he has been a member of the Central Executive Committee for Buganda in NRM. And that is a very big position in Ugandan politics. They are the ones who take all these decisions. So I want him to tell us what he understands of this, and as still a man who is very high up in politics, how he thinks he would like to approach this matter. Yes, 75. 75, this is too high. I am not sure, my brother, whether we can manage this. Yet, we are eating the problems of this. We can't earn foreign exchange. We are eating the poisons, and yet it is still highly profitable. So what is NRM and the political class thinking about this? Is it that they are not well informed, or what is the problem? And yet you are a farmer, my brother. You know I know you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jeno. First of all, my name is Chiwanda Godfrey Subi. I'm a farmer, I'm a coffee farmer, banana and very many other items. Ambassador Philip knows and always meet in the garden. First of all, I want to talk as a former Minister of Tourism. Our biggest challenge when I was a Minister of Tourism was poaching. The way you are facing now, counterfeit. It's the same that we're facing in, it was poaching. But there was one statement that was made by the tourism police. By then, my brother Frank was the commandant, tourism police. So he told us that as we devise means every day, the same way government is sitting there, we are seated here. The poachers also have their conferences and devise means the way they can also defeat us. So the way we are seated here, the counterfeit guys, they're also always in workshops, in night meetings, to find ways how they can also defeat us. So the best way is to have hours extra and probably outmatch them. But one thing that I know, which has also escalated this, I take it into three things. Number one, the mobilization that has been taking place. You know, now that people are becoming more commercial in agriculture, people are putting in a lot. So we've mobilized very many people to go back to the gardens. And now agriculture is taken as a job. Because we've mobilized people, go back to the gardens. So that high production, where everyone wants to get involved, is now being matched with another vista or another element called productivity. How do I get the best? How much am I going to get, the biggest output in terms of yields? So this one tempts people now always to search. And now the fake people always now provide a solution. If you want to get 20 kilograms out of one coffee tree, this is what to use. So because of that thirst, People always fall into this. Like these days, if you want to sell a lot, I've seen when I go wherever I go to visit in the villages, especially on the public markets, you always hear people talking about the herbs that increase the manhood. Because they know it's on demand. So, and fake people always into that. People always fake things that people have created an artificial kind of demand. Now, with agriculture, people as the minds are out looking for what can actually propel high productivity. Now another one comes into profits. How do I make profit? So the production, productivity, and profitability now are vehicles into now counterfeit. Because before, nobody would mind about this. When we were growing up, we didn't know anything about fertilizers, nothing about herbicides, pesticides. We were not bothered. But now, as we become more commercial, this is now the way to go. People are looking at how best can we do this. Now, this calls for the first statement that I made. How do we counter now the bad people? How do we go to the public? I was talking to Dr. Agnes here, and I've been engaging her for some time, that apart from the conferences that we do here, the conferences, either actually today I had to go to Sheraton first, to Serena, because last time we were in Serena. Because I know our workshops are either in Serena or this big hotel or Sheraton. But how often do we interact with the farmers, with the agricultural dealers or the manufacturers? What was your last time to have a one-to-one meeting with the farmers through farmer education and mobilization, so the farmer can be able to differentiate between what is fake and what is really the right thing to do? Sometime back, we had an interface with my sister here, Dr. Agnes Kawisho Mbabas. We had a workshop deep in Mitiana, but we found a person who had herbicides in his jilica just within a shop. So he was just making his mixtures. So when these people bought the right herbicide from the workshop, where we've gone, now they were comparing and actually found out that what actually they are using is counterfeit. In very many areas, some of our farmers, they didn't even know, they don't even know that what they're using is counterfeit. There are even some people, chronically, there are some people in Masakai, I don't know. These people, they've outmatched us. Actually, they've amassed a lot of wealth through counterfeit. And we know them. If you ask Nanyonga today, some of them, she has the information. But times people say, okay, give me the information beyond the reasonable doubt that we can arrest them. But they've made a lot of money out of this. So now, to me, now that the mobilization has been done, Ambassador Philip, or that people have gone into production, people are looking for now how do we increase the productivity? How do we improve the profitability now? Because people are talking about, if I have an acre of maize, those days we couldn't even bother. Even if I could get 5 bags out of an acre, that's okay. But now today people are looking for 25 bags, 30 bags out of 1 acre of maize. So people are thirsty for knowledge. So thirsty. We need to plan as agro-food dealers, manufacturers, serious farmers, the Ministry of Agriculture, crop life. We need to go to the population, explain to the population. Let me tell you, those farmers now know. Once you've explained to them, they will definitely know, and they will differentiate between a counterfeit, because now and the right product. So as we mobilize the police to go and arrest, but if the people themselves know the right thing, they will definitely look for it. And I know by empowering the communities, we shall be able to defeat them. I thank you.
Thank you. But before you clap for him, two points. According to the data, there is not enough supply of genuine seed. I think that is what was stated here. So while they have this appetite, there are not enough seeds. I think that is what I see is the problem. And that may be slightly more than their awareness. So how are we going to solve this problem of increasing seed? Is what I wanted you to say. Is it just a budget issue? Or is it a policy issue? Is it a strategic issue? Because why people are not developing more seed?
True. Ambassador, seed is actually still a very big thing. Not only in crops, because at times when we talk about seed, people think about the grain. Now the seedlings, most people, me and Mr. Mutabaz here, we've been fighting with people having fake nursery beds of coffee. Because with coffee, you must have a mother garden to produce coffee seedlings. But most of the seedlings that people are buying on the street, on the road, as you move on the highways, those guys have no mother gardens. They just go into coffee gardens, they pluck off, they cut from those, either the old crones, whatever they cut, and they pot them. So people go and buy these. And within no time, we go back to the coffee root. Because we've even failed to control on the seedlings. But it also goes, this one goes to the other question that I raised, the other concern that I raised at first. It's because we've created the demand and it's not been matched with the supply. The demand for the seedlings will mobilize people, go and plant coffee. But the government, as government, we've not come out and say now, this is the right seed. Now, since the demise, I don't know how to call the demise, since the scrap of the Uganda Coffee Development Authority, now you cannot see actually who is now in charge of the coffee. And now we are mobilizing people to go to plant coffee. But who's in charge? And leave alone the plucking of but also that one. So, and another one is about seed. We don't have the seed. The way we are the seed multiplication is a very big issue. Sometime back we had mobilized people to go and grow maize, but we went almost in every seed company, they didn't have enough. And the seed that are being imported from Kenya and these other countries around, I think Kenya are somehow better on seed. But now people are just getting the polythene bags, the Uvera, they put on the logos,
paint,
and they sell in the Chikubo in the seed market, but yet that's not the right seed. I agree with you. The lack of the seed actually is also causing other, because you've created demand, which demand has not been matched with the supply. So that creates a gap, and that gap is this, which is these guys are using.
Thank you. Now you can clap for him. Right. We have somebody from Ministry of Agriculture. You know? Is that right? Very good. What do you understand by this? And how do you want to solve it? Is the question I've put to you. Not as the Minister of Agriculture, because the Minister of Agriculture is this one here. Now as a technical person.
Thank you, Chair. I think most of the issues have been raised, rotating around awareness. But like we said, we need to have honest conversations. One, the industry, leave alone the bad guys that Honorable Minister has been talking about. The industry needs to do some reflections. So Agnes and her team, they need to go back and they need to encourage a few members to repent. Yeah, they need to encourage, because we are here, we have, Professor, we need to get honest conversations, and we must be honest with ourselves. We need to encourage some members of the industry to repent and start doing, conducting businesses ethically. I'll leave it at that, Professor, but they've gotten the message. And then, one time, when in 2016, when we had the outbreak of the fallen worm, I visited the late Professor Lugubrias's farm, Professor Nsbambi. And one of the issues that was raised then, because we were trying to collect chemicals and take them there, and he was concerned, and the issue of counterfeits came up then. And I remember he told me, young man, if I had all the powers for some of these things to change, I would have carried all the adult Ugandans and then loaded them on a ship and dropped them and go and dump them in Lake Victoria, so that the young people can start with a fresh mind which is not corrupted, and Uganda will be better. So what I picked from that is that counterfeit is an ethical issue and a mindset change issue. And we need to work on our ethics way back from home. We need to encourage, because somebody was saying, how do we get the young people? If things don't change, the way it's the young people and the way they have high appetite for money, for us, the older, at least we don't have a lot of appetite for money, but the young people, the way it's the young people, if we do not work on the mind of the young people, a child cries home, instead of, for over nothing, instead of the mother administering a slap, they are going to bribe them with either a sweet or something like that to keep quiet. So we need to encourage our people and tell them that something bad is bad. Because when you look at some of the counterfeiters that we've interacted with as a ministry, okay, majority of the number of them are the youth. They are those who are looking for quick money, because one of the drivers of counterfeiting is the high profit potential that comes with the counterfeits. So these guys see an opportunity in making good money. That means that we need to get back to the family, Professor Edwards, and we impart ethics in our children, so that when you grow up, that doing bad is harming our country. So we need to get back and impart that to the children. The other one is on the statistics that the minister gave. Yes, counterfeits are a problem. Of course, I have issues with the statistics, I'll be honest. Because if we say 75% of the inputs in Uganda, because if you have a 7.5 index, what it means that is 7.5 out of 10, that's 75%. Then we would have no food. That's just an honest truth. We will not be having food in Uganda. But I know we tend to confuse a number of things. Pesticide abuse, which is one of the issues that we now grapple with. Abuse means misuse. Farmers are mixing, they're making a consortium of pesticides. You get about 20, maybe 3 or 4 products, and then you apply them together without looking at compatibility issues. And when it doesn't work, when that concoction doesn't work, you're quick to blame the product. You do not, but not blame the practice. And that's now on a lighter note to the industry. That's where they need to come in and work together with extension services and make sure that their products are protected, their products are not abused. So product stewardship, making sure that people are using the products the right way. Because when the product doesn't work, the farmer will say, "I sold something fake." The farmer will not say, "I did not use the product the right way." So that could be contributing to some of those statistics. The other thing, of course, we've talked about awareness. The other thing that is coming up is we know we have a challenge of container management, the pesticide containers. And we've had honest conversation with the industry, and I think we need to see out sort of the issue of the pesticide container management, because these create avenues for the fakers to make sure that if we remove these empty containers, I've seen even some farmers have confessed that sometimes even the counterfeiters, when he takes a product, he says, "If you're able to bring me back the empty container, I'll give you something." You know, it's this bad. So we need now to see, as industry, and work with the ministry and the regulators to see how we manage the issues of the empty containers, because they're also something that are causing us a problem. But then the minister said our penalties are current. The penalties are very, they're not deterrent enough in the current Agricultural Chemicals Control Act. The penalty for counterfeiting is about 60 currency points, which is about 1.2 million shillings, or imprisonment for about 1 year. Now, in the new bill that will usher in the agency, which the commissioner was talking about, the Food and Agricultural Digital Authority bill of 2025, we've proposed learning from experience. We proposed tougher penalties. For example, the fines have been revised to a tune of almost $100,000. Yeah, because we are saying if you're a company and you got counterfeiting, you pay 20,000 currency points. That's about 400 million shillings. And if you're an individual, it's about 5,000, which is about 100 million shillings, or you'll be in prison for 15 years. So we think that the right steps are being taken. And then the other thing that is going on is the ministry is also putting in place, we are going digital. Right now, the ministry is working on a digital system called NIFAMIS, which is the National Integrated Food and Agriculture Management Information System. And we have different components for all the departments within the ministry. For crop inspection and certification, we have crop inspection and certification module, where the agrochemicals have come out vividly, and we'll be looking at part of what will be into the system is that for every products that are imported into the country, the importers are supposed to declare, and we are able to track, so that as you're distributing your products, you should also be able to tell us your distribution line, so that when the inspectors get to the field and then you get to a shop somewhere for a small stockist, you're able to reconcile what you have in the system with the stock that either Bukola or Cheve or AgriFarm would have supplied to you, so that if you have excess beyond what the system says, then that raises a question. So, Prof, not all is lost. That's what I can say for now. Thank you.
Thank you. You can clap. Permission granted. You can clap. But before I go to Agnes, I just wanted to let my brother here know that many times in the society, the African society, the parents force a young man to marry a woman because he's not organized. Now, if his socks are smelling, now instead of teaching him to wash the socks, now they have brought another woman to share the bad smell from the socks. And I think this is how I see what is going on. So yes, because we are punishing the girl. The man doesn't know how to wash his socks, so he doesn't want. And so we're avoiding the hard decision to teach the Ugandans what to do. That is how what I am getting in terms of taking hard decisions. And so, Agnes, what would it mean if we stopped all Ugandans, stopped them from distributing these commodities, and said, okay, Bear, you distribute throughout the country. Nobody else. Syngenta, you distribute. So that we know that it is the Ugandans causing the problems. And we ask the Bear and their companies to bring enough of the seeds so that we know that they actually can solve the problem. Because I don't want to eat aflatoxins. I don't want to produce when the seeds are going to germinate less than 50%, because that is what doubles the price. That is what is making Ugandan exports not viable. Uganda now is a net importer of food. We import more food from Tanzania than we export. What do you think would happen if we stopped Ugandans from retailing these things and give these imports to foreigners who agree? After all, we are importing. What do you say about that, my dear Agnes?
Okay, thank you very much. Ambassador, I don't know whether you want to see us unemployed first of all, by saying get everybody here.
No, but you are employed but causing problems. So we don't want that.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's get serious now. Let me start from where you were. First and foremost, stopping distributorship and saying all the manufacturers come to Uganda and do the distribution is practically impossible. The multinationals
Is that what they have said? Or
I know it for a fact.
Okay.
You've now been here for 26 years in the same
I know
industry.
you are even in Bolton, so you tell me.
So I know
they are
for
here,
a
they will
fact
ask.
they are here in the room, and I know they may not even disapprove me, because every manufacturer in this room has their mode of operation. Everyone has their way of distributing their products. As a matter of fact, let me tell you something, Ambassador. One of the things that are causing counterfeit in this country is some of the manufacturers allowing everybody to have their product directly. And I can say it again. Having every farmer going to buy from the manufacturer directly is actually one of the main problems. And I'll refer specifically to fertilizer. If you look at the past, of course, I must acknowledge that the demand has gone up. If I remember a couple of years back, and I will be very honest and very open, when the major companies came into distribution of fertilizer, like Yara, who is actually in the house, they used to have one distributor in Uganda. And at the time, I must say it was Bolton, where I worked very ably. And there was traceability of what came from Yara to the warehouse in Bolton. And we distributed, and any effect they found on the market was either attributed to Bolton or to Yara. Now, later on, the business became very profitable, like you said earlier. Everybody started going to Kenya to bring a truck, half a truck, a pickup, a bicycle, and everybody was doing any illicit business at the border. So at the point, as we are now, even tracing a genuine fertilizer from these companies, for example, we said we are talking honest, we are being honest, is impossible. You can't trace what came from where and which batch number is in Uganda. So for me, I do believe that there are other mitigative measures that we can take beyond saying let the manufacturer go direct. It's not possible, it's not practical, because there's no manufacturer that is going to come and go up to China Mukanka and distribute one bottle. It doesn't make business sense. These guys are here to make business sense. They cannot come and go to my grandmother sitting in Bukomero to distribute 1 liter. So what can I propose from the umbrella of CropLife? One of the things that Fred mentioned here that was quite enticing and exciting is the proposed penalty in the new authority that we are going to have, $100,000, and everybody clapped, okay? First of all, let's understand who is behind counterfeiting, beyond the small boys that we are talking about. Beyond the small boy who is 30 years old that you're seeing, there's a big boy. And this is the reality. And I have seen it before when we would impound, when we took on a personal responsibility to trace who was faking our product. And that time I was at Bolton and we were working with Monsanto. And we tracked backwards to see who was faking Roundup. And before we could get the young boy into prison, the big man surfaced. And he wanted to arrest me literally. And I was on the scene. So I also had to call my Gambanog somewhere. If I didn't have a Gambanog that day, I was also sleeping in prison. And these are realities. And so I had to call a Gambanog. Given Gambanog means the top guy up there. So they called their big boy, I called my big boy. And so we met on the scene and we said, okay, Agnes, go back to Kampala. Let's dissolve this issue amicably. So what am I saying? Who is behind the small boys? The big boys. If the law is very, very serious on who is behind the counterfeit, you will be shocked who is behind it. So let's go back to the basics. Even if you want to put this under the authority, I do hope that the big boys will not come and stop this bill like we've been talking about counterfeit bill for 1,000 years.
That's why Kiwanda is here. I hope he's listening clearly.
Chiwanda here, or Honorable Chiwanda Subi, he knows 2011, we worked so closely with Honorable Nabanja in their constituencies, and we are doing this sensitization. And we used to go to the last farmer and do sensitization. When they go to parliament, they disappeared, right? Chiwanda, am I lying? If we go back to the basics, he's my brother, he knows. We've done so much in this industry. They disappeared from me and I remained alone. Anyway, they always come back and find me. So if the big boys come back on the table and they say, guys, let's clear the house. Let's be honest. We can make clean business. We can sell genuine products. I distribute a lot of products for multinational companies and they're expensive. And people ask me, how do you sell? I sell. Because people know that you have a brand. Can we go back to the basics of a brand? So big boys, look at the big boys. And you know, Ambassador, you and I used to go on a radio program. You remember? And TV program? When we had e-verification.
Very, very well.
We used to sit together with him on that TV and we make a lot of noise about counterfeit. One day I got a phone call and the guy said, Agnes, who do you think you want? I said, you, who do you think you are? I called the Idra. I said, Idra, I'm dead. We were from the TV together with him. And what am I trying to say? The big boys have actually spoiled the market. So let's go back to the big boys. Start by enforcing. Today you take a counterfeiter to police. Before you get out, the guy marches out as you're watching. And you have nothing to do about it. So one, enforcement must be strict and indiscriminative. Let's have everybody penalized. And then I do hope that honestly, for the authority, if we can have that working and the bill goes through whatever it's called and we have the regulation, I will clap for you and we shall work together. Secondly, when it comes to the farmer, one of the reasons that I had recently, and I had a conversation with Ambassador Idro. These guys tell the ministry that the reason they fake is because the manufacturers and the distributors have decided to go and sell to the farmer, to the final user, and therefore let them fake and make some money. We had a conversation, Idro. I don't believe in this kind of conversation. He put it right, Fred put it right and said, let's go back and teach our children. How does someone come and tell you that I'm faking because Agnes is selling to the farmer as a distributor, and you buy that lie as a ministry? That is wrong. A wrong cannot be substituted by lack of business. You can still do clean business and we move forward. So let's leave these excuses of people who are faking by telling you that we are supplying the people directly and therefore they are faking these products. It doesn't work that way. And Ambassador, this we agreed together. We must go and fight the same way, not to be here and then safeguard these boys that they're doing the right thing. And lastly, self-regulation. I have come talking about this and we have come saying it as Crop Life. The ministry must help us. You must literally force everybody or drag everybody to belong to an association. We have a number of associations here or groups. We have UFAS over there, Dr. Richard Miro. I saw him right there. We have UFAIR. We have the Grain Council. We have USTA. We have UNADA. All these are national associations of some sort. UFAIR way back had issues. In 2003, if I remember very well. And the issue was about everybody bringing in what they want. They formed Uganda Flour Exporters Association, and I was part of that initial team in 2003. And they decided to regulate themselves. Today, for you to import products for UFAIR, even the ministry knows it. You have to get a letter from UFAIR, take it to the ministry to get an import permit. Why can't you do the same for Crop Life? Why? Then I'm able to stand here and make noise and say, guys, if you are in our association and you're the faker, like Fred said, we should tell them to repent. They will not repent. Who is telling them to repent? Nobody. Everyone is getting an import permit and going to import. Who is talking to them? So how will they repent, Fred? They need us to come together and have a strong association. And then I will make Fred's life very easy by saying, if you're a counterfeiter and you're a member, out. We disown you, we deregister you. And for the ministry, this is my humble request. We have so much that we can do together. And if you empower us, we shall empower you as well. Because we can put a fund together and fight this. Because you need the money. But also, help us to help you. If you get someone who's faking my product, let's work together. Because when you impound and you take it quietly, the guy does the same the following day. Let's also reduce everybody importing in this country. Every farmer is importing. It is becoming a big problem. You go to northern Uganda. I was there recently with I think I was there with BSF. We went to northern Uganda and we saw these commercial farmers up there. Actually, not even commercial farmers. The medium in between there. Everybody is importing a pickup, like I said, a bicycle, across the border. And no one is actually touching them. And I was looking and crying. I saw fake roundup in one of the farms, and I touched and I said, this is fake. And the guy said, I'm getting it from Kenya. Because everybody is importing, who are you regulating? Let's reduce self-use. People who are importing all the time for not only counterfeit, but also for export. Tell them if you need to import, attach yourself to an importer so that you're able to go and regulate them. 3, encourage everybody to come with us. We shall fight together. We shall identify him. You, the ministry people, and us, the industry, we shall penalize our member. We shall excommunicate them, deregister them, cancel their permits, because you have the power to refuse to renew an import permit, rather a dealership certificate. Give a guy a penalty like 6 months, you're not importing because of counterfeit. These guys will try to repent, as for what Fred is saying. As of now, business is flourishing. Even the multinationals are also getting to the drama in Uganda by allowing everybody to go to their shops in Nairobi or in Tanzania to pick 1 bottle or 2 bottles. This has to stop. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Excellent, excellent, excellent. I think, George Mutabazi, you had that strength coming from our lady here. Now we have a very limited time and there are other things to do, but I would expect a few comments from you. I really would like to limit the comments to 1 minute each, unfortunately, because of the situation. I would like our lady from the police to speak a little bit about her challenges. George Mutabazi, because he has had problems in Luengo and Masaka. And I think we can have a few minutes each. So do you want to speak now or a few minutes later? Because I ambushed you. I think you better speak, yes, because they are talking of enforcement and you are the one. A microphone, please.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Actually, it is a very big challenge. But since I'm given very few minutes to crown it up, please form associations. That's the thing I borrowed from you. The importers and exporters of these agrochemicals, please form associations. Actually, it's even going to make our work easy. Then as for my brother, Mr. Mutabazi here, also empower your people, form an association. And by the way, these culprits are within your community. Actually, they'll be the one to give you intelligence that so-and-so is counterfeiting. So-and-so is harvesting what? Raw coffee. So if you form an association, you empower those farmers, you even make our work easy. As for the issue of taking the suspect and within 1 day he comes back, please, can you bring us on board? Because even these police officers, when they know that someone up there is following them up, they'll not interfere with that case. Otherwise, it's a very big challenge, but I'm happy we are going to amend some of these laws, because actually the penalties were very weak. 1.2 million shillings is just nothing. It's nothing. He's going to pay, he comes back tomorrow and do the same thing. So I am happy if at all these laws are amended, it is going to make our work easy. Thank you so much.
Very, very good. Now, I think George is itching to talk, but George, don't talk for more than 2 minutes.
No, 2 minutes is too little, Ambassador. Mine is simple.
Very good.
Why did you people create crop life? Why did we create crop life, and why is she suggesting to form another one? You created crop life and you are failing it. We are failing it. One important thing or person that you've not been brought on board is a farmer. In all this you're saying, Ambassador, there is no farmer here. No. What I mean in the plan, I wanted to suggest something. We discussed this thing last year. We are bringing it again here, and we may bring it in another conference next year. Like she suggested, can we create a triangle that Mr. Chebe talked about this morning? In China, there is a trader, there is a supplier, there is a manufacturer who is hidden, and somebody there. Can we have Mayifu in that triangle? Have a farmer and a supplier, like Agnes has said, but have crop life in between the triangle. Then we can do farmer trade. The best person you can bring on board, actually better than even Mayifu, is a farmer. The moment the farmers are trained, if one time we came from Mbarara, we did research, and we found that in every portion that is sold, sort of maize flour, there is a aflatoxin of about 70%. Yes, because of whatever is being done. If the parents and the farmers came to know that their children at school are eating aflatoxin, then they will be bitter and start fighting. Why don't you manufacturers who are here, all these companies that are talking about, why don't you put up money together if you want to supply in Uganda? If I became a president of Uganda, we just hear out of the next day. If we put money together and support crop life and support my youth, we create a team that would be going, one, testing all those that are being imported in. Ambassador, when you import goods from China or from wherever, for example, tiles that are being manufactured here, you have to pay taxes. We have run away out of importing any goods that are manufactured here. We cannot import tiles and we don't pay taxes for them. We are importing more fertilizers when actually some of our people are manufacturing fertilizers. How are we supporting them? I would suggest that you manufacturers work with my youth, work with crop life, and then let us create a team which can actually test those that are being imported. If we went to the field and arrested 2 people, counterfeiters, only 2, nobody would repeat this. Let me give you what we have done, because I also do, much as I do coffee, I do cattle. We have got cattle thieves in some area, in Chiboga, Chankwanz. And when we get to the cattle thieves, we cut off your hands and ears. Period. Don't even go there. We have done it. Go and report me if you think you are big. And there is no cattle stealing in Chiboga or Chankwanz because we have started cutting. We don't go to police because we know what is happening there. Just create a situation. Let us work with the manufacturers. The reason why you don't want to work with these people is because you know you bring in these things fake. I don't know where you are. I don't know what to do to you. Why don't you work with crop life, my youth, farmers, and we solve this for once and for all? Because you will not do much. Thank you very much.
That is good old George for you. Right here, and the 3 and 2. Okay. But try to speak less than, because I'm really going even above board.
Yes, Kwevia Mzamil is my name. Mine goes directly to the person that came from the ministry, Fred Muzira. Fred Muzira, before you implement the other policy that Professor Nsibambi advised you to through a certain age in Lake Victoria, but I would also want, before you implement, a solution, statistics, before you implement the deterrent, law that would deter counterfeits, issues. The previous one, what are the statistics that you have apprehended the culprits? Because that is very important. Some other times you may make the punishment bigger, but the previous one, you've also not been doing anything. So therefore, we get the statistics that these ones are best kept because of the fines, that indeed now we need to a little bit to make it, severe. And then also on the other side of Agnes.
You are going into a second question. That will be a bit much.
Okay, thank you.
But thank you. That was a very nice question. I like it. So let our people. Now, microphone, you are going to different people, but okay.
Ambassador,
Yeah,
thank you so much.
I know.
Okay, Mr. Fred, you suggested about the digital platform. I want us to borrow a leaf from URA, the approach of using the QR code on the drinks, because I usually see a sticker somewhere, because we need to empower farmers. If we empower only one side of the chain, we shall land into the same problem. So the idea of QR codes on each of the products, it's something that can also complement. The other last one, sorry, Mr. Fred, you talked about empowering people with the knowledge. What I've noticed, I'm an agriculturalist by profession, but when it comes to applying some of these agrochemicals, we usually use the same, I would say,
application
or prescription or application across board. Like when I'm applying DAP in the central, it is the same recommendation in Karamoja and everywhere. So I think we need to be a little bit cognizant about those agroecologies, so that not to blame counterfeits and manufacturers and everyone, but also go down to the realities. Thank you.
All right. You are talking of us including UNBS to ensure that those marks are satisfactory. I think it's important. Maybe that should be some of the answers. You take there, then you come up this way and go there. Because it is true, where's Paul Mwambo? We may need UNBS to be the ones to authorize agents for these people, rather than just appointing people because of financial muscle. Yes.
Thank
one
you so
issue.
much, Ambassador. And thank you, CropLife. My name is Richard Miro. I'm from Makerere University, Department of Extension and Innovation Studies. In other words, I teach in agricultural innovations, agricultural extension systems, but I'm also the chairperson of the Uganda Forum for Agricultural Advisory Services, a body that brings together all of you who are farmer-facing and are trying to convince farmers and advise them on what to do. Just to really, really emphasize the importance of networking, even at a professional level. We all appreciate that even we have so many advisors nowadays, and some of us are also counterfeit. That's why when we come together, like what CropLife has done, is that we are able to support each other. Not that we should remain counterfeit, we can actually capacitate each other. We can improve you and improve each other in doing extension the way it's supposed to be done. So I want to celebrate CropLife and let you know that we want to be a strong part of CropLife as much as we invite you to join extension. And also, Mr. Ambassador, to say that in all this conversation, let us not forget the agriculture extension and advisory service provider. They are very important people in between here. And finally, we talk about what we call agricultural innovation system. Innovation is not only a physical product. We can even innovate on how to organize together, how to network, how to reach out to farmers and other value chain actors, and have those other forms of innovation. Thank you so much. This is great to be part of.
I just want to enforce on one more point of coming together, like you said, self-regulation, Madam Agnes has mentioned, and also extension services, as you rightly said, and Fred also mentioned. I just want to mention one point for the shortage of seeds in Uganda. How many of you as the distributors and dealers or the manufacturers, don't we know whenever we go to the farmers first question is, can I use the old seed what I have from my old crop? So this education, we are the people who together with CropLife, we need to train the farmers, as well as you might have also heard, to bring the maize early in the market, what they do is use glyphosate to burn the crop actually, which they think when it becomes yellow, it can come early in the market and fetch more money. So that's what I wanted to enforce. Thank you so much.
We are hard pressed for time.
Mine is simple. My name is Solomon. I'm a logistician from Castle Logistics. When we talk about the triangle, I will talk about the international counterfeits products that come outside the borders. When you talk about the triangle, we are forgetting, this question will go to CropLife. Dr. Agnes, how are we collaborating with all the stakeholders in the triangle? For me, in the logistics sector, all products that come into the country go through a clearing agent or a freight forwarder. We are the people who declare these goods. We are the people who work with the regulators, UNBS, URA, MAIF. So my question is, how can we also be in this triangle? Is there a way where CropLife can have associate members? These members are not directly like other members, but associate members are stakeholders who come to advise and make sure that we can collaborate and curb the counterfeit. Thank you.
Yeah, bring it this way. I think there's one hand here. I want this one to speak, then one there, and then we can close. Just very quick.
Yeah, very quick.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Philip, and the panel. Mine is a simple analysis. I want to benchmark on the issue of self-regulation. Counterfeit is something that we can talk over and over and over again, even have many more conferences, but we still have counterfeit. I want to suggest this issue of saying that people buy seed because there is shortage, it's like a man raping a woman and then he said, I found her bathing. No, that does not actually qualify you. You must have your way out to ensure that you don't do it. So one, can we ensure that MAIF supports us to ensure that all importers are members? One. Two, if all importers are members, I want to give an example. If we are 60, we set up a fund and say annually each member give us $5,000. I'm giving an example. Whatever amount. It means in a financial year or in an annually, we have maybe around 250 or maybe 300,000 US dollars. The members of CropLife or the team that you are actually calling a board here, they are volunteers. They are doing the other works. And we must commend Agnes for the job well done for us to see we are here. But other people are running their errands. There is no permanent technical team that is running the work. So if we set up such a fund, can we have a permanent team at CropLife to ensure that it's well constituted with all the stakeholders, even with the associates, to ensure that every other month there is a work plan for them to go to the field, assess on behalf of us, check, understand ETG, what product range do you have on the market? Bukola, what do you have? So when they go into the market, they do thorough assessment, they even take samples to understand what we have found on the market. Does it relate to what ETG has? And if it doesn't, then we come into the equation. Otherwise, currently the fight against counterfeit is left to individual companies. And even when MAIF has elevated the penalty to 100,000 US dollars, the process to the 100,000 US dollars, how is it? We get lost in there. Because once we apprehend someone, he becomes a government culprit and we are out of the equation. Has that been revised? I want us to proactively set up a committee, set up a fund that will actually consolidate all the efforts that we are talking about. If you are talking about Buko, Luakaka borders, what is being sold in Kwen, Kapchora, how does it come into? Otherwise, we'll just keep on asking questions, and every now and then we shall be into the same stuff. I suggest we be very serious, put up a resolution. We shall ask MAIF to actually pass a bylaw. I know this is not included into the main authority, that each importing member must be a member of CropLife. And MAIF ensure that they tend to regulate these so-called commercial farmers, because what they bring onto the market, 80% gets back to the farming communities. But they go to MAIF and say, you see, we are unable to find this on the market. How? We have so many formulations. We can provide everything. Can we put up this as a very serious mandate for us to be able to ensure that we actually eliminate this once and for all? This issue of Mr. Mutaba saying that we teach the farmer, we shall teach the farmer, but when he reaches the end point, that is where the confusion starts from. And they know, for your information, Mr. Ambassador.
Let the farmers who say they cannot get from you,
yes,
join CropLife.
Exactly. So join CropLife. And we already talked about this. This issue of shortage, people will even fake my seed, even when I have the same product on the market. Not because it's in short supply, but because we have a fragmented market. I suggest after this, we put up a committee that will actually sit and review and ensure that before the next conference, we actually have a seemingly, it may not have been permanent, but at least a tangible solution towards this. We have had so many where we have arrested people, but they get away.
OWC will support you in this thing.
Thank you so much.
So please bring here. I want those two to comment and I close. I wanted you people to speak, but I think they have spoken well. Was there any one or two questions? Yes, right.
Yeah,
Some very quick ones, my brother.
I'm someone who has very few words. My name is Okello Robert Cyrus Ongom. I'm a lecturer of horticulture. I'm from the Department of Crop Science and Horticulture at Makerere University.
Yes.
Now, I'm going to give 2 examples, then I'll deliver my message. They're really short. Over lunch, I had a discussion with Pastor Miro. I hope he's still around. And I was telling him, Miro, as a pastor, every day you tell your congregation that you must read your Bible every day. You must pray. I'll also give an example that is linked to Ambassador. Today I've heard you, Lieutenant General.
He's a friend of General Saleh. He traded in tomatoes from Poland. This is the man.
Yes. So I want to give an example, also linked to you. When the UPDF come for training, before you give them the gun, you train them how to dismantle it, see what is inside, and reassemble it. Now, the problem I want all of us to realize here is that the way we are approaching our farmers is not right. We are not giving them enough knowledge. If you're a tomato grower, why don't you read about the tomato every day? Because it affects your livelihood. What I've noticed in terms of training, even from MAIF and from the NGOs, what we stress is that you have to keep things very simple. Let us look at the farmer or the grower as a very smart person, and let's give as much knowledge as possible. This thing that we should keep it so simple will not work. The problems around counterfeit, if the farmers know a lot about these chemicals, they'll solve it themselves. So my message, let's give them a lot more knowledge.
Very good.
Simple will not work.
Okay.
We've observed this with UFAIR. Our department now has meetings with the Uganda Flowers Exporters Association, and one of their human resource managers, that is from Wagai Selector, he clearly stated it, that in the past we were hiring people with focus on practical knowledge. We just give someone a protocol on what to do, and they've had their fingers burnt. Now, what they want from us is to teach them the theory. So the flower people have already seen it. You need a lot more knowledge in order to do a good job. We've received feedback also from the greenhouse vegetable growers. One of the companies came and said, our growers are failing because they don't understand what they are doing. So my message is, I know you people have been preaching that let's look at agriculture as a business. I'm saying let's look at agriculture as an art, as a science, and a business. Not only business, the science part is important. So as a family engaged in farming, you must build a knowledge base on what you're doing so that as you retire, you now teach your child and give a lot of knowledge about what you're doing. I hope this is clear.
Point
Thank you.
taken, George. Thank you very much. Thank you, Okello. I think I may have to restrict this because now I'm eating into there are 2 people to present. So if you don't mind, it's not against you, no segregation, unless you promise me 30 seconds only. Okay. All right, sorry. Ujamaa, endelea basi. Sorry. I should have allowed you to speak fast. You have come all the way from Tanzania. Karibu.
Thank you, moderator. I hope I'm not going to pretend to know Uganda matters, but I just wanted to share sentiments that counterfeits, I don't know about Uganda so much, but are becoming a very big challenge. And one of the things that we have accidentally harmonized is counterfeit. So I talked to a friend who works with the anti-narcotics, and I asked him, why is it that you are arresting these young men who are smoking bangi or bang? And he told me, sometimes if you want to deal with illegal products, deal with the market. And once you manage the market, you'll have finished the source. And I was just thinking out of the box. I don't know if this is a good advice to just Uganda, but for the East African industry. Sometimes we talk about farmers as if they are orphans, as if they are the most literate people in the world. And I think we need to change that mentality. Imagine arresting a farmer who bought counterfeit products. However ungodly it might have looked like, it might have an impact. One, there's peer learning. Every other farmer will know, kumbe, if you buy counterfeits, you can be arrested. But two, they'll profile the source. Everyone will not want to buy from that agro dealer who sold the counterfeit. But three, it will also give us more information on how these things move and even help us to better manage counterfeits. I was just thinking if this is something we can think about in the future, because as someone said, the counterfeiters are also becoming very clever, and farmers are also counterfeiters. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Well, while I now want my people to give the 30 seconds answers, as the camera, the microphone is going to them, what I really want to say is that OWC, this is mainly for Ugandans, has now been given the role of oversight and supervision and monitoring and evaluation of things that make Ugandans poor. And this is one of them. And we have already done a very good survey of the actors in this particular thing, because every year we give farmers $300 million to make themselves rich. Now, if 50% of the seeds are making them poor, then it means the money we're giving them is being cut by 50% because of fake issues. So we have had a map out of all the input suppliers. They don't know this, but we have done a mapping. And we are going to cooperate with the districts, the cows and the RDCs. And you see in President's office, we have ESO, RDCs. We're all President's office. So we're going to work together. When we're going to get the technical people, and we shall get them. But we don't want to get them unfairly when 50% of the seeds will not be there. So we are still going to talk. But now the question is, those of you who are the suppliers and manufacturers of these commodities, what we are going to do is request you to give us a mobile laboratory. A mobile laboratory so that when I'm in Masaka, I don't guess. I go to the shop, pick the commodities, and test in front of the owner of the shop. And we have a truck with which to say, these are dangerous items. We go away with it. You come to court. And we are going to work with the police because we don't have arresting powers. So we shall go with the police and arrest them and then go to the next one. And we think in 1 year, we'll have cleaned up Uganda from the supply side at the districts. But that does not mean we'll have solved the problem, because the seeds are not enough, whether it's biological seeds or chemicals or whatever inputs. So how are we going to work together with input suppliers to quickly fill in this is something we need to discuss before we execute this matter. And then there will be other suggestions you will make, like what my brother has said here just now. But we want it to be firm but at the same time humane. We don't want to be firm and irrational. Firm, but humane and with the right logic. And we shall also involve the agents down there. So if you also as suppliers, you give seeds and the man adulterates it down there, we know you are not supplying, you are not supervising your agents. And that could cause us a distance, an issue between you and them, because you are supposed to supervise your agents. Because these are dangerous chemicals, dangerous inputs. But that's something we shall discuss. I want a few 30 seconds each so that I end up on this, because I really have exhausted the patience of our organizers. And I have no right to do that, otherwise they will also call me fake. Please bring it here. I think that one now, you hold on. Bring it here. I want them to answer this question. Where are the camera, the microphone people? Yes? No. Here. I want these people to answer.
Our microphone is also here.
Oh, okay. Go ahead then with you. Sorry. I'm bichupuli. I cannot see this microphone. And yet I have one. Please, you give yourself just 30 seconds each. I don't want Kiberu to have problems with me.
We can begin from here, or we can begin with Agnes.
Okay, thank you very much. Personally, I have nothing useful to add. Thank you.
Thank you. 3 questions I think were asked. One of them was on the issue of the statistics, whether we, with the current law, we've been able to apprehend. The beauty is we are in the middle of the...
There is a data problem in Africa.
Yes, we're in the middle of the city.
It's a data problem.
But we have more than, the Commissioner of Police can route to that, we can attest to that. We have more than 100 files at just CPSC alone. But also in 2024-23, working with the counterfeit network in Uganda, why we are saying the issue of the law, this minor penalty is important. 3 guys were arrested from Container Village and convicted to, one was 6 months and then the other one was 1 year. And they went to Ruzira. But I can assure you, when they came back, in one of the recent raids, these guys who went to Ruzira for 6 months and 1 year were part of the culprits that were arrested. So when we talk about how minor or meager this penalty is, we mean it. The guy saw that sleeping in Ruzira for 6 months was not enough. I can still go back and come back into business. Then there was the other issue of Kakasa, the one we were saying of the QR code. The industry can attest. You know, we had the QR code. We had the pilot here on Kakasa, and you know, people tried it, but the results were not that good. It ended up increasing the cost of the product, and the farmers were complaining. So that's why I'm saying we should be looking at other means. Then finally, there was an issue on the fertilizer application. I don't know if I got the question right. Somebody said we are applying the fertilizer the same way. I think that was the question. If the issues on blanket application, that could be valid. But if the reasoning is on issues of saying the way we are putting the fertilizer down, the DAP down in maize on Masaka is the same way in Karamoja and other areas, then that one you can't help it. It's just like you saying you want to change the way you eat, pass the food through the ears. The food does pass through the mouth. So it means that the food, if it's granular fertilizer, it must be provided to the roots and they must take it. So that's why I said, and Ambassador, I want to end by calling on the industry to repent. I will still insist on that. They need to repent, and they need to, these are their products. They also need to take interest in this fight, and we fight together and make sure that we win this war. I thank you.
Sir, I just want to remind the audience that counterfeit is beyond just the seeds. Counterfeits, now when people are beginning on the irrigation system, the counterfeit systems are on the ground that's happening. It's actually too much. Counterfeit goes to, of course, the solar panels that are being procured now, the irrigation systems, of course, the fertilizers, and in very many spheres. So as we also, I want to remind my sister Nanyonga, the police, that really as you tackle this, not only the seeds and pesticide and what, but the coverage is bigger than that. So as we go out, we should be ready for a bigger task other than what we just think about.
Yeah, as a responsible private sector player in agri inputs, we have actually initiated some of our own security measures. We compulsorily use either CACASA labels for all products packed in Uganda, wherein it is traceable. There is a scratch card on that. It can be traced to the original, this one. But also any products which we import from Kenya is compulsorily has KEFIS labels. Then we observed that some of our agrochemicals, especially herbicides, were faked, and we found that. Then now we have introduced embossing our logo on the caps of the herbicides, actually, so that it's not easy to fake or counterfeit. And also we have the professor was mentioning about the trainings and creating awareness to farmers. We have a very strong field force, about 35 members of my team with mobility, who are actually relentlessly working with farmers on educating the farmers on the good crop agronomy. So these are some of the measures we have taken as a responsible private sector player.
Thank you very much. I think I'm closing. I know there are issues, but we're going for a cocktail and we can talk there. So don't worry. Panel, thank you so much. And I think everybody has appreciated. Please let's give them a hearty appreciation for what they have done. We're going to continue discussing at the cocktail. Oh, is it a hen tail? Because you have to balance these things. Fine. So you are most welcome. A chicken tail. Right. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Now I want to hand over to our hosts. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Thank you. All right. So I want to hand over to our hosts for having given us this time with the extra time. I'm sorry if I exhausted a bit of your patience, but I think we have completed well. Asante sana. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ambassador. I think it was a very fruitful conversation. And like you mentioned, it's one that continues. I know that we might be beginning to tire a little. It's been quite a hectic day, but I'm going to beg your indulgence for two more brief presentations before we break for a cocktail. I should point out, for those who are resident, I think it's okay for me to hold you hostage for a little bit, and then I can bribe you with some good drinks and snacks after. For those who are not resident, there's no point in going anywhere anyway. The traffic outside is about 3 miles long, so even if you went, you would still be stuck in the traffic, so we shouldn't take too long. Allow me, before I invite our next speaker, so what we're going to do is do two brief sessions. One directly touching on this, about driving seed security through public-private partnerships. And this will be done by Dr. Joseph Ahenda, who is a specialist for seed quality assurance and regulation at AGRA, and is going to come now and do that. And then we will have another short presentation from Mr. Joe Iracha, who will come, and then we will wrap up. As we wait for Dr. Ahenda to come and join me on the platform, allow me to recognize the presence of Maureen Asimwe Karemba. If you could kindly stand so we can recognize you. Maureen over there, please give her a big hand clap. Is a very useful resource. She is the president of the Uganda Boston Community Association. So in case you want to connect to American markets, if you need some connections into the US markets, Maureen is our plug for being able to get your products and services to the diaspora. So you can catch her at the cocktail. She's already booked a table with some very expensive drinks. So she will be very useful in our cocktail. Let me invite Dr. Ahenda to come briefly, and then we'll hear from Ms. Iracha before we go to the cocktail.
Okay, thank you very much. it's a very wrong time for me. Everybody is tired. I believe you'll pay attention because this is very key, because everybody who is here is either public sector or private sector. And now that this is your presentation, you should not sleep. You should pay attention so that we follow it up together. So I'll take you through this. So first, my name is Joseph Ahenda. I work for Agra as a seed specialist. And I've had a long history in the seed sector, spanning almost 35 years, 20 of them in regulatory authority work. So I would like to share with you my understanding of this particular subject so that you can have a way of addressing them. I hope I'll be able to have. Okay, fine. You know, this technology, some of us may not be so well conversant because of time scale. Okay, public-private partnership is becoming a very important tool in promoting development in agriculture. And seed is not isolated. And therefore, we are going to see how this is being used in developing the seed sector to be able to ensure that the farmers are seed secure. So the first thing is that the private sector, public-private sector partnership is a formalized partnership between public and the private sector designed to achieve specific development objective. So the two parties come in between. Why should they come together? It is because the public has its comparative advantage and the private sector also has specific advantages. So when the two come together, they do what? They come up with the strength that can develop a seed sector to ensure seed security. Now, when you're talking of seed security, what do you mean? Seed security has 4 components. I would call them pillars. The first one is availability. Second, access. Third, quality. Fourth, time. And all these are important because seed has to be available. Even if it's available, if the farmer cannot access, that is of no value to the farmer. The third, it has to be of quality. And we have talked about counterfeit here, seed. That's a seed security issue. Because even if seed is available, but it is not of quality, it is just imparting seed insecurity to the farmer. Then the last one is time. Quality seed has to be available at the right time. And any crop scientist will tell you that if a farmer loses 1 week to plant, then the crop yield is bound to reduce because of the delay in planting. So time is very crucial. Now, if you look at the challenges that are related to seed security in Africa, first, adoption. You can see the kind of graph that you are having, the kind of data you are having as far as adoption is concerned. For example, if you look at Nigeria, the adoption of maize seed is just above 50%. So Kenya seems to be having higher, it's around 75. But the rest you have the adoption rates being so low. Actually, if you look at across Africa, the adoption rate is only 25%. So that means among the seeds being used by the farmer, only 25% is certified in Africa. And that impacts on the food security. The other data that can help you in understanding the situation of food seed insecurity is the issue of the average age of varieties in the market. You can see, like for example, I think that's Mozambique. Yeah? Most of the seeds that are being used, the varieties that are being used in the continent are very old. Like Mali is having how much? The average age is 29.9 years. So that means the seed that is being used by the farmer in Mali, averagely they are 29.9 years old. What does that tell you? There's a challenge. And how can you solve this problem? PPP. Because the government comes in with the technology, that's through research, It comes in the policy and the infrastructure. And the private sector has a very strong capacity in resource mobilization and what? Expertise, which support production. So for us to talk of seed security, these ages have to go down. So we go to the next one. Yeah, thank you. Now it's a bit clearer. Now let us look at the gap. Look at the gap. Not even one country in Africa is sufficient in terms of seed. The demand outstrips the supply by a big margin. Yeah? Look at Kenya, 78%. That's a gap. And who is filling that gap? The counterfeiters. Look at these gaps. Yeah? 2007, Kenya had a gap of 78%. 2021, yeah? Ghana had a gap of 94%. Yeah? Yeah? Let's go to the last one. Yeah? Let's say 2023, which is a more recent data. Let us look at Uganda. Uganda had a gap of almost 99%. And I know you are getting shocked, eh? You are getting shocked, and I know that. And for the Ugandan case, you know, most of their crops are, they call them informal, groundnuts, beans, these small crops, isn't it? That's also forming the bulk of your crops, which are being consumed in the country. So you can see the kind of supply gap that is there. Now, how do I address this? This is a major problem because all countries are affected. Not only one country is affected. Now, we have to come to use PPP as a what? As a tool to be able to address this problem. Yeah? This is because PPP is important in leveraging the capacity of the public sector when it comes to research. It allows what? Collective action, so that the resources from the public sector can be brought together with the resources from the private sector to be able to address those problems that you have seen. Yeah? And also it allows the sharing of the risks and resources when addressing the challenges that you have just seen. Yeah? Can move to the next one. Now, what are the pillars for PPP? Yeah? It creates an enabling environment where the public and the private sector come together and discuss a common problem. In many cases, you find the private and the public sector normally don't come together because the private sector looks at the public sector as a police. And yet they have a common problem. So PPP will help that. Yeah? It also helps in aligning the partners' capacities. I've just talked about that. Also is access to financial resources. Because within PPP, then you bring in the financial institutions like the banks. Stanbic was here. Very important. But the challenge you have in Africa is that you can see only 55 to 75% of the demand for loan is unmet. So that means that only 45 to 25 is of the loan that is applied is obtained by the people who want the loan in agriculture sector. And to add more problem is that the interest rate is quite high, 10 to 20%. And given that you have the bankers inside here, maybe if you refute this, I'll be very happy. Now, if you compare this with the developed countries where the interest rate is ranging between 2 and 5%, I think this situation is more competitive than the African situation. And this data is coming from African Development Bank report of 2022. Yeah? Let's come down to infrastructure, which is also very important for PPP to work. Yeah? If you look at the number of kilometers per square meter, in Africa, the average is only around what? 0.12. For the average, for the world average, you get 0.6. So you'll find that infrastructure-wise is also, we are not so good. And therefore, you find the PPP may not be quite well supported in this particular area. Then let's go to the next. I'm moving a bit faster. Then, who are the players? Within the PPP, we have the regulators. We have the public sector, of course, that's the Ministry of Agriculture. And then we have the regulator, regulatory authorities. Then we have the farmers, which is very important, the farmers and the producer organizations, financial institutions, non-governmental organizations, and then you have research and academic institutions. Each of them have their specific roles. And if this team is brought together, I believe the problems that they might be solving will be solved very fast. And then we come to areas of focus. Where do we focus PPP as a tool to solve our problems? One is in terms of technology, transfer, and licensing, where the private and the public sector comes together either to develop or disseminate technology. Very important. And this has been very much common in most of the in seed sector. Yeah, you have got the CGR, the NARS, those are the National Research Organizations. Yeah, the regulator. Yeah, then you get the seed companies coming in. Then they do what? They bring out the varieties that have been tested for release, and then they come up with a licensing system. The way narrow holding is functioning now, that's a PPP. Yeah. Then you have production. The private sector is very strong in production, and through PPP they can do a better job when it comes to production of certified seed. Capacity building also is very important, especially for SMEs. A number of countries have very small young seed companies, and it's only through PPP that they can be strengthened. Then you have the issue to do the innovation. Please never leave out the research institution when it comes to this, because this is where the technologies are being incubated. So PPP can also play a big role in terms of incubation of the innovations. Digital platform, very important also. Yeah, it is an area where the modern technology can be used in terms of even creating awareness. There are platforms that even help farmers get information about the seed that is available in the market and other agriculture-related activities. And recently, AGRA came up with an African crop variety digital catalog through collaboration between CGR, seed companies, regulators in Africa, yeah, and who are the other people. And then generally the farmers have also had their input. So this platform now is, we are negotiating with AFSTA to be able to host it. It is very important because many farmers, even many seed companies, don't know the varieties that are in the market. So that will be a catalog that will be very fast, easily accessible by the users. The other area where PPP can offer support is developing regulations. Development of regulations should not be left only to the public sector. A lot of input is required from the private sector. And that's where also another area where PPP works, so that the document that comes out serves the industry in totality. Then the contribution, PPP contribution to seed security, increased resource mobilization, because more partners come on board and therefore they contribute the resources. Efficiency, more players come on board and therefore you have more participation of the players. Increased innovation, yeah, improved productivity, higher yield, because new germplasm come in, new technologies are being adopted. Yeah, in terms of capacity building, you have the reduced cost of developing access to technologies, capacity building, enhanced partners, and then knowledge and technology transfer. And also as well as improved legal environment, because the process, since the process is inclusive, you find that the legal document that comes out for implementation is acceptable by all. Then go to the last one. How does AGRA contribute to PPP? AGRA has always been working through PPP. And I'm just going to mention a few areas that were accomplished recently, the recent activities. Yeah. So AGRA has recently jointly developed the seed variety catalog. I've just talked about that. Then the second one, establishment of integrated digital information management system in Nigeria. That required also the participation of the seed companies. It involved the participation of the regulator, the participation of the research institution, and all those to come up with a digital platform. And this is now serving the whole sector. And the same is going on in Rwanda and Mali. The other bit is on training of private seed inspectors. Yeah. For example, in Rwanda, AGRA supported training of the seed inspectors, private seed inspectors, to support the government. As you are all aware, most governments complain of shortage of human resource when it comes to certification. So that shortfall in the human resource affects certification services. So this is one of the ways of bridging that gap. Bring in the private sector to fill in the gap so that certification service can continue to the seed stakeholders. The other bit is on the release and commercialization of varieties. AGRA has worked together with CGR, NARS, and the seed companies to release varieties. So it came to our notice that a lot of varieties were sitting in the National Research Organization shelves. They were good, nutrient dense, some of them were iron rich, climate smart, but they're just sitting there. So what AGRA did was to bring together these partners so that we can be able to unlock that and release that to the market so that the farmers can get seed, quality seed. Yeah? So let us look at some of the examples that have come up. The first one, Nigeria, one variety has been released and licensed to seed companies. So in this PPP, the companies were there, and therefore immediately the release was done, they picked them. And they're now being accessed by the farmers. Yeah. Kenya, yeah, also we had quite a number of them. One variety was released of mung bean, licensed to 4 companies. So we have had quite a number of varieties being released. In fact, Sierra Leone released the first hybrid variety last year. And it was a celebration even by the president. Yeah? And that was also through PPP. The seed companies coming in, CGR coming in, the National Research Organization coming in, they come together, yeah, test the varieties, have them released to the market. And immediately they're released, they're picked by the seed companies for multiplication and distribution to the farmers. Then, besides that, now we have also had quite a number of review of regulatory instruments, review and alignment of seed regulatory instrument. This also has been taking place through PPP in Benin, Sierra Leone, Cote d'Ivoire, and even Togo. So we bring the parties together and we review the documents and have them aligned according to what the sector requires. And last year we also had Sierra Leone seed policy being passed by that country. It was just through PPP. So in whatever we do, we work through PPP, and that's the only way we can have a sustainable supply of seed to the farmers. Now, what are the strategic shifts that you need to have? Can you make it better for me here? Is it better? Okay. The first one is that we've been, I can't see anything. Yes, okay, fine. So the approach has been that the approach has been very much fragmented, whereby you have different partners working separately. Yeah, but to us, we think now we should have that shift from fragmentation to integration, where we have the seed system being supported across the value chain up to the produce level. Because why do you produce seed? You produce it either for consumption or market, isn't it? So as you produce seed, can you think of the end of the chain? That should be one of the shifts. The second one is from public delivery to private. For a long time in many countries, the seed system has been in the hand of the public sector, production of all the classes, marketing, distribution, subsidy, and all that. And I think there should be some kind of a shift if the security of this, if seed security will be ensured for the farmers. So we need to shift from public-led to private-driven, private sector-driven seed delivery system. The supply should be, we should stop, move away from supply push to demand-driven. Where you have produced a variety, then you start looking for the market. You start popularizing, first you breed the variety, then you start popularizing it. It becomes more difficult, isn't it? The best is, let's have the variety be in demand, then the production becomes easier because now we'll just be feeding the demand. So that shift is also very crucial. Public sector enabler, yeah. So the public sector should just be focusing on the policy. But I know this is controversial. But in developed seed systems, the public sector does this. Policy direction, infrastructure maybe, yeah. But mostly this. What the private sector focuses on production and marketing, yeah. Then you should also move from project dependence to self-sustainability, which is market-driven. So this shift, if you realize this shift, then seed security will become a reality. The next one. So what is the conclusion? PPP are critical for seed system transformation. There's no way we can work in isolation. Not one sector can meet the demand of for the seed. And then alignment we need to align the actors to drive the impact. The actors need to be aligned so that we don't have contradictions. If private sector is doing what public sector is supposed to do, and the vice versa, you are bound to have contradiction, and that's not good, because that will lead us to low production of seed and finally seed insecurity in the country. Sustainable systems to ensure food security. We need to have sustainable systems to ensure, because seed is demanded at the same pace as food. It is food, it is seed that produces food, isn't it? So is that day you have stopped eating? If there's no day you have stopped eating, then it means seed is required continuously. So every time you need seed. So these have to be in tandem. Seed sustainability means food sustainability. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ahenda. I must ask you before you leave the platform, where are you from?
In terms of?
Your nationality, tribe, and things like that.
Okay, I am from Kenya, from Western Kenya, near Busia, and currently I'm based in Rwanda. I'm working from Rwanda.
Thank you very much. The reason I ask is because when I was pronouncing your name, I thought you were my village mate, and then you sounded a bit different because Ahenda is a Ugandan name. It means to break in my language. So, and then he started talking, and I'm like, but you don't sound like, you sound a bit more sophisticated than my villagers. So, thank you very much, Dr. Ahenda. I also feel like you rushed through your presentation, I know because of time, but it was so rich. And what I have done is I have kindly requested that we make sure that these presentations are available for us to download. So we'll make sure maybe by tomorrow morning that there's a QR code where you can actually access this presentation, because I think we didn't even have time to introduce Dr. Ahenda and what he does, but if you go and look at his profile, he knows his things. And it's a bit obvious listening to him. And so we want to be able to give you an opportunity to go and digest a lot of these presentations when you have time, because again, we're just sort of laying the groundwork here, but there's so much to extract and digest from the things that have been said here before. So we'll try and make sure that that is available tomorrow. That being said, I had made a mistake. I said we had 2 more presentations to go. Actually, it was 4, so please forgive me. So we'll just have another 4 presentations and then we'll go for the cocktail. Yeah. I got you there for a minute. You should have seen Dr. Shuma. Honorable Godfrey, should have seen the look on your face. When you see a politician fail to hide his emotions, then you know he's really tired. No. We are really tired. I want to thank Mr. Iracha for allowing to move his session to tomorrow. So please give him a big hand clap for enabling us to be able to go and enjoy our cocktail. So we are going to wrap up for today. It's been a busy day. It's been a jam-packed day. We've had quite a lot of things that we have learned. We'll pick up from tomorrow. My humble request to us in the room is that we are on time tomorrow. We aim for a hard start. If we can be here at 8:30, so that by 8:45 we're actually doing opening remarks and doing a recap of today and then have a hard start, we should be able to then catch up on the things that we have missed and hopefully have a wonderful session tomorrow. That being said, I think it was Jimmy who said when he was opening that if you just reach out like this with your hand, chances are you're touching a doctor. And so the doctor things are going to end now. We are now going to bring you into our space where we just do nothing but relax and do no scientific things, just a lot of relaxation and networking. When you go down to where we had lunch from and continue up the stairs, there's a poolside. And at the poolside, Dr. Agnes and her team have kindly requested the Kampala Sheraton Hotel to make available their most expensive array of drinks. And it would be very unfair for us not to honor this sacrifice. So I'm going to kindly request that we make our way to the pool area so we can go and do justice to these drinks that our chair, Jimmy and Aggie and the rest of the team have put together, but also so we can continue this conversation and get to know one another a little bit more. So for today, this is an official wrap. We are done. Let's make our way to the poolside so we can enjoy each other's company and have a wonderful time at the cocktail. I'll see you there, but for here, we'll then pick up tomorrow morning. Have a wonderful evening. We'll see you on the other side. Oh, as you go, I should point out, I'd forgotten, I promised I was going to do a mention for Lamarck Coffee, one of our sponsors. I haven't mentioned them enough. I'm a coffee addict, and Lamarck Coffee have graciously prepared some wonderful Ugandan coffee. So even as you prepare some energy and resilience for the drinks on the other side, you can pass by Lamarck and have a wonderful coffee. And of course, a big thank you to all our other sponsors. We'll go through them again tomorrow so we can appreciate them. Thank you very much.